Senator Schwertner, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1927.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to suspend all the regular order of business, take up and consider House Bill 1927. Members, like 20 states currently, House Bill 1927 would recognize the United States Constitution as our permit to carry and allow all law-abiding adults aged 21 years or older to carry a handgun for the protection of themselves or their families in public places in a holster without the requirement of a state-issued license. Members, I want to make it clear. People who are prohibited from possessing a handgun will still be prohibited from possessing a handgun under this bill. Nothing in this bill regarding possession is changed. Further, sensitive places where carrying a handgun is prohibited will still be prohibited. House Bill 1927 does nothing regarding the purchase or transfer of a firearm. Nothing changes about background checks that are required to purchase a gun at a store. Texas has strong laws in place for anyone who misuses a firearm or who threatens someone with a firearm. Nothing in this bill changes those laws. This bill is not about AR-15s or rifles or shotguns. Law-abiding citizens already have the right to carry long guns in public places without a license. Business owners and private property owners will still have the right to exclude handguns on their property. The prohibitions for places like public schools or college campuses will not be changed. But what this bill does is allow law-abiding citizens aged 21 or older who can currently legally possess a handgun be able to carry that handgun in a holster in public places without a state-issued license. A simple restoration of a constitutional right under the Second Amendment, the right of the people to keep and bear arms. I strongly believe that House Bill 1927 represents one of the most significant efforts to secure the rights of gun owners that I've seen in more than 10 years of serving in the Texas legislature. Members, this bill, to me, is a restoration of the belief in and trust of our citizens. We cannot allow another session to come and go where we pay lip service to the Second Amendment while failing to fully restore, and protect the rights of citizens granted by the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Senator Hall, for what purpose?
Some questions to the author.
Do you yield?
I yield. Senator.
Mr. Schwartner, first I want to thank you for bringing this bill forward, but I wanted to ask you a few questions about the why and what we're actually doing with this bill. I believe this goes all the way back to our founding fathers when they made it real clear in our Constitution with the Second Amendment. Would you agree with that?
It is a foundational foundational right granted by the Constitution to keep and bear arms as delineated in obviously the Constitution, but upheld in various court cases regarding the individual right. I believe the most pertinent court case is the Heller case.
Absolutely, and to confirm that our founding fathers intended that, those that wrote it said such things: the Constitution shall never be construed to prevent the people of the United States who are peaceable citizens from keeping their own arms. That was Samuel Adams. Thomas Jefferson said, no free man shall ever be debarred from the use of arms. So I think it made it really pretty clear that that's what they intended with what they wrote. Would you agree with that?
I do, Senator, and as a corollary to that, our Texas Constitution in Article 1, Section 23, delineates a right to keep and bear arms as well. And I will read it for you. Every citizen shall have the right to keep and bear arms in the lawful defense of himself or the state. But the legislature shall have the power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime.
Absolutely. And that last parenthetical statement, with a view to prevent crimes, got a question about that a little bit later. But Texas has not always really adhered to that law. I believe in about 1871, Texans were pretty much excluded from carrying firearms. And that law stayed in place pretty much in that form for about 125 years until the legislature stepped up in 1995 and passed a law for concealed carry. Now, that was before your time and my time, I think, there. But looking back, the headlines at that time were, oh my gosh, Texas is going to turn into the OK Corral and bloodbaths all over the place. And then it wasn't until about 2005 that we started chipping away and letting more law-abiding citizens carry guns. We started allowing them to carry in their car when they traveled. And then we made it legal for someone to possess a gun in their car or their boat. And in 2007, we confirmed the Castle Doctrine. Again, more confirmation for people to have the right to defend themselves against criminals. Parking lot storage in 2011. And then we were here in 2015 when we addressed the issue of open carry and campus carry. And we had the same headlines, the same argument. There are going to be shootouts in every campus. There are going to be open carry. Every street corner will turn into a gun battle. And we have seen none of that, have we?
Senator, I think the data speaks very clearly that the laws passed over the last 20 years that restored a right that was removed in 1871, as you pointed out, have not led to a dramatic increase of murder, homicide, violent crime. In fact, I would say the allowance of a law-abiding citizen to avail themselves of personal defense by carrying a sidearm in a concealed manner, or on a college campus, or in their personal vehicle, or in an open manner, have diminished the chances of crimes being committed, because you have individuals that can protect themselves. I think that is obviously a constitutional right, in my opinion. It's a state constitutional right, and one that is important to fully restore. And that's what we're doing in this bill, is removing an artificial licensure barrier to the full restoration of the Second Amendment constitutional right as delineated in our founding documents.
And the benefits have been noticeable. After we passed the bill last session, and they're allowing for the carry in churches, there was an incident here in Texas in which there were two incidents, and one of which the perpetrator was instantly stopped, not knowing, we'll never know how many people might have been killed if that person was legally carrying that gun in that church because of what we allowed to happen by continuing to give back the rights.
Yes, and actually, we heard from that gentleman, Mr. Jack Wilson. This event occurred December 2019, and that was the West Freeway Church of Christ in White Settlement. And he was a gentleman, I think he's a county commissioner, that was a volunteer security team member, which was allowed before we had prohibited places, one of which were churches. And the removal of that allowed individuals, churches, to set up volunteer security teams. And he was also a firearms instructor. And he neutralized that individual within 6 seconds, probably saving tens of lives during that altercation.
Absolutely. And then what we've seen with other states, you mentioned there are 20 states that have basically what we're proposing to do with permitless carry, that now have a pretty long track record. And if you take a look at 3 of them that have had at least 5 years to see what it does, we have a report that says that violent crimes went down over 20%, rapes went down 2%, robberies down 17%, property crime down over 700%, burglaries, larceny, vehicle thefts, all going down in those states that allow what we're doing. And one state that has never had a gun law has some of the lowest crimes in the nation.
Yeah, and you're speaking about Vermont, which
Correct.
is a northeastern state famous for Bernie Sanders, but that state has never had a prohibition of open carry of sidearms. And of course, Texas currently has no, like many other states, has no prohibition of permitless carry for long guns. And so this would put sidearms, a defensive weapon, in the hands of law-abiding individuals to carry on their person in public places for the sole purpose of self-defense, as allowed and as appropriate in this day and age, and as allowed by our Constitution.
Now, talking about crimes, we actually had law enforcement testified at the hearing that was held.
We have, yes.
And one of the things I remember they testified about is that one of the most frequently items of theft were guns from automobiles. And currently, Texas does allow people to carry a gun in an automobile without a concealed license.
That's correct.
And they can carry it in their boat or they can have it in their home. But those folks can carry that gun in their car, they can use it and protect themselves, but when they get out of that car, they're required to leave it in the car.
Unless they have a license to carry.
Not the license. So they're leaving a gun in a car, which becomes an attractive for theft, and that's probably not. I think they testified it was one of the top theft items.
It is. In fact, the Sheriff's Association in Texas testified that the most common way in which an individual loses or loses would be theft from an automobile. And Senator Lucio is not actually on the floor right now, but we were talking about this issue actually, and he leaned over and he said he's had 3 guns stolen out of his vehicle in the past during his lifetime. 3 guns. Now, I hope he locks his door and puts it in the trunk, but nonetheless, it's a common occurrence. And the ability of an individual to be able to place that handgun in a holster, take it into a common area where it's not prohibited, is, I think, an important safety measure for diminishing theft of sidearms. Yes.
And I believe it's also tested those guns are most often used in crimes. They're committed, so we kind of have a double protection, a reduction of crimes there.
Good point, sir.
So I know you talked a little bit about what the bill does and doesn't do. As I understand it, we're not expanding the universe of who can buy a gun or sell a gun.
That's right. Possession is not changed at all in this bill. The purchase or transfer of sidearms or firearms is not changed at all in this bill.
And we're not changing where you can carry a gun legally.
That is correct. The places prohibited in current law, as well as the provisions regarding criminal trespass, are not changed in this bill.
So schools, businesses, hospitals, courtrooms, all of that stays the same. The long list that's on there of where you cannot carry.
Regarding the location of where you cannot carry a weapon at this time, there are prohibited, what they call prohibited places. That is not changed.
So actually, this bill doesn't change much at all, does it?
Well, what it does change is, again, the need to obtain a license issued by a state to avail yourself of a Second Amendment right, the right to self-defense by carrying a sidearm in public places. One that has been in our country, in our state for many years, and has slowly been reallowed under Jerry Patterson and concealed carry, the law in 1995 that you spoke of, and has been expanded with none of the terrible things that were hypothesized at that time to have occurred or would occur. So I think this is the next logical step. I think it's a prudent step. 20 other states have done this. We do have data from Arizona and other states that have been over a decade of permitless carry. And I think this is the right policy for Texas. And so that's why I'm offering this bill to move Texas forward when it comes to restoring rights of citizens as delineated in our Constitution.
And then one last thing, consistent with what we're trying to do here, we know that states that have addressed the issue of crime by increasing the penalties for criminal behavior have seen crime go down where they do that.
Right.
And so I believe this bill does increase some penalties
Yes.
for criminal behavior.
Working with law enforcement agencies, members of the body, there was a thought that along with rights have responsibilities, and certainly you should know if you should or should not carry, and where you should or should not carry, and if you are doing so in certain types of situations, you should have enhancement of those penalties. Certainly a felon carrying, for instance, is completely inappropriate and against both against federal law and state law, and if they were to do so, then there should be an enhancement of the penalty, and right now it's a third-degree felony, and it would be raised to a second-degree felony with mandatory 5 years and mandatory 3G designation.
So I guess to end this, I would say that what we're doing is following our Constitution of making changes with a view to prevent crime. So I thank you, Senator, for bringing this up.
Thank you for your question, Senator.
Senator Springer, what purpose?
To ask the author some questions.
Do you yield?
I yield. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you bringing this and carrying this. And obviously, I filed a very similar bill. And the comments that Senator Hall made and yourself, I think, are spot on in why we need this. And I'd like to sort of add a couple thoughts that I had, and also what we heard in the committee and when we heard testimony coming in from folks. And and one of my favorite was the sheriff who testified. I believe he was out of Smith County, and said, when seconds matter, we're minutes away, and that they can't be everywhere to protect people, and it is your right to protect yourself. And they would rather deal with situations where law-abiding citizens were able to stand up to criminals.
I agree with that statement. I heard that testimony. We heard 10 hours of really good testimony and had a very good deliberation amongst the witnesses, 197 witnesses that, obviously there's strong feelings, strong emotions based upon personal experience, based upon factors in a person's lifetime that drive an individual to view bills like this one way or the other. And I understand that. I obviously am the author of this bill, strongly support it, believe in it. And I believe in what the sheriff said about the need for individuals in this day and age in particular to avail themselves of the right to self-defense. We see that in Austin with people walking down the street, unfortunately, and Senator Powell, your son was assaulted in Austin. There's the ability to self-defend yourself if you're a certain size, certain area, but there's also the inability to defend yourself in certain situations without being armed. And so this, again, is a simple bill that enables individuals to carry a sidearm, a defensive weapon, holstered on their person for the sole purpose of self-defense. And I think it's an appropriate step, one that we have been slowly inching toward through the years, the last 20-something years, with the latest license to carry and campus carry and vehicle carry. And so these are steps toward what was really necessary, which is what is in this bill, which is a restitution of the constitutional right to carry.
And I think you talk about building on steps. That is really what this bill does, from the sense of who's going to own guns. This is not going to be a mad rush of people who don't have a gun today run into the gun store to buy a gun to put on a holster to walk down the street. The vast majority of the people we're going to see with this are the people who carry every day in their car. They exercise the castle law. They have the right to protect themselves when they're out. They may feel comfortable 95% of the time. That's why they haven't gone through all the troubles to get their license to carry. And they end up in visiting somewhere that they're not necessarily comfortable with.
Or coming to Austin, for instance, and they want to carry.
And it could be a lot of different cities that you may not feel comfortable at, but gives you that ability now to take that gun from your car, to be able to walk to where you have to transact business, help a loved one, do those type of things to be able to do that. And I think those are who the people that we're going to see exercise this. And it's the other side of it is while we sit here and say, you know, you're able to have your gun holstered, it is the same law we have today. And the vast majority of people that have their license to carry don't carry openly. It's probably 1%, maybe 2%. The vast majority, you know, they believe that, you know, they want they don't want their gun exposed for whether they don't want to be, you know, a target. And so they just are there to protect themselves. And I don't see anything that will be different by allowing those without a permit to carry that's going to be any different than what we already see today.
I agree, Senator. You know, good people are good people, good citizens. I trust citizens. I trust our people to exercise good judgment. And I believe in and trust citizens to be responsible gun ownership individuals. And so the artificial barrier of a licensure is one that should be removed so that they can fully and freely exercise that right.
And the one thing we want to make sure that's clear in this bill that we're not taking away is the right of those of us who travel across the country that have our license to carry because of reciprocity, that we can still have our license to carry so we can travel to the other states that allow it.
There's some good reasons to continue with a license to carry program in the state. One of which, of course, is that reciprocity, as you mentioned. The other one is whenever you go and want to purchase a firearm, there is a background check done at the time of purchase that if you had a license, you would already have that background check done.
That's correct.
So it's an automatic, I guess, A-OK regarding the purchasing at that. And without the extra hurdle of that.
No, and in some states, we saw the numbers of license holders actually go up because people, once they start exercising their rights to carry without a permit, realize that they may want to carry in other states, right, and they go ahead and get the license.
Right. And that was an interesting statistic. The best data probably is from Arizona. I believe it was somewhere in the 3% range of the overall population when license to carry was opened up with constitutional carry. I think it was in 2001 maybe, or 2011. And I believe the percentage now of the populace that actually has a license is 5.6%. So it's a fairly substantial portion of the population. You know, any sort of restoration of rights doesn't absolve an individual of responsibility. People still need to understand gun laws, gun ownership, proper storage, and proper handling of a firearm, in this case a handgun. And I trust our citizens to exercise proper diligence in obtaining their proficiency in those areas. And so you either trust a citizen or you want to put in 1,000 things that tell them to do something. And in my case, I trust my citizens.
And I agree with you. And I think this bill, as y'all talked about crime rates going down, what it does is we know that criminals don't pay attention to the laws we write, telling them where they can and can't. They don't pay attention to signs where they can and can't carry. They walk in. They don't pay attention to all the laws that they break. But the people who do pay attention and follow the law are our law-abiding citizens. They're going to be no different under this law than they already are. They're just going to be able to exercise their right and restore their rights. And I appreciate you carrying and bringing this bill forward.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. President, thank you.
Senator Nelson,
To ask the author a question.
do you yield?
I yield, yes.
Thank you. And first of all, Senator, thank you for your hard work on this issue. And I know it's a difficult issue. I was one of in 95, I think you said, I was one of the original senators who helped Jay Patterson pass that original right to carry and had one of the first licenses, I might add. And I want to verify, you said in your introductory remarks that you are going to have some amendments that you're going to offer.
I'm sorry, Senator, you're absolutely correct. I should have mentioned that. There will be 8 amendments that have been deliberated after, and obviously formulated as this process occurred through the committee process and after further consultation. We were given this, sent over the bill from the House, maybe 2 weeks ago or so. So it's been a pretty hefty and involved process to get to the amendments. I think all the amendments are a good amendments that improve the bill. Look forward to having those voted on. I don't really see bringing further amendments on the floor and don't anticipate accepting other amendments that are offered on the floor, though, at this time.
Let me ask you about an issue, and I'll be real honest, and people on this floor know, I have struggled with this, and I am a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. And one of my biggest struggles was with the issue of domestic violence victims. I mean, since my first time in this body, I have carried over 30 bills dealing with domestic violence. And one of those bills allowed judges to suspend the license to carry of a domestic violence offender when issuing a protective order. That protective order bill was my bill way back when, and that is of huge concern to me. It's probably one of I've gotten a lot of phone calls, as we all have, and I'm really worried about that. I'm really worried about our domestic violence victims. And you and I have had discussions about this. So I just, before I vote to suspend, I want to make sure, and you and I have talked, and you have assured me that one of these amendments will address that issue, and we're not going to go backwards on that. And in fact, I think we're even going to go forward on that. And
that's right. We're actually enhancing penalties with one of the amendments regarding domestic violence, and that issue is certainly necessary and appropriate to address. And we're also prohibiting individuals that right now they cannot possess. A violation, a conviction of a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence is against the Gun Control Act, Federal Gun Control Act.
That was my bill.
And
yes.
And there's also individuals that have had a court restraining order from harassing, stalking, or threatening an intimate partner or child of an intimate partner are not allowed to possess. So there's aspects that certainly address your concerns, and they need to be addressed, and that's why we are moving in this direction.
And nothing in the bill that you're asking us to vote on changes that provision in law that we put in the law.
It strengthens provisions.
And in fact, you may put before us an amendment that even strengthens those provisions.
Right. That is correct.
I am so happy to hear that, Senator. Thank you. And I may have some other questions later on, but I'm so grateful to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Senator Hinojosa?
Will the senator yield for questions?
I yield, Senator. Thank you.
Senator Schwartner, I listened to the exchange between you and Senator Nelson. Now, we're making some big changes through House Bill 1927. I, like many people, support the Second Amendment, and I think right now that people can own a gun and have a gun at home, and also concealed carry, or with a holster under the concealed handgun carry statute. But you claim this law does not change who may possess a weapon or in public. Could you elaborate on that?
The law does not change who may possess a firearm under law. That is correct. It does allow for individuals to avail themselves of their Second Amendment rights to bear arms, carry, and so that is a distinction, and that is actually the purpose of the law, is to diminish an artificial barrier to the right to keep and bear arms.
Well, let's talk about that artificial barrier that you continue to talk about. Under current law, there are only two statutes, really, that govern who may not carry a gun in public. There's a penal code, section 4604, and then the license to carry government statute 411.172. Would you agree those are the only two that really cover who may possess a gun in public?
That's my understanding. You might want to elaborate more.
Well, I mean, I just want to know, because when you're saying that it doesn't change the law, well, I want to go down the statutes, people understand exactly what it is that we're changing here and what impact it will have on public safety and on increasing the danger to our police officers. Right? As I understand the section 4604 of the Penal Code, the following people are prohibited from possessing a firearm. Someone convicted of a felony, but only in public. They can keep a firearm at home. Someone convicted of assault against a family member in the last 5 years, and someone subject to protective order. Are those the three parts of the Penal Code section 4604?
What you just read, I think, is correct, yes.
Okay. So what you're doing now with your House Bill 1927, you're allowing people that the statute to carry a concealed handgun right now will prohibit from carrying a gun in public, or even having a gun, having a license issued.
Senator, the bill simply, if you cannot possess a firearm at this time, you will not be able to carry under this bill. This bill removes certain licensure requirements so that individuals that are law-abiding, 25 years age or older, can carry in a holstered manner a sidearm for personal offense.
Well, I'm not worried about the law-abiding citizens. I'm worried about the ones that are not law-abiding citizens.
Well, we all are worried, certainly, of individuals that are not law-abiding. That's why I have authored this bill, is to allow law-abiding citizens to carry. Under the Gun Control Act, federal law, I can list them all for you right off the ATF website. Individuals that have been convicted in any court of a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term of exceeding 1 year are not allowed to possess, and therefore not allowed to carry in the state. Anybody that is a fugitive from justice, anybody that has been adjudicated as a mental defective or has been committed of any mental institution, who is an illegal alien, who has been dishonorably discharged, who has a restraining order.
Is that state statute or federal law?
That's federal law, yes.
Well, we just passed legislation last week that we didn't want federal law enforced by the state. So how do you make that compatible?
Again, it's federal law, it's against the law, and if you cannot possess, you cannot carry.
How do you enforce that? We passed legislation last week that says, Senator Hall carried it, that says that we will not work and enforce federal laws that has an impact on guns. So that's very inconsistent.
You enforce every law by prosecution of an individual violating the law.
I disagree with the way you present that, because that is not the case, especially when we are not allowing state authorities to be able to enforce federal law. But I want to go by one what your bill, House Bill 1927, does in terms of eligibility to get a license to carry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, if you've been convicted of a felony right now, that's the same as the Penal Code. Is that correct? If you've been convicted of a felony, you're not allowed to own a gun or carry a gun in public.
That's right.
And that's in the Penal Code.
That is correct. You cannot collect. You cannot. If you're a felon, you cannot possess. You cannot carry. You cannot. You cannot carry.
Correct. But that's in the Penal Code. Some of the other provisions that we have for eligibility requirements for a license to carry under the General Government Code are not in the Penal Code.
You're absolutely right, and that's what we're doing with this bill, is removing some of those some of those criteria, removing the requirement of a license. That's the whole purpose of the bill, is to restore those fundamental rights and not have in place a state-imposed artificial barrier to permitless carry, i.e. the need to get a permit.
Well, as I understand, right now, under the eligibility statute that you're allowing people bypass under House Bill 1927, the eligibility statute for someone to qualify to get a license to carry, if they are a fugitive from justice, if they're a fugitive from justice, they cannot get a license to carry. Is that correct?
Under current law, a fugitive from justice is not allowed to obtain a license to carry. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's not in penal code.
No, that's under, as you said, Government Code 411172, I believe.
So I guess then if you're a fugitive under House Bill 1927, you can carry a gun in public.
Again, we are reestablishing the foundational principle that if you can possess a firearm, you should be able to carry a firearm. And so the bottom line is that possession requirement is as well as your constitutional right as your permit is the foundational principle that we're establishing here under this bill regarding the carrying of a sidearm in public.
So a fugitive
It's similar,
has
sir, to basically what we have with long guns. As you are well aware, the possession of a long gun has never been restricted by a license, and individuals that you're describing can carry a long gun in public.
Well, we're not talking about long guns. We're talking about handguns.
I'd like to draw the corollary so that people fully understand that it is not a huge leap to give an owner of a handgun the same right as an owner of a long gun currently has in Texas.
So I guess what you're saying is that if you're a fugitive from justice, you can carry a handgun in public.
Again, we're equalizing the rights between owners of handguns and long guns and removing the license to carry provisions that have been imposed by the state of Texas over the years.
Well, you explain to me how are you equalizing the rights of a fugitive who is a fugitive from justice as compared to a law-abiding citizen?
Again, sir, this removes the state-imposed license that has been put in place to carry a sidearm in Texas and equalizes it with those that are currently in place with the carrying of a long gun.
Okay, so
the possession, if you cannot possess, you cannot carry under this bill. And that, I believe, is the correct, along with the amendments that are going to be offered, is the correct vision and steps that need to be taken in Texas to equalize and recalibrate the possession of a sidearm by law-abiding individuals. What are the barriers? This is a great discussion. What are the barriers the state should impose when it comes to gun ownership and the carrying of that gun, the bearing of that gun in public? You and I probably have a difference of opinion. I've articulated it with the filing of this bill, and I think it is an appropriate bill regarding possession and subsequent carrying. And so the removal of the LTC, some of the LTC requirements has been part of this bill. That's the whole premise, again, the premise of the bill.
So you are allowing a fugitive from justice, equalize that fugitive from justice with a law-abiding citizen. I mean, that's pretty much
actually,
in a nutshell.
Senator, I know you bring up the fugitive justice, but actually under federal law, a fugitive from justice cannot possess. And so therefore, you should not carry in Texas under this law as well. So they would not be able to carry as a fugitive under this bill.
Well, I know you stated that before, but like I said, let me go to another issue on that.
Sure.
Right now, if you are addicted to drugs, right, you cannot qualify for a license to carry.
If you're addicted to drugs, you're not eligible for a license to carry, nor are you able to possess a firearm, and therefore you should not be able to possess or carry under this bill.
But we're not talking about possession, okay? Because there are a lot of loopholes by which a person can get a firearm, as you well know, from gun shows to straw buys to stolen guns, person-to-person sales. So we have all those loopholes in place. What I'm focusing on, what's in the statute right now to allow someone to get a license to carry a concealed weapon or in public in a holster and show the gun, that You're not allowed to get a license if you're a drug addict or addicted to drugs. But with House Bill 1927, if somebody's addicted to cocaine, and they also happen to have a gun before they got addicted, they will be able to now go public and carry a gun in public.
No, sir, that is incorrect. If you are not able to possess a firearm, and one under the Gun Control Act, an individual who is an unlawful user of or addicted to any controlled substance, as defined in Section 102 of the Controlled Substance Act, codified in USC 21. If you are addicted or an unlawful user, and cocaine certainly fits that criteria, you cannot possess, and therefore you cannot carry under this bill.
Well, that's a federal law. That is not state law.
Senator, how many laws do we need? That's the whole purpose of this bill.
The ones that we can enforce. And you voted for a law and legislation that we could not enforce federal law dealing with any restrictions on guns placed by federal law. Yep.
I understand your position, sir. I appreciate it very much. The bottom line is, yes, it is removing provisions in current law, Texas current law, Government Code Section 411.172, regarding eligibility to have a license to carry, that were put in place. The genesis of them go back to the concealed carry law and the eligibility to have concealed carry. And as you know, at that time, concealed carry was a fairly novel concept, the restoration to carry a sidearm in public. And so there were probably provisions put in there that were probably unnecessary and somewhat over the top to get the bill passed, maybe, or to just see how it does and when you're reinstituting a right. And so this is, again, the repeal of that statute, the license to carry, and the restoration of the right to carry based upon the Constitution, as well as the ability to possess.
But right now, you're pretty much taking away a lot of the safeguards we have in place to keep people who do not qualify under the present statute for a license through House Bill 1927. Let me read you some of the other provisions that you're bypassing with House Bill 1927. Right now, under the Government Code for eligibility to get a license, you will not get a license if you're incapable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of a handgun. You cannot get a license if 5 years preceding to the date of application you be convicted of a Class A or Class B misdemeanor. You cannot get a license if you have not been finally determined to be delinquent in making child support payments. You cannot get a license if there's no determination and under a current law, under a court protective order and subject to a restraining order. So, you have all these restrictions on family law violence, Senator Nelson, that you are bypassing under House Bill 1927.
The bill repeals the sections regarding eligibility to LTC and reestablishes the right to possess as the foundational basis of the right to carry. One of the amendments does add back certain provisions regarding Class A or B provisions that have to do with assaultive, threatening, or weapons-related crimes. I think we've distributed those amendments to the members. I hope you have those. But there are provisions regarding individuals that have had a Class A or Class B misdemeanor conviction regarding assault causing bodily injury, deadly conduct, a terrorist threat, or disorderly conduct with a firearm. So those are provisions that are put back in place or are kept in place regarding the ability to carry without a permit.
I'll leave it issue alone for now, but I want members to really understand what safeguards we have in place that are being bypassed by House Bill 1927 and allowing anyone that is prohibited right now under the license to carry law is in place to bypass that and go ahead and be out there even though under the license to carry they would not qualify. That's what this bill does.
Thank you, Senator.
And we talk about background checks. You mentioned that right now, if you try to get a license to carry, you have a background check. Is that not correct?
That is correct, yes. If the individual wants to get a license to carry, they do have to have a background check.
Well, but now, under House Bill 1927, there will be people who bypass that criminal background check.
Individuals that are not able to possess will not be able to carry legally under this law. It does allow individuals, and when you go and purchase a sidearm, you do have a background check. So there's that parameter as well. But you're correct. People will be able to carry permanently without a background check if they are not carrying illegally under the various provisions of the federal possession statutes.
Well, under the license to carry statute, Senator Schwarter, there were 2,269 people who were denied a license to carry because they didn't qualify or meet any of the requirements under the license to carry statute. These people were deemed too dangerous. Now they can bypass license to carry and go ahead and carry a sidearm out in public under House Bill 1927.
Senator, you're absolutely correct. There have been individuals that have been denied licenses to carry or had them revoked or suspended. There are varying reasons why DPS does that. This does not, though, diminish any obligation of a person that is in one of those categories that cannot carry, cannot possess, they cannot carry. So it does not diminish their obligation to fulfill the requirements of being able to carry. The background check is a part of obtaining a firearm at a store. And I think that's appropriate, and that has not changed in this law at all. But the license requirement is repealed, and part of the license requirement is a background check and weapons. We can talk about all of them if you'd like, but that is, again, the whole genesis and reason for the bill is the discussion of what level of requirement the state wants to impose, what level of mandates we want to put upon law-abiding citizens to avail themselves of the Second Amendment rights. We've seen historically over the last number of years the effects of concealed carry and open carry, and I think it is reasonable to trust our citizens and to allow them to exercise their good judgment when carrying, knowing if they fit or don't fit in a certain criteria. A felon is going to get a gun if they want a gun, unfortunately. But what the greater good of the bill is the ability of a law-abiding citizen to be able to feel safe and to carry when they think it is an appropriate measure for themselves.
I'm not worried about the law-abiding citizens. You have a lot of the people there that don't qualify under the license to carry statute we have in place. And those requirements we have there for a purpose. And that is to protect the general public from having people that should not have a gun, who are a danger to the general public and our police, not be able to carry out in public or own a gun. Because your bill, House Bill 1927, doesn't deal with criminal background checks, does it?
It does not. No, it does not repeal the statute because you can still get a license, but it repeals for those that wish to carry in a permitless manner that requirement to get a license prior to carrying.
Well, and one of the, there were also close to 1,000 applications that were denied because they were felons. So usually the primary tool that we now have in place under the license to carry statute filters out those who are not allowed to carry.
A felon is not allowed to carry under this bill. They are prohibited from carrying. And a felon that wants a gun is probably going to get a gun, unfortunately. And I think it's vitally important that law-abiding citizens that need a gun are able to obtain those without the extra hurdles of having to go through a licensure process. And so, there's bad, and it's interesting that people that are felons actually try to get a license. It makes me think, why do they even try to get a license, right?
Well, here's the other issue. You talk about criminal background checks. It's important filter that we have right now in the present statute that we are now allowing all these people to bypass, and that is we have loopholes in the present statute or in law in terms of stranger-to-stranger gun sales. I mean, people buy and sell guns to each other. Not necessarily family, but individuals to one individuals. I mean, there's no criminal background check on those. We have gun show sales where there's no criminal background check either. So those people get guns, and now they'll be able to carry them out in public. We have online gun sales. This also is not addressed in the bill. We have straw purchases that go on all the time. I know it happened a lot in the Rio Grande Valley. We have the Charleston loophole. If you don't get a response from the federal government on a criminal background check, that means that you can get a gun. And then you talk about stolen guns in your cars. So all those folks there right now under House Bill 1927 will be able to carry a gun in public.
Senator, this changes no laws regarding gun possession or gun transfer at all. This is a relatively, the purpose of the bill is a relatively straightforward purpose targeted to removing the licensure requirement to carry a handgun in the state of Texas and make it commensurate and similar to the carrying of a long gun that is currently allowed without the need to obtain a license. Criminals are going to break the law. We know that. They're going to obtain a gun. There are potential problems in our gun laws, but this bill is not about that. This is, again, about allowing law-abiding individuals, 21 years of age or older, carry a holstered sidearm for their self-defense in public places. That's the purpose of the bill and the focus of the bill. And the requirements that are changed within it are in effect to ease that allowance for those law-abiding citizens.
Well, and that is the problem, Senator Schwarzer. There's no criminal background check, and your bill bypasses the statute that now provides for a background check if you are to get a license from the state to carry a weapon. And let me just a couple more questions because I think it's important. Right now, under the license to carry statute we have in place, there are certain requirements that you have to meet to qualify for a license. That's a minimum 4 hours of in-person handgun safety, 1 to 2 hours of range instruction, proficiency demonstration, 50 rounds from a 3-yard line to 15-yard line, and a background check. So under House Bill 1927, we support setting that aside with someone that doesn't want to go through this type of process.
The requirement, the state hurdle through a licensure that requires an individual to do X, Y, or Z is what is being set aside. The obligation on the part of a citizen that owns a dangerous, potentially dangerous weapon to understand gun laws, to become proficient in their handling of their gun is not absolved. That's a requirement and obligation of being a citizen and a partaking of your right to carry a sidearm. And so what we saw in committee that you and I sat through for many, many hours were that in states that passed this type of law, there was actually an increased amount of training that occurred. That was some of the testimony we heard by certain individuals. And that we also heard that in some of those states, there was actually an increase in the number of individuals that decided to get a license. They might have never wanted to, or really, they might have never thought it was necessary to get a license. I probably won't be, in a bad situation all that often. But then they have this opportunity to avail themselves of their Second Amendment rights of self-defense, and attain a gun and get trained on it and go, this is kind of neat. I might carry it more often. I probably want to get a license to carry. I might actually purchase another handgun in the future, and I might want to have the ease of being able to do that. So they actually have an increase of interest and interest in gun ownership and self-protection. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing for our populace in this day and age. And so that was the testimony we heard, sir.
I don't have any issues and problems with self-protection, having a gun at home. But even I served in Vietnam, United States Marine Corps, and I was trained on
Thank
weapons.
you for your service, yes.
And so, Schwarter, some of us got a medal for being a sharpshooter. Some of us got a medal for being just excellent shooter.
Right.
Some just passed. So now, without going to a proper training, we're allowing people that possibly couldn't hit the side of a barn carry a gun in public and start shooting in case there's something happens.
Well, marksmanship, I think weapons proficiency, understanding of gun laws is extremely important. Do you need to be a marksman, a Marine, expert rifle tag? Were you an expert or were you one of the other ones? But nonetheless, you're a sharpshooter. The need to there's a level of basic proficiency that is a obligation on the part of a citizen exercising their right under the Second Amendment. I don't deny that. People need to know how to handle their firearm, how to store it safely. They need to know their gun laws. And if you're going to participate in this expanded right or restored right, that is something that certainly needs to be emphasized. And so, luckily and appropriately, we saw that in other states. I think that's going to happen in Texas, too.
Well, I just see the changes you're making, creating a huge loophole and pretty much eliminating virtually all the safeguards we have in place under the present statute, not only to protect the general public, but to make some kind of criminal background check, but also to allow our police forces to be able to tell who's out there. You got a gun, they assume you have a license. Now with this House Bill 1927, they don't know if you have a license or not. They don't know if you're a criminal, you're a felon, or it's a protective order. You put them there at higher risk under House Bill 1927. But I do want to thank you for being patient, answering my questions. We went through a pretty long hearing. We heard all type of testimony, but I truly believe in the Second Amendment right. People ought to have the right to own weapons. But somebody quoted the case, a Supreme Court case against the District of Columbia versus Heller, and I think it was Senator Hall. And I'll end with this, because there's a question and issues about some type of regulation by the state. This is what the Heller case said. There seems to us, no doubt, on the basis of both text and history, that the Second Amendment conferred an individual right to keep and bear arms. Of course, the right was not unlimited, just as the First Amendment's right of free speech was not. Thus, we do not read the Second Amendment to protect the right of citizens to carry arms for any sort of confrontation, just as we do not read the First Amendment to protect the right of citizens to speak for any purpose. It's an example of a lawful limitation. Justice Scalia states that prohibitions on carrying concealed weapons were lawful under the Second Amendment right. But thank you so much, Senator Warner.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you writing that out loud. I was going to read that later. Thank you very much. Senator, thank you for your service.
Senator Huffman, you're next, but Senator Hall asked me to clarify something that was just in this exchange. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To clarify a statement that was just made, the bill we passed in here
needs to be in the frame of a question to Senator Swertner.
I believe, Senator Swertner, you remember that the bill we did pass in here that was sent over to the House to make Texas a sanctuary state only applies to new federal gun laws that are passed after that, not to existing federal gun laws.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I do recall that now that you mention it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Senator Huffman, for what purpose?
Permission to question the author of the legislation.
You yield?
I yield. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner. I know some of this has been said, but this is such an important piece of legislation, and you and I have talked about this a lot in the last few days.
A number of times, yes, Senator.
More than you wanted to. And I think we both agree that this is a very complicated area of the law. There's been many pieces of legislation that's come through the years. A lot of it's interwoven in the penal code and the family code. Also, there's a lot of federal law involved. So I think it is important for those listening today and those who are concerned about this issue to fully understand what we're doing. And I think it's a perfect segue with the questions that Senator Hinojosa presented to you in his eloquent reading from Justice Scalia, talking about that, yes, it is in fact to have, reasonable regulations about this very important constitutional right that we have. And I think then we can talk about what federal law and state law is, because I think that sets the parameters of where we start with your legislation. And I want to start actually with your legislation looking at the legislative findings in the very first section, section 2, that says persons who are currently prohibited from possessing firearms under state and federal law will not gain the right to possess or carry a firearm under this legislation. So you've talked a lot about that, but that couldn't be clearer than it actually is in your bill. So we stop and we look and we say, what is current federal and state law? And that's our starting point. And once we clear all those people out who otherwise are not eligible to possess a firearm, then we look at a subset, a group of individuals, some who are now LTC holders, some who are not, and there'll be some amendments that you'll add who will change this up a bit. But basically, those are the folks that are left that could now carry without getting a license. Is that correct? I mean, I think that's kind of what we're trying to do. So I think it's important that we talk about those who will, right off the bat, are going to be under law. Nothing we're changing. We're not trying to change any of that law. So under federal law, and I know this may take a minute, but again, I think it's important for the folks listening and who care about this issue on both sides to understand what we're doing. So am I correct that we have, under federal law, a felon, so that's really anyone convicted in any court of a crime punishable by more than a year in prison. So that would include state jail felonies in the state of Texas, in fact, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. A fugitive from justice, and am I correct that that's defined in federal law as a person who has fled a state to avoid criminal prosecution or testimony in a criminal proceeding? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does it also include an unlawful user of or someone addicted to a controlled substance as defined by the Controlled Substances Act?
That is correct, Senator.
Does it also include a person adjudicated as a mental defective or committed to a mental institution?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. Does it also include an alien illegally or unlawfully in the United States of America?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Does it also include an alien lawfully in the U.S. but on a non-immigrant visa?
That is correct.
Does it include those who have been dishonorably discharged from the armed forces?
That is correct.
Okay. Does it include a person who has renounced U.S. citizenship?
That is correct as well.
Does it include a person subject to a court order entered after due process that restrains the person from harassing, stalking, or threatening an intimate partner or their child?
That is correct, Senator.
And there had been a finding that there was a credible threat exhibited or shown towards that intimate partner or child, and that the physical safety was threatened in some way. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
And in fact, under federal law, intimate partner would include a spouse, a former spouse, a parent, a child, or individuals that cohabitate. So I think that was added to include, couples living together and so forth. Is that correct? So it's pretty broad. Does it also include persons convicted of misdemeanor crimes of domestic violence? And those would include the use or attempted use of a deadly weapon. And again, it's a broad interpretation of who is cohabiting together. Is that all under federal law who could not possess a firearm hence could not carry without a permit in the state of Texas.
You hit very precisely the
Okay.
prohibitions of possession in federal law currently
Okay.
that would prohibit an individual from carrying in the state of Texas with
Okay.
in a permitless manner.
Okay, and if you would bear with me, I'm going to go with under the state law too. I know it's going to be a long day for you, but again, I think it's important that this is all clearly laid out. So under state law, again, a person convicted of a felon, and the state law is actually a little different than the federal law because it says you cannot possess in the 5 years after release or more than 5 years after release outside the home. So it's a little different whether you're in the home or not, which is different than federal law. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it has the same requirements of a person convicted of a Class A assault against a family or household members in the 5 years after release. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And again, I say some of this to address some of Senator Nelson's concerns and the concerns we've heard from domestic violence, those who advocate for victims. Also, does it include persons subject to a protective order issued under a suit for dissolution of marriage, so under a divorce decree or a pending divorce case? That would be correct?
That's right. The state LTC current law.
Yes, and then that would include anything under the Uniform Enforcement of Domestic Violence Protective Orders Act, under the Family Code. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Also, for if a defendant has made an appearance after arrest for family violence, human trafficking, sexual assault, indecent assault, aggravated sexual assault, or stalking, in fact, under the Code of Criminal Procedure, those people would be prohibited. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Also, protective orders against family violence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And victims under the Code of Criminal Procedure, Subchapter A, Chapter 7B, for protective orders of victims of sexual assault, abuse, stalking, or trafficking. Is that all correct? And how do you understand state law to be as far as possession prohibited?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. And then under current state law, so now we're talking about this subset of individuals. So those in today's law, those individuals, even if they did not have an LTC, they could still legally possess a weapon in their home. Is that correct?
That's right.
And they could possess in their vehicles if it's concealed. It's a little different for LTC, but they could conceal carry in their car. That's current law. So these folks that we're talking about, in today's world, they could still do that. Is that correct?
That's right. In their home or in their vehicle or area that they control.
Yes, and they could still possess in their boat.
Correct.
Is that correct? And I believe Senator Campbell had a great bill this session. I don't know where it is in the House, but you would be allowed to possess in your hotel room or a room that you were renting for the night, correct? And there is also a provision that has been interpreted pretty broadly, and that is as you are traveling, as long as you can legally possess a weapon, but you didn't have an LTC, you could possess a weapon as you're traveling. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. So I go through all that because I think there's a lot of discussion about all these new people that are going to be out there, suddenly carrying weapons, when actually we have listened to Scalia, and we have both federally and state have regulated those who can possess weapons, but it's based on, in many cases, activity that the state or the federal government has interpreted as behavior that shows that a person may have a propensity to commit harm towards others.
Assaultive or threatening type behavior.
Is that fair? And I think the way I read those and the way we talk about those, that we could agree that there's some, there's, after due process, something has shown that those people may be a danger. Would you agree with me on that?
I agree, sir.
Yeah. And you've had some discussion with a couple of folks who asked questions about, all the people who commit crimes. Would you agree with me? We have thousands of crimes on the book. I have the penal code here. It's the new, the big version here. It's an actual printed copy, which I like to look at because it's easier to figure out. And it's full of laws, and people break these laws all the time, do they not?
They do.
They do. And I know
this bill doesn't absolve an individual when they break a law.
Exactly.
Certainly, if you're a lawbreaker, you're a criminal, you can be prosecuted. And this bill has nothing to do with that.
And we could legislate who can carry a gun and who can't carry a gun, but we're not going to stop the individual who has in their mind an idea that they want to harm another with a weapon. I mean, there's going to be weapons out there, there's going to be access to weapons, and there will always be, unfortunately and sadly, those who want to harm others. And I'm assuming that one of the reasons for your legislation is that you believe that the Second Amendment should provide the right for individuals to be able to defend themselves if they find themselves in a position where they need to.
I certainly believe that. I believe it's the starting point for which legislatures should begin. We should be as permissive as possible for individuals to avail themselves of their right to self-defense. And certainly, as you've just laid out, there are federal and state laws regarding possession. And possession in this bill, to a great extent, equals the ability to carry in public. And that's the tact that this bill tries to go toward. Over the years, when we, again, going back to 95, we put in place licensing requirements just to carry, not to possess, but to carry as well. And then ones to possess were already in law and probably have been expanded or changed as well. But this bill speaks to that licensure requirement to carry in public places and to be able to defend yourself. And this bill would allow an individual to, if they can possess, to carry in a permitless manner.
And Senator Schwartz had also asked you, historically, we have established both federally and through state law locations where we do not allow individuals to carry whether or not they're licensed or not. In
That's
federal
right.
law, there's I'll give a couple examples: federal courthouses, federal buildings, national cemeteries, post office. Again, federal law stays in effect. Clearly, we can't change federal law. Sometimes we wish we could, but federal law will stay in effect. And under state law, places like hospitals, racetracks, courthouses, polling places during voting, etc., and I won't list them all, those will all stay in effect under your legislation as well.
Those places that weapons are prohibited,
Yes,
they call it places prohibited, do stay in effect under this law. Now, there have been changes over the years. Last
of
session,
course.
we I believe, absolved places prohibited or removed places prohibited regarding churches and synagogues and places of worship.
Yes.
And thankfully we did, actually, in the case of what I outlined earlier in the discussion.
Right.
So, but yes, this bill has nothing to do with removing any of the places weapons are prohibited.
And private businesses, private property will still have the same choices that they have had under prior law to post if it's their decision not to have anyone with a weapon on their premises, except for peace officers, yes.
That's right. The criminal trespass aspects and the ability of a private business or private owner or private property to post a sign and to not allow individuals to carry either in 30-06, 30-07 in the current law or in 30-05 under the criminal trespass and what would be envisioned under this bill, similar to 30-06, is still going to be in place.
In place. All right. Thank you, Senator Schwartz. All right. We'll have some more questions as you go through the amendments. Thank you very much for answering my
Senator.
questions.
I appreciate specific clarification. I thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Blanco, for what purpose?
Questions of the author?
Senator Swartman, do you yield?
I yield, Senator.
Senator Blanco, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. So I just want to be clear, this is about getting rid of a license to carry a firearm in our state. That's correct, right?
The license is still going to be available, but it is not a mandatory requirement for law-abiding citizens aged 21 years or older to carry a sidearm, holster sidearm in public. That's what the bill's effect would be in kind of summary.
And does this bill also touch on who can and cannot possess a firearm?
It does not. As we just had a discussion with Senator Huffman, possession and the ability to bear or carry are two different issues. There are possession laws, both under federal and state law, that are not changed in this bill.
Thank you for that. Looking at Section 24 of the bill, it amends Section 46.04 of the Penal Code. That's going to be on page 10, line 16. So this is dealing with unlawful possession of a firearm. And you add Section A-1 to 46.04 of the Penal Code. Is that correct? That's, just to be clear, it's on page 10, line 16.
Page 10, line 16, section 24.
Yes, sir. And it would be Section A-1 that's added.
Yes, that section that is added is currently it mirrors current law. Yes, that's the reason it was added.
Okay, so if I'm reading this correct, the bill is making it illegal for certain people to possess a firearm. Is that accurate?
That is currently in place regarding criminal street gangs, and it was to carry a license to carry. They're illegal to do that. There is a database, I believe, of criminal street gangs in the state of Texas. They are prohibited from carrying. This continues that prohibition regarding the permitless carry for those individuals. Yes.
And why does the bill prohibit them?
I wanted to continue to mirror what is in current law.
Okay, because the language says that it's illegal for a member of a criminal street gang to have a firearm on in their car or their boat. That's correct, right?
Well, actually, the specific language, sir, is a person who is a member of a criminal street gang, as defined in section 71.01. So there's a specific category and definition. Commits an offense if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, and those are very important words, carries on or about his or her person a handgun in a motor vehicle or a watercraft.
Okay, so this person in the bill, they're prohibited from possessing a firearm in the vehicle, in the boat. Have they been convicted of a crime at this point?
Senator, I'm not for sure. Again, this provision was a provision that the premise of the bill is trying to mirror exactly what's in LTC regarding those that are prohibited from carrying. And so this was a provision regarding criminal street gangs that was carried over and mirrored essentially to put in place regarding permitless carry.
Okay, so is being a criminal street gang, a member of a criminal street gang, is that by itself a crime?
I believe if you are a criminal street gang in the DPS database, you cannot carry, and so therefore we put that also in this bill.
Okay. In Chapter 71 of the Penal Code on organized crime, I couldn't find that being a gang member was a crime. Being a gang member was a crime without some other criminal act by the person. Is that how you
The
understand?
section 71.01 I'm not as familiar with. This is again a mirroring of what is currently regarding the LTC statute, so that it is commensurate and similar to between the individuals that wish to carry an LTC versus individuals that would carry in a permitless manner.
Okay, so if this gang member hasn't been convicted of any crime, in the event that the gang member has not been convicted of a crime, why are we making it illegal for him to have a firearm in his vehicle or boat?
Again, it mirrors the current statute regarding LTC statute, and as such was added in the House, or was the genesis of it was in the House, and I thought it was appropriate to continue. We did not hear testimony regarding concerns about this language. And, you know, the bill really isn't about street gangs and who can or cannot, well, in some respects, who can or cannot carry specific to street gangs. I was mirroring what's in current law to make it as an apples to apples comparison between the two groups of individuals, those that are prohibited under LTC and those that would be prohibited under permitless carry.
Look, and I agree that dangerous people, including members of criminal organizations or street gangs, they should not be able to carry firearms. And I'm glad that we're having this discussion because there's common ground here. But what I want to talk to you about a little bit is keeping handguns out of the hands of criminals, because that's important. There's been some dialogue earlier about that. You're familiar with the governor's Texas Safety Action Report that he issued following the mass shooting in El Paso?
I've not read the report. I'm familiar with that there was one, but you can maybe educate me or bring up what you want to bring up regarding that report.
Right. So the Texas Safety Action Report is based on several roundtables and meetings after the shooting. The Texas Safety Commission was comprised of several members of this body, members of the House, several pro-Second Amendment groups and leaders. They had local elected officials, state officials, federal law enforcement. We had mental health professionals and other experts in our community. And in this report, the governor outlined 11 recommendations for the legislature to consider to keep guns out of the hands of criminals, while respecting the Second Amendment of law and respecting law-abiding Texans. Does this bill adopt any of those strategies to keep guns out of the hands of actual criminals that you're aware of?
Senator, without knowing the specific 11 recommendations, I do not believe I can speak to that. But really, the premise of the bill is not about trying to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. This is about trying to reinstitute a constitutional right for law-abiding citizens. I appreciate the work of the governor's council. Were you on that? You might have been. Yes. So,
yeah.
So you can probably tell me. I don't believe it probably does, based upon what you're discussing.
Well, so, you know, there's a lot of apprehension around this bill. I think 81% of Texans support the current licensing to carry framework. Do you think that people would have more reservations or less reservations if we adopted safeguards to make it harder for criminals to carry guns?
I don't want guns in the hands of criminals. That said, there's a variety of opinions about gun ownership and the safety that is engendered or diminished by gun ownership. I personally feel that law-abiding citizens carrying is a deterrent and a societal good regarding safety in this day and age. Unfortunately, we have jurisdictions that are not prosecuting criminals, not prosecuting individuals that are committing violent, assaultive behavior. And that's unacceptable, but it happens because those are the people that are elected. So what do people do in that situation? They look to themselves to protect them and their family. Mm-hmm. And that's what this bill is trying to do. Diminish the prohibitions or the barriers to allow an individual to protect him and his family in these troubling times by allowing those law-abiding citizens to carry in a permitless manner handgun in a holster on their person in a common area.
Well, we've talked about some amendments, and my office has shared amendments with your office based on the governor's Texas Safety Action Report. I'm going to be offering some amendments. I hope we can find some common ground to make these amendments acceptable. So we're making sure, if we're going to go down this road, we're making sure that we're keeping guns out of the hands of actual criminals. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Blanco.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
Questions of the author?
You yield?
I yield, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Schwertner, you agree that all constitutional rights are subject to some reasonable degree of regulation, yes? The right to vote, the right to speak, the right to assemble, the right to bear arms, they're all subject to some level.
I was going through the list, but I would probably subscribe to that. The right to life, you can argue whether or not you should
That one's
have
not in
that
the
infringed.
Constitution.
I mean, can I have half a life?
No, I mean, life is in Declaration of Independence, not in the Bill of Rights. But they're all subject to some reasonable level of regulation. Even your bill here has some level of regulation, right?
I'm not arguing that regulation is not constitutional. Under the Supreme Court case, the Heller case versus D.C., not only was an individual right to keep and bear arms affirmed, but also state regulation of that right was affirmed. And so I think the states have a right under both the Texas Constitution as enumerated, as well as under the U.S. Constitution as case law provides, to regulate. Now, what is the level of regulation is the question.
Indeed, and I appreciate you acknowledging those very important moments. And would you agree that that case, District of Columbia versus Heller, with Justice Antonin Scalia authoring the majority, is the most clear statement of the contemporary meaning of the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms?
Yeah, that is 1988 case. I think it is probably the clearest, most pertinent example and the first affirmation of an individual right to keep and bear, two words, arms.
And that majority opinion, and Justice Scalia was known for the clarity of his writing, indeed acknowledges that this area of the law was not all that clear prior to the opinion. So if you'll indulge me, I'd like to read two sentences with which I'm sure you're already familiar. There seems to us no doubt on the basis of both both text and history, that the Second Amendment conferred an individual right to keep and bear arms, and that's what you just referred to. The following sentence, he says, of course, the right was not unlimited, just as the First Amendment's right of free speech was not unlimited. And I believe you've acknowledged both those elements of the opinion. Okay, so sticking with Heller, does Heller say that states can't require permits as a condition to carrying a weapon?
Cannot require? No, it does not. In fact, I think it says that states have a right to regulate, and therefore they can or cannot require a permit based upon that state's decisions. And in 20 states, it has been affirmed by those legislatures that a permit is not required. And that's what we're doing today, is discussing whether or not a license to carry, although we're going to keep it in the bill as an alternative, is a requirement to carry in an open manner sidearm that is holstered.
Right. And in fact, Heller left in place Washington, D.C.'s licensure requirement, correct?
If you say so, sir, I'm not familiar as well as you are.
I'll represent you that it did, which would suggest that if requiring permits were unconstitutional, it would have been stricken down in Heller, and it was not. And I think you've been gracious in acknowledging that point. Do you know of any judicial authority anywhere for the proposition that the United States Constitution would preclude a state from requiring a permit?
That would preclude a state?
That would stop Texas from requiring permits?
One more time.
Do you know of any judicial authority anywhere that would stop Texas or any other state from requiring permits to carry a gun?
I think instead of require, I think the word would be allow. And I do not know of any judicial authority that would prohibit Texas from allowing a requirement for a permit.
Let's be simple and just between us.
In
normal language, the Constitution doesn't stop this legislature from passing a law that requires people to obtain a permit as a precondition to carrying a weapon around.
It does not, nor does it stop it from removing that requirement.
So, the point of my inquiry, there really is no such thing as constitutional carry, right?
There is the constitutional right to keep and bear arms as promulgated by state legislatures after case law has allowed and reaffirmed state legislatures putting in place permits or not putting in place permits.
But this bill, if anybody refers to this as constitutional carry, they're talking about something that doesn't exist. right? They're taking in vain our founding documents and the words and will of the people who founded this nation. If they're claiming that those documents, those intentions, or their words gave you the right to carry a weapon without a permit, they cannot co-opt those documents or those authors into this debate. It's a very respectful debate going on about the wisdom of this bill, but it ain't a constitutional question, is it?
The Constitution, both the U.S. Constitution and Texas Constitution, speak to the right to bear arms. Now, I've given that states can regulate that, as Scalia's opinion said, through a permitting process or not. But that right to bear arms is certainly enumerated in both the Texas Constitution and U.S. Constitution.
You and I agree on that. In fact, the Texas Constitution, Article 1, Section 23, says that the legislature shall have power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with the view to prevent crime. They're not referring to fashion in regulating the wearing of arms, right? So we've got the power to require permits, I would presume, even under the Texas Constitution.
We have a lot of power to do good and do bad, yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess would you agree that this is really a question of convenience? This is convenient carry or careless carry or reckless carry, but it's not constitutional carry, is it?
I would say this is a matter of life and death for some individuals regarding today's society and their concerns about enforcement of laws, prosecution of laws, and their need to avail themselves of their right to self-defense.
I understand that, but they can just get a permit, can't they?
Sir, one more time.
I understand that's your feeling and sincere conviction. Can't they just get a permit?
Individuals can get a permit if they so choose. It takes 60 days. They have to pay a penalty. They have to take time off of work. They have to go through a course and certain training. Now, these are all potentially good things, but sometimes you might need a handgun for your personal defense then and there. You want to go buy one and have one, and not just have it in your car or at your house, but be able to put it in your, hold it, have it on your body for your own self-defense because of whatever happened in your life.
And that
at that
really
time,
is, I think,
an immediate need for self-protection is probably felt by the majority of women in their lifetime. Yes.
And so the rest of this debate with my colleagues and your colleagues, actually we're all colleagues, right? But the majority of this discussion is going to concern what you just said. But I wanted through this dialogue to establish that there's no constitutional cloak of legitimacy to this bill. It's really about your belief that people ought to not have to get a permit, and my belief that they should.
My idea of the Constitution and the rights should be as limited regarding regulatory hindrance as possible. And that includes the Second Amendment right. There's all the 5 rights in the First Amendment, and there's varying degrees of acceptance of prohibition, regulation, limiting of those rights. And this bill speaks to removing some hindrance to the full application of your Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. Some hindrance in the way of a state regulation that requires an individual to obtain a license to be able to bear arms, a sidearm, which is not commensurate, not similar, and never has been in place when it comes to the right to bear a long gun in the state of Texas.
I understand all that, but the Constitution itself doesn't give anybody in Texas the right to protest a permit scheme, a permit system in the state of Texas. We've established that. Okay. I appreciate the discussion. Thank you, Senator Schwartz.
Senator Nichols, for what purpose?
To ask the authors some questions.
You yield?
I yield. Senator.
Thank you. It's not my intent to ask you a string of pointed questions like you've been getting, but to talk more in terms of guiding principles. We're trying to give rights back to citizens who strongly feel like they have those rights. We also, at the same time, as a legislative body, back law enforcement. And law enforcement early on had some concerns, and I think it's very important. I know you have visited with some of us maybe you visited with all of us, but I think it'd be real important to kind of go through some of your workings with some of the different law enforcement groups, and specifically the Texas Sheriff's Association I'm interested in, although I talked to a lot of them. The Sheriff's Association, in my opinion, I think all 254 sheriffs are members of the Texas Sheriff's Association, at least they claim so, but they are elected officials who represent every square inch of every county in the state of Texas. And so I think they have a little different perspective than some of the others. So would you kind of walk through your meetings with particularly the Sheriff's Association? I've got 19 sheriffs, including the president of the Texas Sheriff's Association is in my district, Sheriff Tom Maddox, Sabine County. So he calls me on a regular basis and we talk about these things. And I did visit with him some this morning. And so for the people, not just here on the floor, but in the audience and the people watching, kind of walk us through those steps.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I've met, in law enforcement, it's extremely important to hear their concerns and try to address them as best possible, balancing the rights of individuals with the concerns of law enforcement as they do dangerous jobs. So I've met multiple times now, individually as well as in consultation with other members and leadership with the Sheriff's Association of Texas, and have authored amendments, for instance, that address one of the sheriff's concerns about expungement of criminal records. One of the amendments will remove that amendment that was put on in the House, as the Sheriff's Association had concerns that they needed to maintain those weapon-related convictions on a person's criminal record, and that was an imperative. They also had concerns about persons that were assaultive or threatening or had prior weapons-related crimes, enjoying the permitless carry provisions. And so there is amendments that add those individuals in a prohibitive manner from being able to carry in a permitless manner. So they have authored a bill here, and a letter, and they have given ideas, as all stakeholders have, about ways that they would like to see. This is, again, a compilation of thoughts amongst members about what is the correct way we should move Texas forward regarding our Second Amendment rights, with understanding of gun owner groups as well as law enforcement groups being the two largest participants in stakeholder consultation. And so I think the amendments address a large number of the concerns of law enforcement. And the Sheriff's Association in particular, I would like to point out, has been very constructive in dialogue about addressing the concerns with their realization as elected officials themselves of the citizenry and the need to defend and protect and allow the enjoyment of the constitutional rights in as expansive a manner as possible.
Okay, now you mentioned early on, I know in some of the different meetings we've had, you specifically have gone over the different amendments that you were planning on accepting or putting up yourself. And I think you've given most everybody on the floor.
Yeah, everybody has had them since this morning.
And so a lot of those came from some of your meetings related to law enforcement. I believe that's correct.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and so...
but also with various firearm gun owners groups as well.
An association.
Yeah.
We all get different kinds of robo-mail and stuff on our social media and things like that. And I've heard some of the gun rights people refer to some of these amendments as watering down the bill. But the explanations you've given me on these amendments and the ones I've read, I'm not an attorney like Senator Huffman, but I saw her book on criminal laws sitting right there. But in principle, there's nothing in any of those amendments that, in my opinion, waters down the bill. They all continue to back up the rights of the citizens while also trying to have reasonable protection for some of the law enforcement as well. So as a guiding principle, I think that's kind of what you stuck to all the way through this.
The individuals that have had a significant assaultive background or threatening background, I think there is a need to address that in the amendment process regarding the prohibition and carrying in a permitless manner. It's a balance regarding the restoration of those rights and how we address it as a state. So I think we've struck a good balance here in this bill, one that advances dramatically, I believe, Second Amendment freedoms, and is I think seen as expansive regarding those who can avail themselves of their Second Amendment rights to bear arms.
All right, thank you. I know you've had a really busy week, but thank you very much.
It's been a long week, yes, sir.
Senator Powell, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President, to ask the author questions on the bill.
Do you yield?
I yield, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Schwertner, for engaging this robust discussion this afternoon on your bill. As I've been listening to the questions and your responses, I'd like to, if I may, Mr. President and Senator, I'd like to respond to a comment that you made about my son having been assaulted by a homeless person here in Austin, and it is actually in the lead up to my first question. My son Ken was watching the hearing on television today and sent me a response to your question, and he said, "To be clear, I have no training or experience in the use of a handgun. If I had had one on me when I was assaulted, as Senator Schwertner's bill would allow," and I'll say that in the form of a question, "my injuries would likely have been much worse than a black eye and a bloody face. The presence of a gun could have escalated the violence. My attacker could have taken the gun and used it against me, or I could have taken the life of a bystander or my friend who was helping to intervene in the assault. That bill, this bill, wouldn't have made me safer that day, and it sure as hell won't make Texas safer." That was his comment to me. And the resolution of that incident was that the bystander called 911, they were able to drive the perpetrator away, and he was arrested 1 block away from the site of the incident. And that leads me to my question. As I looked at the testimony from the hearings associated with this bill, I don't believe that I saw a single police chief or a police association testify in favor of this legislation. Is that true, Senator Schwertner?
The police association, I don't remember a specific police chief on the Senate side. There was a sheriff from Tyler, Texas, 250,000 Polk County, that testified in favor of it. The Sheriff's Association was on the bill, and I think the Texas Municipal Police Association was opposed to the bill, and the Houston Police Officers Union was on the bill.
Okay. And as I look through the House testimony as well, I don't see any chiefs of police or police associations that testified in favor in the House either.
Senator, you might be right. I did not listen to all the testimony in the House proceedings. I guess I'd just suffice it to say that historically on these type of bills, including the ones going all the way back to concealed carry, there's always been opposition by organized police associations. And the concern about officer safety in the case of concealed carry, and how are we going to know, and ID, and is there going to be shootouts at street corners? And to be quite frank, that never has come to bear. And so that realization of how we've advanced gun ownership and gun right laws in Texas has to a great extent, influenced at least my opinion of some testimony that says the sky is falling, because it's not falling. Murder rates in states, aggravated assault, rape in states have passed permitless carry, have not skyrocketed, and they will not in Texas. Now, there are legitimate concerns by law enforcement, certainly, and I think we address those in amendments to the extent that is appropriate, balancing the various competing interests.
And are you unconcerned that we are seeing so much opposition from our public safety leaders? I know in my community we've seen a police officer shot 3 times in the last month. We've seen our DPS officers this year killed in gun violence incidents, and I'm overwhelmingly worried about the impact of this bill on the safety of important police officers. Would you agree that that could be the outcome of this bill?
Senator, I think this bill is going to improve overall societal safety by allowing law-abiding adults to protect them and their family by carrying a sidearm in a holster, which is similar and consistent with what we allow in Texas currently with long guns. The criminals are going to be criminal. They are going to avail themselves of obtaining a firearm, unfortunately. And the idea that removing firearms from law-abiding citizens somehow makes the world safer is just not something I subscribe to. So I guess we might disagree with that, the overall premise there. You know what, I also will note that one of the, I think the second or the third highest Houston police officer did come down and testify, and she was telling me, or she was just in her testimony was describing, the various things that police unions would say about the bill regarding their concerns. But I couldn't help but sit there and go, well, why aren't we having prosecution of these felons and individuals performing crime? Because that is a second leg regarding getting criminals, is not just removing guns from criminals, but actually prosecuting them and locking them up. And that, unfortunately, is not happening in some areas of the state.
Well, in response to your comments, the police chief of Fort Worth, the largest city in my district and the 5th largest city in the state of Texas, sent a letter on this issue to your committee. And in that letter, he wrote that this bill would, quote, remove crucial safeguards that are meant to protect Texans. He went on in that letter to say that current law increases the safe handling of firearms by those carrying their weapons in person. The chief makes an important point here that our current law is working. It adds simple safeguards and allows people to safely and freely carry a firearm if they so choose. Do you have specific examples where our current law has made Texans less safe?
No, I think our current law has made Texans more safe by allowing them to obtain a license and carry. This goes one step forward and allows them to carry in a permitless manner if they are law-abiding citizens. I would also add, I think you said the police chief out of Fort Worth, the sheriff of Tarrant County, if I'm not mistaken, who is the highest-ranking elected official, law enforcement official in that county, is, I believe, 100% supportive of this bill, if I'm not mistaken. Someone might re-inform me, Kelly. Anyway,
I have not seen that support, so it'd be hard for me to answer that.
I'll clarify that over the testimony's time.
Well, Senator, I approach this issue with public safety, the top thing in my mind. If I sit down in a restaurant with a gentleman or a woman who has a holster belted to their side and a gun in it, I want to know that that person is well trained in the use of that gun. I want to know that if they draw that gun, they know what they're doing with it. And I know that the police officers across the state of Texas want to understand that. And it's why I have consulted with our public safety officers since day one to formulate my view. I know that our police leadership works every day to keep us safe, and I think we owe them every single tool in the toolbox and a seat at our policy-making table as we make decisions like this one about public safety issues. And I think that all in all, it's why everyone in this body worked so hard and voted in favor of legislation that supports public police departments and making sure that they're funded and that they're safe in every way that we can help to keep them safe, whether that's with regard to COVID-19 or whether it's regard to guns. So, Senator, thank you so much for engaging the conversation today, and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the dialogue.
Senator Hancock, for what purpose?
To ask a question of the author.
You yield.
Yes, I yield, Senator.
Porter, I know you were here early, and you've been up for a while answering some questions, so I'll be brief. Are you aware of the sheriff of Tarrant County actually provided me the training for my LTC as my son? Were you aware of that?
I was not aware. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting bit of information.
So I have a good relationship with him. Are you aware that he actually supports this legislation?
I was under the assumption, I guess you're confirming it.
I am confirming.
I'm sorry, his name, the sheriff?
Sheriff Wayburn.
Wayburn, yes.
So, and re-elected, does a phenomenal job. They're obviously followed existing law. I know that for a fact, personally, on that. And many of the groups that oppose this legislation, when we had campus carry, many of those same groups opposed that legislation as well initially. Is that correct?
That is, yeah. Campus carry. I wasn't here for concealed carry, but there have been a number of measures. I've had vigorous debate on this floor. This is obviously one, and it is a change of the allowance to bear, or not possess, but bear an arm, to carry an arm, a sidearm, in public. And it should be well discussed about the various concerns and benefits as well. And so, I was, again, I wasn't here for the concealed, but.
Well, and open carry, many of the same groups.
Yeah, 4 years
For campus
ago.
carry, many of the same groups opposed open carry. Have we seen a negative impact across the state with the passage of those pieces of legislation?
We have not. I think safety has actually been improved across our state.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, right currently I have 3 speakers left on suspension. There may be more because people add, but I do want to say that I want to give the ladies up here a break shortly so they can grab a bite to eat and take a few minute break. They've been out here for almost 4 hours, so I'm going to go about another 20 minutes with speakers. If you go longer than that, then we'll just take a break and pick up after that, but I want to give the ladies up here a little bit of a break. Senator Whitmire, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield, Senator.
First off, we're going to have dueling sheriffs. You are aware the sheriff of the largest county is strongly opposed to it, which leads me to the question, where do you live?
I live in Georgetown, Texas, Williamson County, just north of here.
What's your largest city?
Round Rock is.
Round Rock. And the reason I ask that is, would you not agree that this is a very large and diverse state, and perhaps the sheriff of Smith County, who testified in your committee, with 200,000 citizens, would have different concerns than a sheriff of a county like Harris with 4 million people?
I certainly understand that and believe that's true, yes.
And even the police departments would have different challenges depending on their location. And would you not think it's a responsibility of all of us to represent our district, but certainly be mindful of the impact it will have in areas that we do not represent? We are state senators with a responsibility to our district, but our appreciation that the state is impacted by what we do.
Dean, that's well said. Yes, sir.
And did you take that in consideration? Because are, in the eyes of many stakeholders, believe you're fixing to do harm to the more larger, diverse communities where bad folks can hide easier. You know, I assume in Round Rock or Georgetown, Pflugerville, many of the areas you represent, if you're got a reputation as a bad person, law enforcement probably has you on their radar. Where in Houston, with 3 million people, it's easy to get lost until the police find you because you violated the law.
Senator, I believe there's some truth in that. Williamson County is 600,000, but I certainly represent counties that have 20, 25,000, which I believe the knowledge of individuals in those counties is probably a little higher by the sheriffs and their deputies, yes.
The only point I'm making is the larger the community, the more challenges we have in many regards, but certainly in terms of law enforcement. In fact, if someone in Houston, HPD, makes a robbery in progress, they go to a convenience store and they see someone carrying a weapon, would your proposal allow them to ask that person who they are and what they're doing with the gun?
Yes, sir. Under reasonable suspicion, if a police officer believes that an individual carrying a weapon is in the act of committing a crime, they are able to
No, you just walk in. What if someone's walking by the convenience store down Memorial Drive? I mean, this is a realistic possibility. They're making a call and they see an individual with a gun. They obviously would like to know who the person is.
They might like to know, sir, but under reasonable suspicion, you have to have a reason to stop them. And
how about just being near where they're making a call?
I'm sorry, they're making a call.
They're making a call, an urgent call to robbery in progress, and someone's getting out of the car there with a weapon. Can they, under your provisions, ask them who the heck they are? I don't think they can.
Again, under all provisions of law, to do I guess what they call a Terry stop, you have to have reasonable suspicion that individual is not only possessing a weapon, but also about to or in the act of committing a crime. So they will have the authority, and this bill changes nothing regarding the authority of police officer to perform a Terry stop and enforce the law and to take certain actions, including apprehension of that individual.
But don't you think your law, if passed, will make it much more difficult on them being able to recognize a suspect versus, you keep referring to your law-abiding citizens. Let me ask you this, what's a law-abiding citizen look like? I mean, this is a serious question. You keep saying we're restoring constitutional privileges and rights to law-abiding citizens. Well, unfortunately, not everyone is a law-abiding citizen. So what's a law-abiding citizen look like?
You can't delineate by look a law-abiding citizen. It's by action.
Well, I don't know about in your world, but in the real world that I read and live in, there's a lot of profiling goes on. And if you keep, as you've started with Senator Hall, your introduction was, we're only looking out for law-abiding citizens. Do you know that TDCJ released 70,000 parolees the year before COVID? And I haven't seen this year's numbers. I'm assuming they're close to 50. How do you reconcile convicted felons being released from prison? I know the HPD wanted an amendment that there would be a minimum. Are you going to put a minimum sentence if a felon is carrying a gun under your provision?
We do, sir. We actually have enhanced penalties for a felon caught carrying.
Okay.
It goes from a third degree to a second degree, minimum 10, 3G.
But you know, the problem with that premise is, or that violation or sentence is, that's after the fact. You're not going to prevent that person in this proposal. But I know they're violating the law, and they'll be arrested if they're apprehended and confronted by law enforcement, but they will only be found out when they have contact with the police.
A felon that wants to acquire a firearm, this does nothing to, a felon's going to get a gun. This is about law-abiding individuals being able to attain a firearm.
Would you not agree it's not just going to be law-abiding citizens that hear about your law and take advantage of it?
If you're carrying in a lawless manner,
and you keep saying
if you cannot possess, then you are violating the law. So therefore, those that are carrying are doing it
and you
in a
keep
lawful
saying
manner.
Restore our constitutional right. When did we lose it? I mean, how far back do you want to go?
1871 for sidearms. We never have lost it regarding long guns.
And you walked through the timetable with Senator Hall beginning, I think, in 95. I was here, voted for concealed weapon with a number of our colleagues. Right. Then you went through campus carry,
open carry.
Open carry. Did you not leave out, in all due respect to my colleague Senator Hall, y'all left out, would you not agree, one critical element where this differs from everything we've done before, which included training and background checks? This will be the first time, you not agree, that we will not look to training or background checks for law enforcement or the authorities to know who they're dealing with. And that is, would you not agree, a huge departure from where we've been before?
The state regulation requirement, licensure requirement, which includes a background check, includes classroom training, includes firearm proficiency, 50 bullets fired, that is removed. It does not remove the background check associated with purchase of a firearm. You cannot, it does not expand possession of a firearm. What we have seen in Texas, as I've tried to articulate on this floor, is a steady increase of citizens bearing arms, not just owning, but actually bearing in public in certain ways, concealed, open, in their vehicle. And as such, we have not seen deleterious effects to the extent, in fact, I would say the opposite. I think it has been an improvement of overall safety of those individuals and as society as a whole. This bill is that next step. This is a removal of a state requirement to carry without a permit by those that already are able to possess a firearm.
Well, I've heard that, and it leads me to wonder, when did you decide that this be something that you would carry? I mean, you've been in the legislature a number of years. My recollection is you haven't carried it before. In fact, I think 4 years ago, someone proposed it, and it was killed by largely the initiative of the police chiefs. I think I went by their press conference. So if it is so important, why haven't you done it in previous sessions when you had an opportunity?
Well, we all have different pieces of legislation we work on each session. This restoration of constitutional rights has been around now for 15 years, maybe. I can't recall the very first one. The last one was Tennessee in April of this year. So Tennessee is a fairly big sized state, but now we're up to 20. We have some significant knowledge of things like murder rates, assault, rape in those states. We have some knowledge of various gun parameters in those states regarding actions against certain gun laws. So I think it's appropriate that a big state like Texas address this at this time.
Of course, someone could say it's appropriate for a big state like Texas to not do it because we're so unique in our size and diversity and our urban and really probably what I'd call, the major state. So I'm not going to ask you to name those. What'd you say in your debate? 22 states?
There are 20 states. Vermont, has never had a prohibition.
You're such a smart person. I don't know where you went to. You've been talking about the Constitution all morning. I don't know where you went to law school. But surely, Senator, you don't want to compare Vermont as a guiding light for this state. I mean, they do have an income tax, do they not?
I think they do, yes. There are 5 states that don't.
I was just waiting to pull that one on you. I mean, we don't look to other states as a model for their financial condition, and I would actually say even their public safety.
You're right, we don't, but we look to other states for good ideas. We look to our history for good ideas. We look to our founding documents for good ideas. And I think this is a compilation of all those. So that's what we're doing here today.
Okay, so I hope we've established that we don't want to follow everything Delaware. I could name most of your states. Do you have a major urban how about a developed state? I will call many of them haven't developed. I don't know if Idaho's been discovered by most people yet, but is any of the other major metropolitan areas living under your conditions? I would say no.
There's, Tennessee has some pretty good sized cities. Arizona has Phoenix. Mississippi has some decent sized. Kentucky.
Oh yeah, Mississippi's a great one to look for.
You're right though, Senator. They're not the big northeastern cities, Chicago. And if you want to go to that discussion, you look at the stringent gun laws associated with municipalities, cities, and states, and their murder rate, their problems associated with gun crime are dramatic. And we are prohibiting in those states, in those municipalities, ownership of a firearm for self-defense against our Constitution. And that's wrong. It shouldn't be happening. And so we're not going to let it happen in Texas. And this bill eases those restrictions that are currently in place in Texas.
Let me just, would you agree with this? And it's totally speculation, but it's fairly educated speculation. It will just be a matter of time that this state, if this law becomes law, it will just be a matter of time that it's changed and taken off our books. I don't know if it'll be 10 years, 20 years, could be like next session. Would you not agree at some point this will come off the books because it's going to be found to be so reckless? We'll have some data on the impact it has. I mean, I just think you're doing something that's ready to be defeated the next opportunity a body gets together. But you want to
Senator, I would.
Okay, 2 more issues I want to visit with you about. And this is probably the most serious question I could ask you. Do you support red flag laws? You're familiar with what the red flag laws are. If someone's threatening someone, through due process, law enforcement or administrators can go to court and prove up that this person is a risk, and for 90 days, they can't own a firearm. So do you support the red flag? Because
this bill isn't about red flag laws. I don't recall that getting to the Senate floor and being properly debated. I have reservations about it. Red flag laws, and other than that knowledge of it, removing a firearm without conviction, without an actual
have due process.
No.
But don't you
think there are pluses and minuses of any,
which unfortunately I think it will. I would hope that you would consider a red flag law, because I think it will become even more critical that if someone has access to weapons, constitutional carry, and if they're threatening someone, family member, neighborhood dispute, and they're so irrational and dangerous that we would go through a due process and ask the courts to restrain them from owning a weapon and carrying a weapon under your provisions.
Senator, that individual can currently
Understand.
possess a firearm
That law.
and a long gun.
And quite frankly, I think it should be passed before we get to yours. I haven't been able to have a hearing, but maybe that'll be a part of this discussion. Certainly the leadership's listening to us. Let me close by asking you this, because I think on behalf of the body, I think each of the 31 members talk about family. So we're concerned about their safety and political well-being. You're familiar that some of our colleagues have started receiving mailers from gun proponents in recent days.
Including myself, yes, sir.
You received one?
Asking me to vote for this bill, yes.
They don't know you're the sponsor? Anyway, I assume you don't approve of that.
Senator,
the
right to
campaigning and threatening of members
now that's a
while
different
they're
story.
doing their job, I think, is reprehensible. And a couple of them have actually been, people have gone to their home and physically offended them. So,
Senator, I'd like to stay on the bill, on the questions, if we could.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Senator, as you know, we have a right to free press. It is not a right to assault verbally in any manner, violate an individual, threaten an individual.
Sure.
Those are crimes and they should be prosecuted if they happen.
Well, I just hope you'll join with me and others to say that it's just not good to try to intimidate members to vote a certain way while we're meeting in this session.
I don't think any member on this floor can be intimidated to vote a particular way.
Well, I beg to differ, but that's your opinion. Thank you.
We're going to try this again, members, because I do want to give the ladies a break, but I'm trying to get through the speakers. So please be respectful of our ladies up front here. Senator Alvarado, then Senator Miles, you'll be next. Senator Alvarado?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the author some questions.
Do you yield?
I yield. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Schwartner, you and I may not agree on this issue, but I do respect anybody who puts work into their bill, into their issue, and you obviously have done that. With that being said, the spin that you've put on this is, can't help but feel a little dizzy from it, because the spin, especially on issues related to domestic violence, I'm going to talk about that in a minute, ask you some questions about that. But let's talk about the general sentiment of Texans overall. Are you aware that 59% of Texans oppose this bill, this issue, including 54% of independent voters in this state? Are you aware of those numbers?
Senator, I'm aware there are a number of polls that supposedly suggest opposition or support of this bill. It is controversial, and as we both know, you can word a poll in a certain way that usually engenders a response that you're seeking. Mark Twain said it best: you have lies, damn lies, and statistics, and right above that, right after that would probably be polls.
Well, all the polling that's been out on this issue, as late as I think today, I think UT released a poll, or at least it was covered in a news story. There's a pattern there. I mean, there's overwhelming opposition to this issue. So
since this bill is clearly at odds with what the general public here in Texas is feeling, how can you explain to voters in the upcoming election of why you push this through?
I think I've articulated the reasons I presented this bill and advanced it as a sponsor in the Senate. I believe the bill speaks for itself. I believe there's been some misinformation overall in the media, as there is with any legislation that's working its way through the process. In the end, it's a simple concept of restoring a right to not just keep, but also bear arms without the requirement of a state license for self-defense on a person as they are in a holster in a public area. When you articulate it like that, should you bear arms for, should a person, and should a young lady be able to carry a firearm for self-defense? Your poll numbers change with time or with the way it's questioned. I'm doing this because I believe in this issue. I believe that the rights granted by our founding documents, our founding fathers, are to be upheld and supported and emphasized. And there have been movements over the years, for whatever reason, that limited those rights. And this is one attempt to restore some partial restriction that occurs when it comes to the Second Amendment right.
Do you think in Texas we have a system that was working, that there's a process to go through if you want an LTC? I mean, I know myself, many of others, we've been through that process. We have a license. We've been through the training. Some of us go and train.
I had an LTC.
Maintenance, yes.
Yes, you have one. I've had one. I do not have a current LTC. And I just decided not to renew it. But the process did not suffice for those that I mentioned regarding that really don't see themselves carrying a lot, but want to have that opportunity when they go in potentially different areas, dangerous areas, and they don't want to have to put in the time, effort, money, wait 60 days to get that permit. NAR, sometimes in another situation, is an individual that needs their availability is self-protection in a fairly immediate circumstance. And they might be able to go purchase a gun and have it in their home, have it in their car, but they can't get out when they're pumping gas and carry it into the gas station or into any area in a common area without having that permit. They can do so if they went and purchased the AK-47 or shotgun, but they can't do it with their handgun. It makes no sense. And so I'm equilibrating and equalizing firearm ownership between a long gun and a handgun in our state.
Let's talk about a constituency in Texas that is kind of the economic backbone of our economy here, small businesses. Our small businesses have suffered, would you agree, from whether it's been Hurricane Harvey or Tropical Storm Imelda, the freeze, the economy? Would you agree that a lot of our businesses...
Certainly have, and you've authored some good legislation regarding that. I think I've voted for that out of committee too.
Okay. So how will this bill impact small businesses and their employees who are now placed in an, I'd say, uncomfortable position of enforcing firearms laws in the face of potentially hostile and now armed patrons? And I ask that because we've seen what businesses have had to deal with when it came to mask wearing, right?
I'm sorry,
wearing masks during the pandemic.
Yes.
So again, we're putting our businesses in these uncomfortable positions. So what do you say to business owners who don't want to be in that position?
As you're well aware, businesses can post a 30-06 or 30-07 sign regarding concealed or open carry and prevent an individual from entering if they are carrying in those manners. This bill would allow for private businesses to post a sign under 30-05, criminal trespass, and do the same thing. there are rights of an individual business to refuse entry to any individual, I believe for any reason pretty much, that should be upheld and protected. At the same time, this allows for individuals to, 21 years of age or older, to carry a sidearm in a holster on their person in a common area and into businesses that do not post those signs, yes, as currently in law with regarding LTC.
Are you concerned about placing an unfunded mandate or burdensome regulation on small businesses who now have to comply with a lot of this? I mean, we're adding on another layer of regulation and concern for businesses. Do you see that?
Senator, I think the regulatory burden on businesses with this bill is extremely small compared to the tax and other regulatory burdens affiliated with whatever their governing entity is, whether it's a restaurant and whatever regulatory agency of the state that usually oversees their business.
Let's talk about property rights. Many of us, including myself, voted and supported Senate Bill 20, which elevated the private citizens' Second Amendment rights over business owners' private property rights. And there were, I know, two members I noticed, Senators Birdwell and Nichols, who opposed it and then had their statements submitted. And they both talked about property rights, the superseding of property rights under the rights guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment due process. So how can you reconcile this bill, which massively expands Second Amendment rights far beyond anything that the framers of our Constitution could have imagined, or current jurisprudence and visions, with its impact on Texas small business owners' Fifth Amendment private property rights?
I'm not for sure exactly the question. I think both rights, Fifth Amendment rights, right to private property, shall not be infringed, as well as your Second Amendment rights are well protected in the wording of this bill and in current law regarding LTCs, with the posting of a sign and the allowance of a business to refuse entry to an individual carrying a sidearm if they so choose, but at the same time respecting an individual in common areas to be able to possess that firearm.
Let me move on to the next topic. Domestic violence. There's been a few exchanges here on the floor between you and other senators on domestic violence. Are you aware that individuals convicted of a Class A or B misdemeanor may not hold a license to carry for 5 years after the date of conviction, and that DPS must suspend an LTC once a person is charged with a Class A or B misdemeanor?
One more time, if you'll say that, I'd appreciate it. Could you repeat that?
Sure. My question is, are you aware that individuals convicted of a Class A or Class B misdemeanor may not hold an LTC for 5 years after the date of conviction, and DPS must suspend the LTC once the person is charged with that Class A or B misdemeanor?
I am aware of that, yes.
All right. These individuals can't lawfully carry handguns in public, okay? But a person charged with a domestic violence crime is not prohibited under current state law from possessing firearms.
They're prohibited under current federal law from possessing. If they've been convicted of a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence, they cannot possess a firearm.
Okay, and you and I had discussion about this earlier, because I've filed a bill now 2 sessions in a row to close the boyfriend loophole on this. And you mentioned about the federal law. And I'm reading something that was authored by Mr. Michael Foster, legislative attorney for the Congressional Research Service. And he cites here that and I'm going to just quote from his writing, nevertheless, because of the definition of intimate partner is limited to spouses, co-parents, and cohabitants, current and former significant others who have never lived together and do not share a child appear to be excluded from the statutory definition. So there's a gray area when it comes to the definition of intimate partner.
I would agree there's been discussion about the definition of intimate partner regarding the enforcement of certain laws. I think it's a broader definition than just cohabitation.
Okay, but anyone involved in this situation would then have to go to federal court, and the line of question and the things that are determined, have you lived together? How long have you lived together? How long have you been in an intimate relationship? All these things that have to, they have to go through a checklist. I think it's something that ought to be addressed in this bill, and that's why I talked to you earlier about the amendment to close the boyfriend loophole.
Thank you, Senator. We did have that discussion. The concern I do think is already addressed with the prohibition of possession, both in federal law and then also current state law regarding possession. If you have a Class A assault against a family or household member in the past 5 years, state law prohibits that. There's issues concerning protective orders that prohibit possession of a firearm in state law, and of course the federal law I mentioned. I think there is actually a multitude of laws that are protective of situations of women or intimate partners or men in situations in which they are unsafe. So I appreciate the discussion. I think it has been and is currently addressed. I think this bill does nothing to diminish that safety.
Well, and I know there are several legislators, especially our women senators here, who feel strongly about this issue, and I hope you will reconsider the amendment later to close the boyfriend loophole. Okay. Let me just touch on something else regarding domestic violence. So, survivors of domestic violence are 5 times more likely to be killed by their abuser when the abuser has access to a firearm. However, current Texas law allows those in a dating relationship but convicted of family violence or subject to a restraining order based on family's violence to continue to possess a firearm. Again, we're still I think in a very gray area when it comes to the definition of the relationship and the fact that we still have a loophole in place that doesn't impact people who are not married. Okay. According to statistics from FBI, calls for domestic violence intervention are the most dangerous calls that are handled by our law enforcement. Based on FBI data, domestic violence interventions resulted in an average of more than 4,000 officer assaults and 6 officer murders per year. Are you aware of those statistics?
I was not specifically aware of the numbers. Obviously, domestic violence is a very common thing, unfortunately, in our day and age. This bill has nothing to do, nor does it diminish the ability of law enforcement to enforce and arrest criminals that are assaulting individuals, abusing individuals, nor does it in any way change current laws regarding misuse of a firearm. These are wrong things that should not happen, that are crimes, that can be prosecuted. But the bill, again, going back to what it does, is allow the removal of a license requirement to possess a firearm in public.
Again, respect your work on this. kindly disagree with it, but again, I think we're falling short when it comes to the domestic violence issue, and with this gray area of how you define an intimate relationship. I think it begs some clarification. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your questions.
I'm coming to you, Senator Miles, and then Senator Eckhart, Senator Menendez. Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Questions to the author.
Do you yield, Senator?
I yield, yes.
You're recognized, Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, sir. Senator.
Senator Swardner, we took on a lot of testimony for this bill the other night.
I believe it was 197 people. Speaking of that, we had a hearing that started in the morning and went till about 7 o'clock at night. I think it was a very respectful hearing. As I've mentioned earlier, there's significant feelings, significant opinions and beliefs about gun ownership in our state. And I applaud the witnesses and the senators for their participation. It's the House had to have this later in the evening, I think, when they heard this bill. So I think it was a good chance for all parties to have a discussion.
Well, I'm glad that everybody had a chance to have input, but I want to focus. Do you remember on the input from your big city police departments, such as Houston, Dallas, Austin? Do you remember the position they took on?
There were individuals from the major metropolitan police departments that came and testified against the bill, as they have with
the major metropolitan.
That's right.
Cities in Texas, police departments testified
as
against.
They have with pretty much every other gun bill that I'm aware of over the years.
Did they indicate to you why they were testifying against the bill?
There are feelings upon some law enforcement, not all, but some, that it hinders their ability to do their job and maybe puts them at a higher risk.
I'm sorry, I was a little chatter in the back. I couldn't hear you. Did you say it hinders their ability to do their job? Is that what I heard you say?
That is their opinion, yes.
That is their opinion? Mm-hmm. And these are people who are professional police officers that deal with criminals and crime every day, correct?
I would note, Senator, these are the
trained law enforcement officers
of those our government relations individuals for those police departments. There are differing feelings regarding individuals in the Sheriff's Association and sheriffs that came and testified, as well as individuals that represent the union that are the rank and file police officers. So I would not say it's a unanimity of opinion of law enforcement. I believe there is always concern when we're dealing with firearm laws, and they are active, obviously, stakeholders in any sort of discussion. But I don't think there was not unanimity. There was support of provisions and the idea of restoration of constitutional rights and respect of those rights. The concern is how to balance that in today's society and their respective jurisdictions.
Okay, well, I'm going to agree with you that there probably wasn't any unanimity as you described, but I want to go back to the major cities who deal with having to de-arm, who have to know if an individual has a firearm on them or not, that have to protect our communities. You know, organizations like the Texas Police Chiefs Association, who testified not in support of this bill. The Texas Association of Police Chiefs said no to this bill. The Texas Municipal Police Association and fraternal officers said no to this bill. Major cities like Dallas, San Antonio said no to this bill. I'm not, we don't need to banter back and forth about the other agencies, the sheriff's departments and things, because I'm going to give you that. Some of them did. Okay?
I would also add that CLEAT was, I think, on the bill. They were not opposed to it. Combined Law Enforcement Agency of Texas.
Good old CLEAT. We can always count on them. You know, sometimes we can write bills and they sound good on paper, but when it gets time to get them back to our districts, depending on what districts we live in, they don't have the same effect that we think that they, you know, the way they were written and the purpose for what they were written. There may be different in your area. You live in, if I could ask respectfully?
Williamson County. Just
Williams County.
Yes.
You know, something that works in Williams County, and we write a bill here, it may not always work in Harris County or Dallas or Austin or some of the big cities. We always get into a debate, Senator Perry, about the difference between rural areas of Texas and urban areas of Texas. And what we try to do on this floor is try to provide and write laws that will protect the entire state of Texas. Positive effects for the entire state of Texas. Am I right?
That's our job. Yes, sir.
That's our job. Well, before I even go into, you know, how this bill, how I think as a former police officer, this bill is really going to affect a community like mine. I just want to break the bill down in a few areas with you to make sure for clarification before I start talking about that, okay? Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
So, HB1927, it will allow people to openly carry a gun into a police headquarters and removes the police department's discretion to limit this access or this action. Am I correct?
The bill currently places weapons are prohibited. I don't believe it's on that list. It does not expand or deal with places weapons are prohibited. Regarding how exactly police departments handle when a person carrying an LTC comes into a police station,
department.
or in this case would be carrying permitless. The bill does speak to where they would have to provide that individual access to a gun locker or other secure area before they go to restricted areas within the department.
So the answer to my question is yes, they can take them into a police department. In the police department's discretion, we've removed basically the police department's discretion.
Senator, it's consistent with long guns and LTC handgun holders right now. They are able to go to a police station and enter it, carrying their weapon, and then is, I believe, the department's rules and regulations about how it's handled within the department. But police departments are not part of Penal Code 46.03, which are places weapons are prohibited. They have to be holstered, of course, yes. They can't go in. If you have a gun out, obviously that is a threatening position of a firearm and is you're immediately subject to obviously arrest and removal of that handgun from your hand.
So the gun can be holstered and concealed, is my concern. It
would have to be holstered or may be concealed, yes.
It may be concealed.
Yes, sir.
And did you ask the opinion of police officers? I'm debating both of them. Did you ask the opinion did y'all ask the opinion of police officers about how they felt about having these guns in their police departments? Was there any questions brought about to even give them?
Specifically, I did not ask them that question as to whether or not having the guns and how it is currently with long guns and LTC holders that are
long guns. Would you agree with me that long guns, we can see those when you're carrying them? They're called long guns, so you can. They're kind of open and obvious.
Right, but you can carry now in an open manner or in a concealed manner. This bill would allow the permitless carry in an open manner or a concealed manner a handgun. Yes, in a holster, of course.
when you're in public, do you think to yourself, or when you're out with your family, do you wonder or worry about if somebody standing next to you or somebody in a restaurant next to you is carrying a firearm or not?
Generally, when I see an individual carrying a firearm, I'm actually reassured that I have greater protection in that immediate region because of that.
But what if you can't? What if you can't see the firearm? Do you get worried?
In some ways, that's even better.
It's even better
If they're
you can't
carrying
see
in a
it?
concealed manner and an offense occurs, then the open carry maybe discourages certain actions. Concealed carry might actually save your life.
Concealed carry by. What if you're standing next to a non-law-abiding citizen, like the exchange that you and Senator Whitmire had, and you know this guy is not a law-abiding citizen, but he's standing next to your wife and your kids, and you're at a function. Does it come across your mind anytime?
Why would I presume a person's not law-abiding if I don't see them breaking the law?
Well, because I think the definition of law-abiding, we couldn't determine what a law-abiding person was in the exchange that you and Whitmire had.
In the aspect of the bill, law-abiding is used to be consistent with the ability to possess a firearm and therefore be able to carry in a permitless manner.
I'm going to get a little personal. Do you consider me law-abiding?
Yes, sir.
You
I do. Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it worry or bother you that, because your office is next door to my office, does it worry or bother you if there's a firearm in my office or not? Or like when your wife...
Worry you there was one in mine?
Or like when your wife comes out and we greet each other and hug, do you worry about the fact that Boris may be carrying a firearm? Does that bother
I have
you?
no concern about Senator Miles, you carrying a firearm.
You're never worried about that?
No.
Okay.
I'm
debating
Senator Huffman mentioned we're happy you do. And there's absolutely no kidding aside. The carrying of a firearm, a handgun, a defensive weapon by individuals in society, in my opinion, is something to allow to the greatest extent possible and to be reassured by. I think we have a society that does have criminals, as we've seen across this nation, across this state. And there's a whole host of reasons why crime happens. But
do have permits, correct? That's what you said?
No, sir. Criminals generally do not have permits.
I feel safer knowing if a person has gone through, because there's one thing to have a gun, and there's another thing to know how to use a gun. And I'm sure some of the senators would agree with me on this floor. But under this law, there's no guarantee that we're going to be having people walking around with guns that actually know how to use those guns. And that's a fear.
Senator, your right to possess a firearm, I think, has a commensurate responsibility on the part of that citizen to avail themselves of proper training, proper gun ownership. But in the end, when we're exercising various rights, do we need various regulatory barriers to exercise those that can be a prescriptive litany of X, Y, Z? What is the minimum regulation? And I obviously I'm a small government, low regulation, and believe that in general, the trust of the citizenry should be encouraged and recognized that they will be responsible gun owners and will avail themselves of proper training, proper gun ownership regarding their respective weapon they choose to carry and for their self-defense. And it's just maybe a difference in opinion or thought between individuals about how much we allow citizens and trust in, almost like, I hate to say it, but your children, as they grow up, they receive more responsibility and more trust. And for me, I trust our citizens. I trust our people to do the right thing, which includes firearm training, safe handling of firearms, and instruction of firearms if they are deficient in that.
Well, let me be very clear. As much as I love my people, and I want to say I trust them, I know that there's going to be people in my community who are going to carry firearms that don't have the training. Okay, but
I would argue or suggest to you, sir, that they might not be the ones that would go ahead and get an LTC, even though they and might be carrying potentially without that. So this is again about individuals.
But right now, Senator, they run the risk of violating a crime if they're carrying those guns without LTC. So, there are dangerous people out there who have committed other crimes, but only been in legal trouble over gun possessions. Your bill allows them to expunge of criminal records solely related to the unlawful possession of a firearm. Wouldn't this make it harder for law enforcement to keep track of those individuals?
Yes, sir, and that's why I'm offering an amendment that removes that provision of the...
So you're going to offer an amendment to protect, what's that amendment going to say?
It's going to remove the expungement provision that was added on in the House, so that police and law enforcement will have a full delineation of their violations.
So, Senator, I thank you for that. So your bill also says that private property owners have to give notice to armed Texans to leave their property if they're armed. How does this interaction work? Don't you expect the people to be intimidated by somebody they know that's carrying a gun? For instance, just for instance, places like Walmart and Sam's, they tend to hire greeters as you come into the stores. And in the community where I live, and I'm proud to say that a lot of those greeters are special ed, or they have some kind of mental or physical handicap. They're the greeters at the doors. So with your bill, we're asking somebody like that, although there's something posted, because I understand that, although there's something posted, but they still have to be asked to remove their firearms. So those people are going to be put in a position where people who are just trying to make a living, who are in need, but they're part of our societies too, they're going to be intimidated to have to ask an individual to remove their weapon under this bill as I read it. Is that not correct?
Senator, that aspect of the bill is also going to be removed in the amendment. Private businesses can now currently post the 30-06 and 30-07 sign regarding concealed or open carry and fulfill the notice to individuals that it is a business that does not allow the possession of a firearm within that premise. There was an aspect of the bill that would have required not only that notice, but also a verbal or written notification before that was enforceable, or if it was not given, it would be a defense to prosecution. Both of those provisions are removed in an amendment. Therefore, it reinstates, the amendment reinstates the provisions which allow for the current way is handled regarding enforcement of both places weapons are prohibited, as well as private property and criminal trespass on private property.
So we're going to have an amendment that's going to deal with this matter as well. But I thought I heard you saying, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, for places that don't sell firearms. Did I hear that correct?
If any sort of private property would fall under the criminal trespass criminal trespass code 30-5, and therefore would be able to post a sign. I do have a signage amendment that allows them to enforce the same way as currently is enforced for LTC carriers regarding notice given and enforcement thereafter.
Okay, so I didn't hear places that don't sell firearms.
That don't sell, yes. They would have the ability to avail themselves of their private property rights to restrict admittance of an individual carrying a firearm.
Okay. But with all that said, you're clear to understand that Walmart and Sam's do sell firearms.
I am clear on that, yes.
Okay. Senator Swartner.
Actually, I believe Walmart has stopped selling firearms, but I'm not for sure about that.
Say again?
I thought Walmart stopped selling firearms, but I can't fully recall.
I'm not advised. I'm not advised on that as well. Senator Swartner, would it be possible, if this bill becomes law, that any criminal will now be able to walk freely with a handgun in a holster with no fears of being arrested, as long as, in the eyes of an officer, they do not reasonably look like a risk? Is that fair to say?
Senator, you have to be able to possess that firearm to be able to carry it. And as the discussion with Senator Huffman went, there are a large group of individuals that are unable to possess a firearm, both because of federal and state law, and as such would be unable to carry that firearm in a permitless manner in Texas. They would be breaking the law if they were to do so.
Okay. And my last question before I make a statement, let you rest yourself, brother. The bill provides that DPS will collect any relevant information related to the carrying of firearms by a person in this state. Will you commit to undoing this law, if a violent crime rate starts to increase? So if we pass this bill and we start seeing a surge in a hot summer that we're anticipating having, with all the racial issues going on, with all the social injustice going on. So if we start to see a rise in violent crimes, much more than we have now, would you be willing to come back in the 88th legislative session and make adjustments to this bill?
Senator, I'm always willing to work with my colleagues in addressing issues that are brought forth by legislation and any unintended consequences. What we've seen in other states is variable in testimony, but overall it has had a negligible, it's been remarkably unremarkable in how it's affected individuals, as well as crime statistics. I've had individuals testify that it's diminished murder and rape and violent crime, and then I've seen individuals, or heard individuals that testified that it increased it some. So, but in general, it's not a dramatic change one way or the other from what I can gather at this time from my understanding of that issue.
Well, let me respectfully say that in Houston, Texas, Harris County, and my Harris County colleagues would have to agree with me, we're seeing some of the worst violent crime in the history of Houston and Harris County.
Senator, I understand that is occurring. There are a number of reasons probably for that.
Am I right, Betancourt?
I would hope those people that are committing,
am I right, ma'am? Okay.
that are doing violent crime are properly and fully executed to the extent of the law.
Okay, but my question still remains: if we see a spike across the state, because we're already seeing it in Houston, Harris County, and I think Senator West, I think y'all are seeing a spike in crime, in major crime in Dallas. Senator Mendez, I think y'all are seeing it in San Antonio. Would you agree? Senator Eckhart, are you seeing it in Austin? So in the major hubs, the urban hubs of our state, we're already experiencing a spike. And when this bill becomes law, I think it's going to be easy to say it's going to double. I'm not an expert. I know my community. I know what this is going to cause, what kind of effects this is going to cause in my community. I know how it's going to allow more profiling in my community. I know how the brothers and sisters and my Latino brothers and Anglo brothers in my community are going to respond. And let me tell you, it's not going to be good. I think what we're doing with this bill is giving them a free license. We're basically saying the Wild Wild West is open. And we're going to have major problems. And all I'm asking you, one lawmaker to another lawmaker, is once we see the true effects of this bill, would you be willing to come back the following session and let's work together to turn things around?
Senator, as I said just a second ago, I'm always willing to work with my colleagues, yourself and others on this floor regarding any piece of legislation that's passed that has unintended consequences, including this bill.
Thank you, Senator Warner.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Miles. Before I come to Senator Eckhart, I just want to remind the members that the motion to suspend is not a debatable motion. There are questions allowed, but please ask your questions of the senator. With that, Senator Eckhart, followed by Senator Menendez, followed by Senator West. Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield, Senator?
I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Eckhart.
Senator.
I'm going to try and use this newfangled device.
I got one specifically for this discussion today. Can you imagine holding that the entire time? Yes.
Thank you so much, Senator Schwertner. And first off, I want to thank you for the amendments I believe that you will be offering in a little bit. One that strikes section 4 and 10. I do believe that the expungement provision is very concerning from a law enforcement perspective. And also your proposed amendment to strike the personal, verbal, or written notice to exclude a person from a handgun carrier from a private business. I very much appreciate that. I have a few questions, and they really fall roughly into 3 categories. So I will try and be concise. Your bill creates a presumption that a stranger out for a walk with a visible holstered gun is a lawful carrier, correct?
That presumption is enshrined in our Constitution and founding documents. The Fourth Amendment regarding police when they look at a person like that, regarding illegal search and seizure, and what they call a Terry stop, being able to stop someone just because they are carrying a firearm. So when I see someone out for a walk that has a firearm, I don't necessarily think crime or criminal. And oftentimes I'm actually glad to see an individual partaking in their right to keep and bear a firearm.
So I disagree with you in how you framed your answer, but I take your answer to mean that yes, your bill, where we quibble perhaps is whether or not this presumption exists with or without your bill. But your bill definitely at least supports, if not creates, a presumption that a person visibly carrying a handgun that's holstered is a lawful carrier of that gun.
Senator, I certainly presume that. Citizens need to be trusted. Do we believe people and our fellow man? Or should we assume them guilty until proven innocent? So yes, I would agree with your question in the affirmative that my presumption would be one of innocence until proven guilty.
And we agree that armed does not necessarily mean dangerous. You and I agree on that point. Would you say you agree with that? I think you just did.
Yes, being armed is not an offensive posture. Carrying a sidearm, a defensive weapon, is a defensive action on the part of that individual.
Mm-hmm. So how does a police officer tell the difference before your bill and after your bill since the police officer will no longer have the assurance that the individual is a licensed carrier, having passed a background check and having received training.
Senator, whether they're carrying a handgun under a permitless carry or a handgun holstered under, and again holstered, under LTC, or walking around with an AK-47, a police officer first has to have reasonable suspicion that that individual is performing or engaged in criminal activity before they stop them just because of the possession of that firearm. Whether, again, it's an AK-47, a shotgun, a holstered, licensed to carry individual, or in this case, an individual carrying in a permitless manner and in a holster. So that's, but as far as how they would go about, there's procedures I can go into them about how police, once they have that suspicion and stop an individual in reasonable cause, what they would do. But
well, let's go into that. I would love to do that. First, I want to state a statistic to make sure we're in agreement with it, that in 2020, out of 2,269, I'm sorry, that's not a total number, 2,269 applications for license to carry were denied. I'm going to try this again. Actually, 926 out of 2,269 applications were denied in 2020 because the individual making the application had a conviction for a felony.
And that individual would not be allowed to carry under this bill.
But we would not have the filter of the license to have identified those individuals, would we?
Senator, a felon is not able to possess a firearm nor carry a firearm in the state of Texas. This bill changes nothing regarding that.
But as Senator Miles was pointing out, we won't have that filter any longer without the license, correct?
In fact, this bill actually goes a step further. It enhances the penalties for felons caught possessing a firearm and changes them to from a third-degree felony to a second-degree felony with mandatory 5 years, 3G offense, which is a huge deterrent in the eyes of law enforcement when discussing with those stakeholders. So, felons shouldn't carry in Texas after this law is passed.
Only after they're caught. And so let's go to a hypothetical, because I'd really like to explore this with you. I did a little bit of this back in the day. So let's say a stranger is out for a walk today, before this bill passes. The stranger's out for a walk today with a visible holstered gun on the Capitol grounds as we're debating this bill. The stranger comes through the metal detectors and has a gun, but no license to carry it. Can a police officer refuse him entry into the public portion of this building?
If they are performing any disorderly conduct, certainly they can. There are current rules under regarding the Capitol complex that are promulgated with input from leadership and the State Preservation Board and the chairs of administration on either side that govern firearms within the Capitol complex. And so this will have to be addressed regarding permitless carry if this bill were to become law.
So I'm asking you about today, though.
Today, they are not allowed to unless they have a license to carry, and if they do, they can carry in an open or concealed manner and enter the Capitol.
So can an officer seize a gun from an unlicensed carrier in this hypothetical?
They do not have a license to carry and are carrying in a public place, then I believe the answer is yes. I believe also a police officer has the ability to seize a gun for whatever reason they believe is appropriate, threatening activity, inappropriate display of the firearm, etc.
So after this bill passes, same hypothetical, person is walking through the metal detector and the metal detector goes off and they have a gun, but there's no longer a requirement for a license to carry. Can the officer refuse them entry?
We have not written the rules or regulations regarding the Capitol complex regarding that situation. It will need to be done before September 1st of this year if this law were to pass.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go to the next hypothetical, tweaking it slightly. Let's say the stranger is out for a walk with a visible holstered gun today, and they walk into the public hallway outside of a city council chamber, where the city council is debating police policy. Can a police officer refuse him entry today if that person is not a licensed handgun carrier?
If they're not a licensed handgun carrier, there are places that weapons are prohibited, and that individual, she would be violating a third-degree felony at that point.
And so under that scenario, an officer would be able to not only refuse that person entry, but would also be able to seize the weapon, correct?
Under 4603, places weapons are prohibited. Entry into an open meeting of a government entity is a third-degree felony, and if they were violating the law by trying to enter a prohibited place, that police officer is very much in their right to apprehend that individual and perform whatever action regarding law enforcement they think is necessary, including removal of that firearm, apprehension of the individual, arrest of the individual, or if they so choose, releasing the individual.
So that's one great way that we catch people who actually have handguns when they are not supposed to because they have a criminal conviction or something else, or they're just violating the law by not having the license and being someplace where they're prohibited, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So after this bill, same hypothetical, person with a visible holstered gun enters the hallway outside of a place where a city council is deliberating. Can the officer prohibit them from entering now?
I don't know if that's within the purview or the physical, geographic definition of an open meeting of a government entity. If it is, an individual carrying in a permitless manner that enters that restricted, prohibited place would be in violation of a third-degree felony at that point.
Well, I'll tell you, outside the courtroom in the hallway or outside the place of deliberation in the hallway is not a prohibited place. It's a public place. So if we can just agree on that,
then
that a person who is today, who is not licensed, enter that public place?
Not licensed, no.
But after this bill, could a person enter that place?
Yes, that's the whole purpose of a permitless carry in common areas. We have under Penal Code 4603 a list of places that weapons are prohibited. There's, as you educated myself on, there's definitions of those locations. And if they are outside those prohibited locations, they can avail themselves of their Second Amendment right to carry and their state statutory right, if this bill were to pass, to carry in a permitless manner.
So I think we agree that whether or not this law passes, you can't stop, a police officer cannot stop an individual without reasonable suspicion.
I agree completely with that, yes.
And I do too, of course. Let's say the stranger is out for a walk with a visibly holstered gun in Mary's neighborhood. So when Mary calls the police officer, Officer Smith shows up. This stranger is just out walking around. So he's going to have to tell Mary that the stranger isn't doing anything criminal, and until he does something criminal or violent or mentally unhinged, there's no reason to stop the stranger to investigate, right?
As consistent with current law with long guns or individuals carrying with an LTC, that would be correct, yes.
And that's whether your bill becomes law or not, right?
That's right. An individual can walk around with an AK-47 in a neighborhood if they want, as long as they are not doing so holding that rifle or anything, or in a threatening manner or violating any other law.
Mm-hmm. So Officer Smith, I'm just going to call him Officer Smith, he could check the stranger's criminal history, but he won't even know what this person's name is because he doesn't have any reasonable suspicion to stop him, right?
Police officer can always engage a citizen and discuss things with that citizen. It is not the obligation of the citizen to answer until that individual is under apprehension.
So he can't encumber this person. He could just engage in conversation, though.
They certainly can and often do, and I think that is good policing.
So maybe the stranger bought the gun from a licensed dealer, so there would have been a background check. But an estimated 22% of U.S. gun owners acquired their most recent firearm without a background check. Do you think that the stranger is going to divulge that to the officer?
I have no idea, Senator.
Your bill does nothing to close that loophole where about 22%, and that's an estimate, of recent gun purchases were made without a criminal background check.
This bill does not address purchasing of a firearm or gun shows, gun loopholes, or any other aspect of gun purchasing. This is a bill, again, as I've stated probably 100 times now, about the removal of a statutory, what I would call somewhat artificial barrier to availing an individual of their constitutional right and trying to equalize it with their current right in Texas to carry a long gun.
But your bill does require DPS to keep some statistics, which I'm really happy about.
That was an amendment added on the House floor that I thought had merit and should be further evaluated to know how this bill acts and is fulfilled in Texas.
And the stranger in our hypothetical, he may have elected to have a handgun license even after your bill passes, and thereby avail himself of a background check and some training, correct?
Yes, we're not getting rid in this bill of the LTC. People can still get an LTC and is encouraged to do so for reciprocity reasons or for ease of purchasing a firearm. I believe they have an expedited process if they have an LTC.
So you do have a provision in your bill to have DPS track this. The number of, I think it's reasonable to be concerned that there may be a drop-off in individuals who are availing themselves of the license. And so your bill requires that to be tracked. Yes?
Yes, it does.
And I'm very happy about that. If there's a drop-off in the number of licenses, do you have any concern that that's because there's a lot of people who are now able to carry a gun without any filter on their background?
People obtain a license or don't obtain a license for a variety of reasons. One is reciprocity, that's probably the largest. The other one is purchase of a firearm. Right now, it is the law that you have to do it. There might be a drop-off. We have not seen that in other states to the extent that might have been imagined at the time that this type of a law went into effect in other states. So I guess, to be quite frank, I don't know whether or not we're going to see an increase in the number of individuals that are licensed to carry in Texas after passage of permitless carry, or whether or not we will see a diminished amount of people that will be getting an LTC after passage of this bill, if so voted on.
Now, I'm pretty sure that you're going to agree with me on this, that it's valuable to know that 926 out of the 2,269 applicants in 2020 were denied a license because they had a criminal history. That's a good thing. Don't you agree?
Certainly there are aspects of carrying a handgun that should be, aspects in your background that you should not be allowed to carry. The possession prohibition, if you cannot possess federally or state law, you cannot carry. The aspects regarding the LTC that are removed that would allow, I think we've addressed in our amendments to a great extent, especially those that have a history of assault or deadly conduct or terroristic conduct. So that amendment, I think, is an important amendment that we discussed amongst the body at length, and I think it is an appropriate amendment at this time, yeah.
I think it is too, and I'm going to talk with you a little bit later about maybe expanding that portion, because that's such an important statistic to keep, which DPS already does keep. Another statistic that DPS keeps, DPS currently tracks weapon arrests and reports that, and I'm quoting, firearms were the murder weapon of choice in 80.2% of all Texas murders, and handguns accounted for 85.8% of the weapons. Those are important statistics, aren't they?
Certainly. Any sort of statistic that is a provision of information is important.
And did you know that Texas is above the national average in the percentage of women shot to death by their intimate partners?
I am not. I think that speaks to actually the urgency of this bill regarding law-abiding citizens to be able to obtain a firearm in a specified amount of time for their own personal protection.
So let's go to that. I have a little bit of background in this area. I used to do protective orders and family violence. So let's say that Mary, in the hypothetical before, let's say that Mary has a protective order against that stranger who is, we'll call him Bob. So he's not strange to Mary. Mary knows Bob. So let's say Bob is in Mary's neighborhood. He's well outside the 200 yards that the protective order requires him to be away from Mary. But he's walking around with a visible holstered gun. So did you know under the current laws, a protective order, when somebody has a protective order against them, it's mandated that their license to carry be revoked?
Yes, I am.
And although it's not mandated by state law that the person forfeit their weapons, it is mandated by federal law that they cannot be in possession of a weapon. That's not state law, that's federal law.
Yes, there are very strict laws regarding firearm possession concerning domestic violence issues. And protective orders and et cetera. So please continue. And again, those you cannot possess, you cannot carry under this legislation.
So when a judge does order the forfeiture of the weapons, is there currently a law or a state standard for the gun surrender by people who are prohibited from possessing them?
One more time, Senator.
Is there any state standard or procedure mandated for the forfeiture of weapons by an individual under protective order?
I'm not advised of a specific state standard or mechanism of how that occurs. It's just not something I've had knowledge of.
There's a reason why you don't know. It's because there isn't one. Did you know that only 8 counties out of the 254 counties in the state of Texas have gun surrender protocols for domestic violence?
Senator, I was not aware of that either.
Yeah. Only 8 of them. Did you know that it's up to the person who's ordered to surrender to admit...
Senator Eckhart, excuse me. We still have lots of people to speak. Lots of people have spoken. And if you want to ask hypotheticals, I would save that for another time.
These are not hypotheticals. These are the actual laws of the state of Texas.
You asked a hypothetical when you asked him the question, did he know about a particular order? And he said he was not advised. And you said, that's because there's not any. I consider that a not fair question on your part. And you have a number of people behind you, and I would ask you to stay on the issue of asking questions about the bill, or I would have to ask you to stop asking questions.
Does your bill do anything to alleviate the fact that in a protective order, the person who's ordered to surrender must admit to how many guns and rounds of ammunition they own? Or a victim can testify to the weapons in the home as and describe them.
Senator, it does not address that specific issue. The awareness of family violence and the importance of protection of prohibiting individuals carrying that have a history of family violence was well aware. And in fact, in one of the amendments, we enhance the penalty structure from a a Class A misdemeanor to a third-degree felony, if I'm recalling currently after a number of hours. So I think it is a considered issue in the bill, and one that is very important to address and is very important to the people on this floor, including myself.
And I do very much appreciate that. You do have some very good amendments. Did you know that in 2020, according to the Texas Office of Court Administration, 26,685 protective orders were issued in the state of Texas, but we could only find record of 91 guns having been surrendered to law enforcement, according to the only 7 sheriff's offices that maintain such statistics.
Senator, this bill does not address in any way the surrendering of firearms after an individual has a protective order against them.
And yet, 26,685 orders are out there on individuals who are now no longer eligible to be in possession of a gun.
If they're not eligible to be in possession and they carry and they have a history of family violence, they will be subject to an enhanced penalty under this bill.
So if your bill passes and open and unlicensed carry is now lawful, how will a police officer, or what will a police officer need to show in reasonable suspicion that an actor's display was objectively alarming, or that the actor knew his display was objectively likely to alarm, if he doesn't know there's a protective order between Mary and Bob?
The aspect of reasonable suspicion has been well delineated in case law. I would quote to you the following. Reasonable suspicion occurs when a police officer has, quote, specific or particular facts that, when combined with rational inferences from those facts, would lead him to reasonably suspect that a person has engaged or is or soon to be engaged in criminal activity. That is York versus State, Texas Criminal Appeals, 2011. That is, I believe, the way reasonable suspicion is currently viewed in Texas, although I might be corrected by my fellow lawyers on the floor.
Senator Eckhart, I would ask you to try to wrap up. We do have a lot of, and I'm going to ask that of the other speakers. We've asked a lot of questions for 2 hours, and if there are new questions on the bill, they're more than welcome and more than appropriate, but not this continued dialogue. This is not a debatable motion.
So, Senator, Texas Council on Domestic Violence 2018 report states, despite federal and state prohibitions, firearms continue to be used in homicides by abusers who have been deemed too dangerous to own a firearm by a court of law. Laws without enforcement or consequences reinforces offenders' lack of accountability. Additionally, flooding the system with more orders in an environment that systematically fails to enforce them provides a false sense of security. So what do you think will happen now that there isn't even a license to revoke in a protective order?
I think what you read was more about enforcement of individuals violating firearm laws, possession. If you are violating regarding possession, you should be prosecuted, and it is up to the people of various jurisdictions to elect district attorneys and judges that will do so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Eckhart. Senator Huffman, you wanted to clarify something, I believe.
Yes.
Do you have a question for the author?
Yes, if I may have permission,
Yes.
sir. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator.
Senator Shorter, just wanted to, based on Senator Eckhart's questioning with you, if I may, just want to ask you a couple of questions to clarify, just because I think it is important
I appreciate
that the
any
record is clear. I think she, in one of the hypotheticals, indicated that unless, I think it was Mary out walking, but if Officer Smith arrived, that you had an individual with a holstered handgun, that unless he was committing a crime or
acting mentally unhinged, I believe were her words, that would be what it would take before the officer could approach the individual. But of course, I think you have since said that reasonable suspicion would be the standard by which the officer would have to make a decision whether or not he could detain the individual. Is that correct?
That is correct. Reasonable suspicion is the standard for which a police officer can stop an individual. That was, I think, a Supreme Court decision, Terry case back in '68, that helped delineate and put in place that standard, and then has been further clarified by what I just read from the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals about how reasonable suspicion is affected in Texas.
And I think there is also a United States Supreme Court, am I correct, Florida v. JL, that states an individual carrying a firearm is sufficient to create that alone reasonable suspicion. But of course, then the police officer, am I correct, takes the reasonable person, prudent person standard and is able to look at all the circumstances surrounding the incident. For example, am I correct that an example would be someone present in an area known for heavy narcotics trafficking who immediately flees the scene, has a holstered weapon? Would that be an example of a situation where the officer, and that's just one of millions of examples, but would that be an example of reasonable suspicion?
I believe so, Senator. There are learned minds and experience on this floor that I do not have. Reasonable suspicion is a well-ingrained now concept and way to handle this. And I believe police have pretty broad jurisdiction when it comes to their efficacy of putting forth and stopping an individual based on reasonable suspicion.
And if a police officer makes that determination that he believes he has reasonable suspicion, he makes that call, or she, then that is something that they will have to attest to or put before a court to lay out the facts that they relied on to make that instantaneous decision of whether or not they believe there was reasonable suspicion to detain. Is that correct?
That is correct. They still have to fall within, I think, the Fourth Amendment provisions against illegal search and seizure in the case of seizure in this case.
And then again, we're talking about detention, and I think you made that distinction very well, but I just want to make it clear. Consensual discussions between police officers and citizens that are engaged in a consensual manner are always permitted.
They are always permitted, and as I said, I think that's the best policing is when an officer can find out the information they know in a friendly manner.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying that. I know there are many speakers, so thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Huffman. Senator West and then Senator Menendez. Senator West, what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield, Senator.
And I'm not going to go back over 50 million things we had, but I'm going to go back over reasonable suspicion because I disagree with reasonable suspicion being if a police officer is in an area where drugs are known to be sold, but people still live in those neighborhoods. Okay? And if you see a person running, whether or not that's reasonable suspicion. Because, Senator, you know as well as I do, there are many neighborhoods where people live in those neighborhoods, not by choice, but they live there. And there's a history in jurisprudence, case law, where people standing on a corner that happen to be African American or Latino, where police officers have said that that's reasonable suspicion. Do you agree that that's reasonable suspicion just because they're on a street corner?
Senator, reasonable suspicion to me means that they got to stop in plain language. And again, I'm an orthopedic surgeon, and these are very judicial aspects that have been vetted with judicial cases over a number of years. But reasonable suspicion to me is that a police officer needs to have another reason to stop an individual other than the fact they are carrying a weapon.
So, all right, so then if someone is violating a traffic law, that's reasonable suspicion?
That is a crime to violate a traffic law, is it not? But again, this bill is not about reasonable suspicion. We can we can go into it in depth as your discretion.
And we're not, because we've had a long discussion about it. But again, I'm just saying some of the things that are traps in this bill that, as Senator Miles was talking about, we're going to see an increase in ethnic minorities being prosecuted or further stopped by police officers as it relates to this particular bill. And that's just a fact. I mean, and some members may get up, and I'll talk about that later on though. But the fact is I know that's going to happen, okay? And I want to ask you a couple of questions though. I want to go back to a question that was asked by Senator Blanco concerning the issues of gang members. It's on page, it's in section, I don't know what's it, it's 7101. What would an officer have to show before being able to sit up and say that they stopped a person because they're in a gang?
Sarah, I think they have to have reasonable suspicion to stop an individual. They can't do it just on profiling.
Okay, let's stop right there. And I agree with you, because a person may have on similar clothes. That's not a reason to stop a person, correct?
No.
All right, if they're standing on the street corner and two or three of them have on the same clothes, that's not a reason to stop a person. Would you agree?
I would agree. I'm not a judge. I'm not a lawyer. So that is my interpretation.
But you're the author of the bill.
I am. But again, this doesn't address reasonable. This bill is not about reasonable suspicion.
Well, I'm just,
we can continue down this road, though.
And I'm talking about the gang member portion of your bill now, 7101. Okay, that's what I'm talking about, not reasonable suspicion. Okay, and so that ends up being an issue right there. Okay, and so you're saying that a person would have to be a gang member, a known gang member, before officer would be able to stop that person, correct?
No, Senator. The provision of that bill has to do with the incorporation of the same provision regarding, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a database of gang members currently compiled by DPS. Do we agree on that, Senator? So we can have a more learned discussion. I believe that is the genesis and the reason for in this bill that we have that provision in the bill.
So you're saying if a person's in the database and a police officer sees them, whether they're doing anything or not, they have a right to stop them and ask them whether or not they have a gun? If they're in deep, and I know about this because I worked on the gang unit stuff. And so if a person's in the DPS database, they can be stopped by a police officer.
It has to do with possession of the gun and be able to carry either LTC or, in this case, if they are a gang member as delineated in the database.
Okay, let's stay right there. So the police officer would have to see the gun on the gang member before they stopped them. The gang member would have to be in possession of the weapon, right?
Senator, I do not know if they are in the database, whether or not they are prohibited from carrying or actually prohibited from possessing. So those are obviously two different things, and so the delineation of that might be important in our discussion.
Okay, well, let's just say possessing. If the officer see them possessing, your bill says.
What page are you on, sir?
And see, I don't have it's in, let me tell you this, it's in section 24 of your bill. And
what, I'm sorry?
Section 24.
Okay.
And I don't know whether it's the same copy that you have. A person who's a member of a criminal street gang, as defined in 7101, commits an offense if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly carries on about his or her person a handgun in a motor vehicle or watercraft. And so I guess the question becomes, just because a person may be in the database, does that give officers any rights to stop that person unless they see that the person is carrying a handgun on his or her person? You would agree that it would not give them?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Again, this is, I believe, already current law regarding LTC, and this provision simply states, and we can read it directly, a person who is a member of a criminal street gang, as defined in section 7101, commits an offense if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly carries on or about his person a handgun in a motor vehicle or watercraft.
Okay, and I think you're right, that's exactly what it says. What I'm trying to make certain of is just because, see, this is what I mean. You have to have it in the car, on the watercraft. That's what the section says, right?
Yes, or a watercraft.
Is it a fair statement that law enforcement agencies representing rural and suburban communities are for this bill, but urban area law enforcement agencies are not for this bill?
I would disagree with that in totality. The sheriff from Tarrant County, as we heard, is an urban area, and he is for this bill. Tyler, Texas has 250,000 people. He is for this bill, that sheriff. There are, I think, a large number of sheriffs that are for this bill. The Houston Police Officer Association is neutral on this bill. They are neither for or against it. And then the CLEAT is also a neutral, which means they are neither for or against this bill.
Is San Antonio, is Bexar County for this bill?
I do not know. I'm not advised.
Is Dallas County for this bill?
We heard testimony from members of the Dallas Municipal Police that they were opposed to this bill.
Okay. Is Harris County for this bill? Harris County, sure.
We had individuals from Harris County, from Houston Police, that were against the bill, and we had the Houston Police Officers Union testify neutral on the bill.
They're neutral? Okay. All right. What provisions of this bill makes the job of law enforcement officers safer? What provisions, you don't have to list all of them, can you name any of the provisions in this particular bill that would make the job of being a law enforcement agent safer?
I think the number one provision that makes it safe, whether there are number, enhancement of penalties is something law enforcement certainly wanted in this regarding felons carrying or individuals committed of a domestic violence crime. Those enhancement penalties are in the bill for individuals carrying in a permitless manner after this bill, if it becomes law. But I guess in a broader context, my belief as the author of the bill is that individuals carrying that are lawful, doing so in self-defense, make our society safer, and as such make our community safer and help law enforcement in general. That is, I think, the true answer to your question. If you want particulars, that I answered to the first one, but in generality, law-abiding citizens carrying, to me, equals greater safety.
Well, law enforcement, that will make a law enforcement officer's job safer with law enforcement. You had a discussion, we've had a discussion about how do you determine someone that's a good citizen and a bad citizen. How would officers be able to make those determinations? Let me back up, I apologize. Right now, an officer's antenna has to be up on traffic stops and when approaching persons. Would you not agree with that?
I agree. Officers are in dangerous situations at all times. They're in unknowing situations at all times, and they are trained to assess and react in a quick manner. And we applaud them for that, and we acknowledge the difficulty of their job.
Aren't we making this more difficult now for them, though?
No.
I mean, if they don't have, as they're approaching people now, they have to make a determination as to whether or not, if this bill passes, and probably will, they now have to make a determination as to whether or not that person is actually carrying a concealed weapon.
I think they need to make a determination.
Senator West, let's not debate the bill here. Let's ask questions. You're debating an issue with him.
I thought it was. Okay, yes, sir.
All right.
All right. So what provisions in the bill would should make them feel safer?
Overall enhancement of certain penalty structures for crimes, in addition to the overall increase, hopefully, that this bill will engender of those carrying in self-defense and in such promoting the overall safety of society.
You would agree with me that they're going to have to make that type of determination on a case-by-case decision?
They always have to make determinations on a case-by-case decision. That is what they're trained to do, and I think it is something that they will do with relative ease. I think cops, police officers have a great sense of the situation when they arrive on there, and they are, to their credit, able to delineate who the bad guy is. I guess you can start with if you have a firearm and it's pointed at you, right? But they have a pretty good feel for individuals that are committing a crime versus those that are assisting in their own self-defense by carrying a sidearm.
And one other question, and I think you've already addressed this as it relates to property owners and being able to put up the 30.5 signs. You were taking that provision out of the bill? The changes that you made to that, you're taking that out of your bill, is that correct?
They are able to put up a sign to allow for the prohibition of carrying of a sidearm.
That's current law right there.
And that allows, and I'm putting into the bill the same allowance of private property owners to restrict access to individuals carrying a handgun on their premise.
Okay.
Or actually, I believe it's any firearm, I believe, is 30-06, 30-07.
Okay, but there was a provision in your bill also that talked about a $200 fine for anyone that went on to premises where you had those 30-05 signs.
Right.
All of that's coming out?
We passed last session essentially an allowance to correct in situations like this in which everything else being equal, you went on to an area, and you were an LTC carrier, you were able to vacate that premise without the imposition of a Class C misdemeanor. If you do not vacate, it actually raises to a Class A misdemeanor. That same provision regarding the way the penalty is assessed and the allowance to vacate is maintained in this bill for those carrying in a permanent manner.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator West. Members, we're going to take a 15-minute break right now. So it's 3:05. If you could be back on the floor at 3:20. Also, I have 3 members who still have buttons lit. Senator Menendez, Senator Campbell, Senator Betancourt. There will be no additional buttons. They will be the last 3. They've been on the board for quite a while. Thank you. Come back in 3:20. Senate stands at ease until 3:20. Senate will come to order. Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the author yield for questions, please?
Do you?
I yield. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner. And it's been a long day, so I have gone through my notes to eliminate some of the questions that's been asked. But I want to specifically ask, throughout this debate, I've been receiving questions from home from people watching and listening and saying, well, I just heard, will they be allowed into a police substation or wherever? One of my constituents recently asked, will firearms be allowed either into a child protective services facility, a foster home, or let's say, for example, in your bill, is someone allowed to go in after, and it'd be impossible for anybody to know, after their children were removed from them. And they might be irate, they might be upset, completely understandably upset. Would they be allowed in this legislation to carry a gun into a facility where children had been removed for a reason that they needed to be for their own safety?
Senator, in the Penal Code 4603 places that weapons are prohibited. There's a list of various areas where you're not allowed to carry with an LTC. That same list is applicable to individuals that would be granted the right to carry a handgun for self-defense in a permanent manner. So nothing in this bill changes Penal Code 4603 regarding places prohibited. We can go over each one of those regarding regions. So I'll be happy to do that.
Yeah, I think.
But if they're prohibited now, they will be prohibited underneath this bill regarding places prohibited.
I think we really need to think about the situation, especially with what's going on with our foster care system currently, and we're losing capacity in many places, and there are a lot of the issues that are occurring. We've had more removals in the last 12 months than we've had in quite some time. That's up. Senator, I need some clarification on Section 15 of your bill on page 5, line 48. Many municipalities are asking, are they going to be able to regulate the carrying of a firearm in a public park, a public meeting of a municipality, a county or other government body, a political rally, a parade? As you know, in San Antonio, we traditionally, before COVID, we've had Fiesta Week every year, and our parades typically have 250,000 or so people attending. I just can't imagine these huge public gatherings with people drinking and walking around. Would this legislation not allow for any kind of regulation of that? Because there's a concern that things that are not normal, like for us, the Fiesta Week's of a more family-friendly version, if you will, of I guess the closest version for someone like, let's say, New Orleans and Mardi Gras, but during the day, but a lot of eating and drinking, and it's typically in public places, and so that's a question that our municipalities would like to know, whether that bill, your bill on Section 15, is it saying that they can or they cannot regulate?
Section 16, you mean, on page 5?
15, I think it's 15, page 5. It could be 16. Let's look at page 5. Page 5, on line, it's number 6. It's actually Section 15, but it's, as you go down the line, the numbers, it's number 6, regulate the carrying of a gun, air gun, or firearm other than, and then it goes down. So that's the changes that have been made. Are you saying that cities can or cannot regulate? And you're right, it is Section 16.
Yeah, Section 16. The bill sticks to what is current law regarding the regulatory authority of municipalities and firearms. So that's what Section 16 does. It maintains, doesn't increase nor decrease municipalities and their regulatory authority over firearms.
Okay. Under current law, you and Senator Alvarado had a brief exchange about the prohibition of a personal property, business, and their property to prohibit firearms, currently required to post 2 signs, either 30.06 or 30.07. And those, as we know, only apply to license holders. Is your amendment going to require a 3rd sign, or does it currently, I know the bill says that you must confront them and ask them not to come on the premises.
That's going to be removed in an amendment, as we discussed earlier. But yes, there would be a requirement regarding a 3rd sign regarding prohibition of carrying, not just in a concealed manner, open manner, but in this case, with the prohibition of any firearm regarding criminal trespass under 30.5.
Okay. And early in your bill layout, when you started this morning, you said that the purpose of this bill would simply be to remove the license to carry, right? I think that's what I heard you say.
That's the premise of the bill.
Premise
yes.
of the bill.
To remove a state license so that there is greater ease and allowance of citizens carrying in a permitless manner.
In a permitless manner. But isn't it true that in doing so, you also remove the background check that happens when you apply for that license? Is that not true?
That is true, yes.
And I've heard you say that that's not a big deal because they have to apply a background when they purchase the gun, but isn't it true that there are millions of guns already flowing in the system? And so if someone were to want to buy one at a flea market or a gun show, or from a private citizen, they don't have a background check then, do they?
No, sir, they do not.
Okay. So in essence...
And this bill does not speak to that issue either. Background checks are required before you can purchase a firearm at a firearms dealer, academy, for instance. The allowances, prohibitions regarding possession and not being able to carry, misuse of a firearm, transfer or sale, none of those issues are changed by this bill.
I understand what you're saying, but it does actually have larger changes, because at the moment that you say you don't have to apply for a license to carry, then if you inherit guns, you don't have to have a background check. If you buy them from your buddy, you don't have to have a background check. You don't have to have training. You don't have to take a class. You don't have to take an exam in proficiency. You don't have to take a shooting test or give fingerprints. So reality is that the bill would actually rob law enforcement and the citizens of Texas, knowing that someone with that holstered gun currently, that we assume has a license to carry, is proficient in the use of that gun and has had a background check.
I believe citizens, when exercising their Second Amendment rights, will become proficient in their utilization of firearms. This is not novel. As you know, as we all know, the requirement of a license, which would include a background check if it was consistent and similar to what is required for a handgun, is not necessary for a long gun. And so you can buy a long gun, including semi-automatic rifles, with a background check, and that is still in place for handguns as well when you buy a handgun at a licensed dealer.
Correct.
So this bill, again, allows for the possession, not just possession, for those that possess, but to carry in a without a permit. And that's the whole purpose of the bill, the belief that citizens, when exercising those rights, will do so in a manner that is responsible and will, as we have seen in other states, obtain that training, obtain knowledge regarding proper gun ownership, gun storage, gunmanship, proficiency. I believe that. I believe people, when given the chance, step up. And actually, with more freedom, more liberty, more responsibility generally ensues. That is The way I go back to my children, but that's the way I raise my children. If I tell them my expectations and expect that of them. And I think that a law-abiding citizen, age 21 or older, that does not fall under the prohibitions regarding possession, will step up and will realize that with rights come responsibilities, and will exercise those rights in a responsible manner.
I think you're right, but I mean, we've already set a precedent in this country that we require licenses and proficiency for many things that are in many ways much less dangerous than owning a gun. I mean, if not, then why have a driver's license? Why have licenses for so many things, to cut hair in this state, or to perform surgery, or to be a doctor or a lawyer? We have licenses that we request. So, Senator, a lot of it has been talked about, and you just mentioned it, that some of the rationale for this bill is to help better protect the people of Texas, and because 19 other states have already adopted. Is that not correct? Has that been said earlier today?
It is to allow individuals an avenue of self-protection that they do not currently enjoy. The other states are not the reason we're doing it. We're not following. We have looked at other states regarding their experiences and actually have been hardened by those experiences. And then on the back of the experiences in Texas regarding the various laws that we've passed and have discussed on this floor, concealed carry, open carry, campus carry, the effects are, in totality, a very positive effect regarding safety that individuals can feel by carrying a sidearm on their personal being in various areas and in various manners, as well as, I would say, a greater good and greater safety of society.
So, Senator, I'm trying to figure out what's the part that you're trying to help the citizens of Texas. What's the relief you're trying to afford them? Because my understanding in talking to my sheriff and talking to others, I mean, currently the license to carry is $40. That's what the cost is. Is that not correct?
It's 40 or 50. It requires a class, which can be, and then sometimes there's ammunition fees, there's time away from work, there's a 60-day waiting period, there's a 6-month waiting period before you can actually apply for one. So there's a number of different parameters that are necessary. Obviously, so yeah, there are certainly requirements in a license. That's why you have a license, and those requirements are being removed. The license is not going away, and there are reasons to keep it, as I've talked about. But the availability to self-protect you and your family can be immediate after passage of this bill.
But Senator, the reality is that I can protect my family without a license in my home. I don't need to have a license to own and lawfully own and protect my family in my home today.
That's right. In your home, you can certainly possess. In your car, you can certainly possess. It is the areas in which you would get out of a car and go into a public area that you are unsure about and want to have the extra added sense of security afforded by carrying a holstered handgun on yourself that this would pertain to. That is more discreet and more probably appropriate to carry a handgun as a defensive weapon versus what is currently would be allowed in that situation. If an individual wanted to do so, they would have to purchase essentially a long gun to be able to avail themselves of that self-defense in those areas.
This is true, and I'll close with this. You know, I'm glad that you said that it's not the only reason, and I guess the question is, you mentioned it's not the only reason that other states have done it, but I've heard many people bring that up, because I was going to say, if that were the case, 38 other states have already expanded Medicaid, 36 other states have expanded medical cannabis, and so there are so many other good things that other states have done that we have chosen not to do. But I appreciate you taking your time to answer my questions. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Menendez, and we hope your wife recovers from her surgery. I know you've been up all night at the hospital, so thank you for being here. Senator Betancourt, what purpose?
Ask a question of the author.
You yield?
I yield. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator.
Thank you, Senator Swartner. You've been doing a really good job about presenting the basis of liberty and the basis for the bill. There was a discussion earlier that we've had a crime wave in the major cities in Texas. And I just want to make it a quick question to you. There's absolutely nothing in this bill that could have possibly been a part of a crime wave that's already occurring. True?
That's a good point. Yes. There's certainly crime and societal pressures brought about by pandemics and jobs and disintegration of the family structure and just it's a tough world to live in.
And I think actually one of the major causes is what Senator Huffman's trying to solve, which is their bond reform package that we've passed and sent out. Because in Harris County, we've got criminal judges that are stacking multiple PR bonds, personal reconnaissance bonds on top of low-dollar felony bonds. And we've had over 100 people killed, allegedly, by people released in that scenario by Crime Stopper stats. So I think you would agree that clearly the bill that's under debate has nothing to do with that wave, nor with the current license to carry holders, because they have less than a 0.5% conviction rate of all causes.
Senator, without an effective judicial system that prosecutes crime, we're going to have a revolving door regarding dangerous, assaultive, violent criminals, and the need for action on the part of our elected officials is, I think, clear in certain areas of the state.
And a final question is, there's kind of I believe your bill embodies this, there's an older principle of separating the wheat from the chaff. And I
Yes,
believe,
there is.
Yeah, and I believe that principle is really what your bill is attempting to do. The law-abiding Texan that has the liberty and the ability to help defend themselves and defend others. And then, quite frankly, the chaff, the criminal element, that regardless of whether they file for a license to carry and don't get it, they are in possession of a firearm, in many cases illegally. And really, I think what your bill is and the amendments that we're talking about is to separate those two groups and provide the liberties to one that they deserve, and to the others, the restrictions that are required for a functioning society. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, the basis of this bill is liberty and the rights enumerated by our Constitution, and one of the most important rights being the right to self-defense through the right to keep and bear arms in areas that are currently restricted if you carry without a permit.
All right, well, thank you so much, Senator, for your leadership.
Senator Campbell, you'll be the last speaker. What purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To ask some questions of the author of the bill.
Senator Swartner, you're on the last one, 4 hours later.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Swartner. My questions will probably just require a yes or no. Today, there have been expressed concerns about those purchasing or owning firearms, and you've said it, but the question bears re-asking. Does this bill affect the purchasing or owning firearms?
No, it does not affect purchasing. It does not affect who can own or possess a firearm.
Thank you. I think that gun-free zones, personally, I think gun-free zones are victim zones, and I don't like them. But the question again bears re-asking for clarity and comfort. Does this bill change any defined gun-free zones?
This bill does not change the locations for which places weapons are prohibited under Penal Code 46.03. In addition, your point regarding gun-free zones being unfortunately a target range for criminals, there's some truth to that. I think 97% of the mass murders that have occurred have been in gun-free zones. I believe that's across the nation, but I'm not 100% sure. But there needs to be look at we need to look actually at where these places are and whether or not those prohibitions should be in place. But that's not to this bill. This bill does not speak to that regarding removing or adding to the list where places, weapons are prohibited.
Thank you, and I agree with you 100%. And I don't think there is a law out there that will get the guns out of the hands of criminals, just out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. So does this bill restore Second Amendment rights by permitless carry?
Yes, Senator. The premise of the bill is to allow, with greater ease, law-abiding citizens to carry a holstered handgun in a public area without the need for a state license.
Thank you, Senator Schwertner and members. I support the bill.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your question.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. Your motion is on suspension.
Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business. Take up and consider HB 1927.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
18 ayes, 13 no votes. The rules are suspended. We have a number of amendments, members. Shirley's out on second reading, House Bill 1927. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1927, relating to provisions governing the carrying of a firearm by a person who is 21 years of age or older and not otherwise prohibited by state or federal law.
Members, I believe there are about 25 or 26 amendments, so we'll take our time to be sure each of you have them. There is an amendment. The following amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Schwertner.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, these amendments, at least the ones I authored, were distributed this morning. I hope they've had a chance to be digested by your staff. And this amendment is somewhat of a technical amendment. It does three things. First, the amendment ensures that law enforcement can secure a handgun in a gun locker or other secure area when taking a person into the secure area of a police station. Second, in Section 22A-1, the bill inadvertently removed the additional offense of carrying a handgun while the person is engaged in criminal activity. This amendment moves the language which keeps the crime to a person younger than 21 years of age, to keep the offense of carrying a handgun while engaged in criminal activity. And third, the amendment returns the license to carry language in Section 16, subsection 7 of the bill, because the section references Chapter 411 of the Government Code, which is the LTC code. The removal of the LTC language did not make sense. And so this is truly a technical correction, that last part. I'll be happy to answer any questions about the amendment.
Any objections? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 2 by Schwertner.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this amendment ensures that dangerous criminals are prohibited from permitless carry. No person convicted in the past 5 years of any of the following offenses would be allowed to carry a handgun in this state. First, a conviction of a terrorist threat. Second, deadly conduct. Third, assault that causes bodily injury. And fourth, disorderly conduct with a firearm. A person convicted of a crime listed under this amendment would be a danger to the public and should not be allowed to carry a handgun. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you have for what purpose? Question?
Question of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Schwertner, I listened to your amendment and I completely agree. I think this is an excellent amendment. My only question is, how will law enforcement know that someone has been convicted? Will there be a marker on their holster, or how do you know that they're not supposed to that they are someone that's done this?
Just like with any crime and in situations in which you're carrying a long gun, for instance, the when an individual is stopped and taken into apprehension, they do run a background check on that individual. So that is one way in which an individual would be known to be one of these groups that would be carrying against the law.
So what you're saying is that the criminals or whoever chooses to carry will be carrying on their honor unless they get caught and then they get their background check. Is that correct?
Those individuals are carrying against the law, and they would not be allowed. They're not allowed currently to get a license. This group of individuals, and they are not under this bill, under this amendment, allowed to carry in a permitless manner.
But your amendment doesn't do anything to allow police officers to ask them whether or not they should be carrying unless there's reasonable suspicion, right? The bill.
Senator, this law does not change the Fourth Amendment protections regarding reasonable suspicion.
Thank you. I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, there is an amendment to the amendment. It's being copied, so hold on one second. We're just waiting for the copies, members. Following amendment, Secretary needs to, Secretary will read the amendment. Sorry, she doesn't need to, she will.
Floor Amendment 3 by Blanco, amending Floor Amendment 2.
Senator Blanco, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, so I support Senator Schwertner's amendment. I think it's a common sense amendment to keep handguns out of the hands of criminals. This amendment is in the same spirit of keeping guns out of the hands of dangerous criminals. My amendment to the amendment would add to Senator Schwertner's list of dangerous criminals who may not carry a gun under this bill any person convicted of a felony hate crime in the past 5 years. Members, hate crimes have been soaring in the United States. They certainly have been soaring in the state of Texas. According to the DPS, from 2017 to 2018, they increased 100%. These are hate crimes. We've seen this increase, and I want to make sure that when we pass this bill, we're keeping handguns out of the hands of felony hate crime criminals. With that, I move adoption.
Senator Swertner on the amendment to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator, thank you for bringing the amendment to the amendment. If the individual is a felon, they would not be able to carry under this law. So nor are they able to get an LTC currently, nor under this permitless carry. So I believe it's an amendment that is not necessary. The ones that were put on the amendment I offered were Class A and Class B misdemeanors over the last 5 years. So, sir, I'd politely decline to accept it and would ask to vote no on the amendment.
Members, the vote is on the amendment. Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Buckingham.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. Members? Now the question is on the adoption of the amendment itself. Floor amendment number 2 by Senator Swertner. Is there any objection? Hearing none, that amendment is adopted. Members, the following amendment, and the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 4 by Zaffarini.
Senator Zaffarini on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, this amendment would make it unlawful for a person charged with a felony or a Class A or B misdemeanor or an equivalent offense who are awaiting trial, who are fugitives of felony or Class A or Class B misdemeanors or an equivalent offense. Also, those convicted of a Class A or Class B misdemeanor or disorderly conduct in the 5 preceding years. I move adoption.
Senator Swertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for offering an amendment. We looked real closely at individuals that would not be prohibited to carry in a permitless manner and who we should identify. And those individuals are really people that have a history of assaultive and threatening and weapons kind of related crimes. So I'm going to respectively decline to adopt the amendment and be seen voting no.
Members, the motion is on the adoption of the amendment. Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 5 by Zaffarini et al.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, this amendment would expand the offense of unlawfully carrying a firearm to include those who have been convicted 2 times within the preceding 10-year period of Class B or higher misdemeanors that involve the use of alcohol or controlled substances and are not capable of exercising sound judgment with respect for the proper use and storage of a handgun. I move adoption.
Senator Swertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for the same reason of concerns of Class A and Class B convictions that really deal with assault or threatening or weapons-related crimes, I'm going to politely decline to accept the amendment and we'll be voting no on this amendment to add this group of individuals into it.
The motion is on the adoption of the amendment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 6 by Miles et al.
I'm looking for Senator Miles. My apology to the senator. I did not see he wasn't on the floor, or I would not have called up the amendment. Yeah. Members, floor amendment number 6 is temporarily withdrawn until Senator Miles returns. Following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 7 by Birdwell.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment realigns the bill with current law, which provides an offense for persons who carry a handgun while intoxicated in a public place. Current law operates under the assumption that if someone is on their own private property or has the consent of the property owner to carry on that property owner's property, it is not an offense. This amendment makes it explicit that a person, if they are on or in their own private property or on private property with the consent of the owner of the property, that it is not an offense. Members, many of you heard me say that guns and hooch don't mix. A gun owner cannot carry responsibly while they are under the influence. The prohibition on carrying while intoxicated is of the utmost importance for public safety, which is why I believe we need to reinstate this aspect into this bill consistent with current law and restore this prohibition. I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption, Mr. President.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Mr. President, I'd like to ask the questions of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Birdwell, I 110% support this amendment. My only concern or question that I have is that it goes exactly in line with what my earlier questions of Senator Schwartner and the questions. Let's say you drive to San Antonio for Fiesta, and you're going to go to the King William parade, and you're going to a friend's house because typically the parade happens and then people that live there have events. So you park your car, you have your gun in your car, you're not, I'm going to go to a friend's house, I can walk on the public sidewalk to the house. You get there and they're having mimosas or something, you're not expecting to be inebriated, but then next thing you know, you are. What happens at the moment that you leave the house to walk back to your car and you still have your holster? Are you, as I believe you should be, with your amendment now breaking the law?
The amendment at the bottom says that if you are walking directly from a facility to your vehicle, state law treats your home and your vehicle or watercraft as your personal property.
Okay.
There is one of my constituents who testified for the bill back during the hearing last week said it really well. Said Lady Liberty has a sister called personal responsibility.
Yes.
We expect personal responsibility of our citizens. It gets to the question of trust that Senator Schwartner mentioned in many of the discussion with our fellow colleagues. Making sure that individuals may possess the weapon on their personal property or in their personal property simply aligns both this bill with current statutory language of property ownership. Making sure that we are protecting the right of people and how they conduct themselves on their property doesn't mean that we are insinuating it's okay to be drunk with a weapon. It's not. That's why this amendment's going in, but it keeps it unified with the standard of property ownership as it currently sits. Why the House thought it was reasonable to pull this out, I have no idea. That's why we're putting it back in.
Well, I definitely agree with you and your sentiment about guns and hooch don't mix, and I appreciate this amendment, even though I still have very serious problems with the bill, because I can see this bill passing and a lot of people deciding to strap a gun on now that they don't have to have a license, and all of a sudden they're going to get caught in situations they did not, envision. But thank you for bringing this amendment forward.
Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. After that discussion, I'll just simply move adoption of floor amendment number 7.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Members, we're now going to go back to floor amendment number 6. You should have it on your desk by Senator Miles. Senator Miles, you're recognized on your amendment.
Mr. President, I've got more than one amendment. Which one are we referring to? I'm sorry.
Removing foster parent provisions?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Mr. President, members, this amendment requires to strike Section 14 of the bill, which would otherwise allow foster parents to carry their handgun in their vehicle while transporting their foster children. My colleague just spoke that the law states now that the car is your personal vehicle. Members, we need to keep in mind that legislature has decided that foster parents moving around to have a gun in their car, they should be licensed to carry, because foster children are still the responsibility of the state of Texas. Mr. President, members, we need to ensure their safety. So I move for adoption.
Senator Swertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. We certainly need great foster parents, and we need to make sure that they have the ability to avail themselves and those foster children to the right of self-defense if something terrible were to happen. And so I believe they should, as currently in law, be able to carry with an LTC as well as in a permitless manner if they so choose to do so for self-defense reasons. So with that, I'll politely decline.
Members, the motion is on, there's no rebuttal.
I got you.
No, he didn't table. If he tabled it, there's a rebuttal.
I got you, sir.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you wanted to say something. Sorry. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Cardwell, Blanco.
13 ayes and 18 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 8 by Schwertner.
Senator Schwertner, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the private property rights amendment. It will provide direction for private businesses and private property owners who wish to prohibit the carrying of firearms on private property. This amendment adds a section under the 30.5 of the Penal Code, the criminal trespass section of the code, which describes a sign that business owners and property owners can put out signaling that prohibition. The sign will look almost like the 30.6 and 30.7 signs.
Senator Schwertner, I'm sorry, you're describing the wrong amendment.
Oh my gosh. We're not doing the sign.
We're on C in your packet.
I have 2 pages of amendments here. Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize, members.
Start from the beginning. I'm going to recognize you on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the Enhancement of Criminal Penalties Amendment. This amendment enhances criminal penalties for felons and those convicted of family violence offenses if the person is caught carrying a handgun. Felons caught carrying will be subject to a second-degree felony, which is a 5-year minimum sentence. This is enhanced from the current third-degree felony. Additionally, the penalty will be added to as a 3G offense, which means jail time is mandatory. Those with family violence convictions will be subject to a third-degree felony, which is enhanced from the current Class A misdemeanor. Thank you, members. I apologize for the mix-up.
Senator Nelson?
Yes, I'd like to ask a question about the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, and this is specifically the amendment that I was asking about in your layout remarks. And I'd like to just get a little bit more clarification about this. In fact, I think I'm very interested. We're making it an even stronger penalty. Would you describe that a little bit more in more detail, what we're doing with the domestic violence specifically?
Certainly. Individuals convicted of a domestic violence offense will not be able to carry, and in fact are not able to carry, but if they are caught carrying,
right,
they will have an enhanced penalty,
right,
that is currently a a Class A misdemeanor. It'll be increased to a third-degree felony. So that's an important provision. I think it's a deterrent. I think it sends a strong message that those that shouldn't carry.
Shouldn't carry.
And those that are able to may do so without artificial barriers of licensure. It's a responsibility of the individual to know, and a right of the individual to carry with that knowledge that they are not prohibited.
I am so grateful. I mean, way back when, as I stated earlier, I passed that bill that allowed judges to suspend the license to carry of a domestic violence offender when issuing protective orders, and so this does nothing to change that. It just allows an even stronger penalty for those individuals.
It does not diminish in any way the current laws regarding family violence and individuals that are carrying via license to carry. This has to do with the permitless carry individuals, and they're not allowed, but if they are carrying, they're going to have an enhanced penalty.
It will be an even great. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
You yield?
I yield, Senator.
Thank you so much, Senator Schwartner. I share Senator Nelson's appreciation for this amendment, and I do want a little clarification, though. Under this amendment, of course, it is a violation to be in possession of a firearm if you have been convicted or have a convicted of these particular offenses or have an active protective order. My concern with it, though, is that because of the presumption of lawful carry, an individual may be in continual violation unless and until law enforcement has reasonable suspicion, and they have less latitude to have reasonable suspicion because there's a presumption of lawful carry. Kind of a catch-22, isn't it?
Senator, I believe there's always a presumption of lawful carry unless you're committing a act in addition to just the act of carrying. So I don't believe that you are in a catch-22. The amendment just enhances penalties for those two groups. I think this is an appropriate amendment. We have the continued prohibition of being able to obtain a license to carry with a Class B or A offense conviction regarding family violence. That is carried over in the prohibition for individuals wishing to carry in a permitless manner. In addition, this bill goes one step forward by the enhancement of the penalties.
And I agree with you, it does enhance the penalties, but I don't see anything in the amendment that actually helps you catch the person who is in continual violation. Actually, I see that it reduces your ability to catch the person who is in continual violation.
We do not, in this country, have a system in which we go out actively and search for criminals based on their history. Unless you want to educate me on maybe that police state that might exist.
Oh, and I'm not suggesting that.
Certainly individuals that have a conviction of family violence as Class A, Class B, I assume at the time they have that conviction, they are notified you are not allowed to do X, Y, Z, and as such, they are still citizens, still have responsibilities, and should not carry. And if they do, they should be notified they are subject to an enhancement of the penalty.
So under this amendment, and I'm happy for this, a person is in active criminal violation for being in possession after having been convicted or under a protective order. And I am happy for that. I'm happy for the enhancement. I am concerned, however, that your bill makes it much more difficult to identify them. I will be voting for the amendment.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Huffman, for what purpose?
To question the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Schwartner, yes, just to kind of go over this a little bit, because this provision that is enhancing penalties for felons in possession of weapon is, I'm just going to put it this way, is a really big deal to law enforcement. I've spoken with them a lot about these issues, And this amendment, and I know for a fact this is very important to many law enforcement officials. And you and I, at the beginning of your presentation this morning, hours and hours ago, went through very clearly all the provisions about why people would be prohibited from carrying weapons. And in every scenario, felons are prohibited from carrying weapons. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
We've said that over and over again, and you've said it eloquently, responded to questions all day about that, making it very clear that this bill does nothing to help felons either, or facilitate in them any way carrying weapons, guns.
Further, if you are a felon and you're caught possessing, you have an enhanced penalty and an automatic 3G offense. So
exactly.
I would not be carrying a firearm in the state of Texas if this bill passes and you are a convicted felon.
Right. And that is the point that I rose to make, and that is that by doing this, we are making a huge statement to those who would not be actually legally able to permitless carry, much less carry at all, and that if they do engage in that activity, that this legislature is making a very strong statement that you will have to serve at least 5 years in the penitentiary. Is that correct? And a 3G offense means that the parole eligibility is determined by 3G standards, so there's maximum time that must be served, minimum times that can be served before parole can even be considered, correct?
Absolutely. Well said, Senator.
All right. And I just want to make that point, and I hope that everyone's listening who is concerned about this bill understands that, yes, we are making it more available to those law-abiding citizens who want to carry to protect themselves or their family. But for a criminal who wants to possess a gun, you are going to serve time in prison. If you are arrested by police, you go through your due process and you are found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you. This is a great amendment, Senator Shortner. Thank you for working with law enforcement to get this amendment on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Whitmire, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Yeah.
It's real important, following Senator Huffman's comments, that everyone recognize most criminals, certainly the gangbangers that use guns on a regular basis, do not worry about the sentence. They do not worry about the consequences, or they wouldn't be gangbangers. So just let anyone that considers this minimum and parole considerations, the violent youth and the lawless, do not worry about it, or we wouldn't have 120,000 people in prison this afternoon. So you can say, oh, a minimum of 5, lawless will serve, they will not be paroled sooner than the measure, even getting to the domestic violence defendants. They just don't care. So any law enforcement consideration that your bill is addressing their concerns, it is my experience, and I think if you talk to most criminologists, they're going to say they just don't worry about the consequences of their acts. They will carry a weapon illegally because their mission with that weapon is more important than the consequences, or they wouldn't be criminals. Are you aware?
Thank you, Senator, for your comments.
You're aware of that? I mean, that's just the practice.
Senator, I'm aware that criminals do not obey the law, and they do seek out firearms and commit terrible things without full regard to the law. That said, penalties are a deterrent. The police and law enforcement associations advised us, and we took input and believe this is a reasonable.
I understand. You are enhancing the penalties.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
For a few questions, Mr. President. Will the gentleman yield?
Give him 1 second. He's reading something. Do you yield to Senator Gutierrez?
I yield. Senator.
Senator, we've heard a lot about, police being okay with this amendment, but they're not okay with this bill. SAPOA is not okay with this bill. Is that correct?
We had a discussion on the floor. There are a number of law enforcement individual sheriffs that testified in favor. There are associations that were neutral, and there were associations against.
TMPA is against this bill.
TMPA is against the bill. CLEAT is neutral.
Yeah. Who's in favor? Tell me one law enforcement agency in favor of this bill.
There are a number of law enforcement officials that are in favor. There is not a specific organization that I can point to that has as an organization, support the bill in its entirety. They appreciate some of the various provisions of the bill. They appreciate the Second Amendment. They appreciate individual determinations of self-defense.
Not one association of law enforcement is in favor of the bill.
Senator, do not interrupt, please. Senator Gutierrez.
Yes, sir.
Continue, Senator Swertner.
Just there are always considerations on both sides when it comes to a contentious bill, one that involves firearms, police, public safety, and the Constitution.
Not one law enforcement agency is in favor of the bill. Okay. You rightly suggest something that we lawyers always say in voir dire. We like to, in Texas, I think, we say voir dire. In Louisiana, it's voir dire. And we always tell folks, you know, this man over here, this woman over here, they're sitting next to me, they're clothed in the presumption of innocence, which is what you said today, correct? We presume everybody innocent, correct?
Senator, that's our founding documents, and that's my opinion as well.
For sure, that's not practically what happens on the road out there in Houston or in San Antonio, but let's talk about what this bill suggests. Under this bill, law enforcement cannot ask the person anything if they see that sidearm on their side. Is that right?
Senator, they have to have reasonable suspicion before they can always ask, Senator, actually, regarding whatever they would like to ask about. But that individual regarding...
So you're telling me that I'm walking down the street with my sidearm by my side, and a law officer, the Fourth Amendment says they can't ask him anything, but currently at present, law enforcement can't ask a person if they have a license to carry, if a certain set of elements and facts suggest that we can have that Terry stop that you suggested earlier. Under your bill, law enforcement can't ask a thing.
Again, Senator, this does nothing regarding the changes of our Fourth Amendment protections. The way police handle situations is different, and oftentimes police, when they have an issue that they would like to address, they don't necessarily apprehend or detain or arrest an individual. They ask them a question. Law-abiding citizens often answer questions willingly and enjoy a conversation with law enforcement. That police officer, though, when it comes to the stop for a reasonable suspicion, has to have more than just the visible firearm on that individual.
What I know today, right now, is that no law enforcement agency is in support of this bill, not one, and that you've made their jobs that much harder. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Betancourt, what purpose?
Ask a question of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Swertner, this amendment, regardless of the theory or the possible theories or permutations of theories about why an individual would choose to break the law, would make a minimum sentence of 5 years if somebody violated this amendment. True?
That is true in the case of the enhancement for felony conviction. Yes.
Right, and once this enhancement amendment is on, it means that these people that make this decision, these perpetrators, will have a minimum 5 year sentence. So there's no fact or supposition of fact that these people will be on the streets committing another crime in that 5 year period.
They would not be on the streets because it would be an automatic 5 year, at least 5 year.
Right, and that is the point of the amendment, to keep these criminals that use this weapon in this manner off the streets and keep the public safe.
That's right. felons, violent felons, assaulted felons need to be prosecuted. We've added some tools for prosecutors to use. It is their discretion to prosecute to that extent of the law.
All right, and that's very important. Thank you for this amendment.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Perry, for what purpose?
Question to the author.
Do you yield?
I yield. Senator.
Hey, Senator Schwertner. Been a day. I've had a few of these kind of days. I didn't get a break. I don't know how you warrant that, but that's good. So, hey, real quick, and I remember in our conversations, deliberations, and caucus talks and talks with you personally and just throughout the process, is it not true that at some level the police officers, those that are enforcement officers, really believe that this may have an effect of pulling criminals off because of the enhanced penalties? Is that something that, although maybe the association level didn't come on board or they're on, but there were things in it that police officers said this will actually help us get the bad guys off?
Yes, it was highly supported by law enforcement, this amendment enhancement of penalties. The discussions of deterrence, of removing bad actors from the streets was a part of that discussion. I believe them when they say that. I think it's an appropriate amendment to enhance those penalties for these violators.
So they may not in concept agree that it's not got issues, but on this issue, on this amendment, this gave them tools in the toolbox that they do not have today, that they think over time, once people understand this is a stepped up version of where they're at today, and they're going to be in a lot more trouble. So, and I just remember, I think it's critical that as I hear these debates and valid discussions, that there is some provisions in here that the cops or the policemen, the officers will actually be better served by having that provision in there.
Yes, sir. I appreciate your comments.
Senator West, I think you're next, or Senator Hoffman, does it matter? Okay, we'll go to Senator West, and I'll come to you, Senator Hoffman.
Question of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield, Senator.
I was just listening to the conversation between you and Senator Perry. You said several law enforcement agencies came to you and said that this will, in fact, make their job safer?
They appreciated the enhancement of penalties. They believe getting bad people off the streets is a good way to diminish crime. Yes.
Okay, they didn't say that this would make their job safer, though. I
think it can be inferred, Senator, that if you have less people on the street, you have an overall safer environment.
Okay, so from the conversation you had with them, you surmise that they basically said that more people off the street with guns make their job safer. Is that what you're saying?
More law-breaking felons.
Right, you get them off the street, that's going to help their job.
Their job is safer. If you're a criminal and you're off the street and your intent is to act and perform more criminal acts, then getting you off the street would be safer.
This is not a trick question.
Okay.
It's not a trick question. I'm just trying to get clarification in terms of what was said between you and Senator Perry. Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Senator Perry, did you want to just follow up?
Mr. President,
for what purpose?
Clear. It's kind of a follow-up comment more than anything, but I did not make the statement that they said they would feel safer. What I did say is they said this will provide one more tool in the toolbox to really go after some of the bad guys, but I didn't say what was suggested that I said. Sorry. And I think it's important. Thanks.
Senator Huffman, what purpose?
Just a question of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield.
And I
Senator.
don't want to belabor the point, but I do think this is important. And I'm going to go to the penal code, which I like to do, page 1, and it talks about the objectives of the code.
What page is that again?
Page 1 of the penal code, section 102. And it talks about the objectives of the code, why we make laws, why we do what we do here when we talk about the penal code. And it says, to this end, the provisions of this code are intended and shall be construed to achieve the following objectives. Number 1, to ensure the public safety through, and this is the first thing listed, the deterrent influence of the penalties hereinafter provided. The code itself establishes that there is a deterrent when we enhance penalties. So to the comments that may be made that this work that we do is to no avail, I take great issue with that, because that is, we are led by this code when it was written, and we live by those in this legislature, and that is one of the main objectives, deterrence through these enhanced penalties, and that's exactly what we're trying to achieve in this. So, like your amendment. Thank you, Senator.
Well said and read, Senator. Thank you.
Members, the motion is on the adoption. Any objections? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Chair lays out the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 9 by Zaffarini and others.
Senator Zaffarini and others, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, House Bill 1927 prohibits members of street gangs from possessing a handgun. This prohibition, however, does not apply to members of other dangerous groups. The Center for Strategic and International Studies found that white supremacist groups carried out a majority of terrorist plots and attacks in 2020. What's more, in a recent assessment, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security stated white supremacy was the most persistent and the most lethal threat in the homeland. Accordingly, this amendment would extend the prohibitions against a member of a street gang carrying a weapon to members of white supremacist groups or organizations that incite violence or engage in insurrection. I move adoption.
Senator Swertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. We looked real closely at the various provisions of the bill and the section regarding those unable to carry in 46.04. And I believe we have a good set of individuals that are prohibited. And for that reason, with full knowledge of the various discussions that have occurred prior to the floor here today, I'm going to politely decline to accept, and we'll be voting no on this amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator Zaffarini. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 10 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would codify a governor's recommendation from the 2019 Texas Safety Action Report to create stiffer consequences for criminals convicted of violent offenses. Under current Texas law, a person convicted of a felony may possess a firearm 5 years after they've been discharged from probation or released from parole. Some crimes demonstrate such a callous danger to others that allowing the criminal future access to guns poses a future danger to others. So this amendment would create a state offense for criminals convicted of a violent felony or felony hate crimes who possess a firearm after they're discharged from probation or parole. Move adoption.
Senator Swertner.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. President. For the same reason I just laid out with Senator Zaffarini's, we've looked at the various numbers of individuals that we would like to put in the bill regarding the prohibition of carrying, and so I'm going to politely decline to accept the amendment and we'll be voting no.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 11 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would codify the governor's recommendation from 2019 in his Texas Safety Action Report to require courts to inform convicted criminals both orally and in writing that they may no longer possess a firearm. After conviction of some crimes, criminals lose their right to possess firearms that they may have owned prior to the conviction. Courts should clearly inform those criminals that they are no longer allowed by law to possess firearms. This amendment would require courts to inform convicted criminals that they may no longer possess firearms. It will also require courts to inform criminals that it is perjury to falsely tell the court that they do not possess firearms and that a crime could be prosecuted. Happy to answer any questions, and move adoption.
Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, and while I greatly appreciate the Senator's interest in the various gun laws of our state, we're having to deal with just some terrible tragedies that have occurred in his district. This bill really is centered on the removal of a permit for the carrying of a firearm for self-defense. And so with kind of the narrow focus, I really don't want to add bills that are expansive regarding gun laws or clarify gun laws, although it might have significant merit. And for that reason, I'm going to politely decline, sir. So I'm going to be voting no and on.
Chair will call the roll. Oh, sorry, Senator Menendez. For what purpose?
I'm so sorry, Mr. President. I just thought that this amendment would have gone perfectly in line with the amendment that Senator Schwertner, Senator Huffman were talking about, because didn't we just discuss that law enforcement would like the fact that there'd be an enhancement if you were carrying where you're breaking the law? And all you're saying is that they should know that they shouldn't be carrying the law. Is that what you're saying?
You're recognized, Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is correct, Senator Menendez. This requires courts to notify them orally and in a written document that you are no longer able to possess a firearm. So just essentially letting criminals know you can't buy. It's a violation if you do.
Goes right in line, and if not, you risk parole and serving more time. I think it's a good amendment, common sense. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Schwertner.
Again, the overall premise of the bill and the amendment here is something I would really not rather add to the bill. I believe felons are already informed. You're adding written and oral, I believe, in this amendment. But nonetheless, although it has merit, I'm going to again politely decline to accept the amendment and would be voting no on the amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 12 by Schwertner.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment ensures that specific designated areas such as schools, polling places, and hospitals are able to enforce the laws which prohibit the carrying of handguns on their property. Additionally, this amendment ensures that private property owners and business owners can enforce the laws under criminal trespass. Under the current criminal trespass statute, the person must be given notice before they can be charged with this offense. So this amendment, members, essentially removes the unenforceable aspects of the bill and makes these provisions enforceable.
Senator Hall, for what purpose?
Ask the author a question.
You yield?
I yield.
Do I understand, Senator Schwertner, from this, what they had written in there, I know was very convoluted and hard to understand or be enforced. Does this just bring us back to where we are today with regards to where there's supposedly a 30-06 sign that if you don't see the sign and you enter and you leave, it's only a Class C misdemeanor, could be. Or if you enter and you're asked to leave and don't leave, then it escalates. But
That's right.
I guess the main question is, does it keep us where we are today?
It does, Senator. This makes the current provisions regarding places of weapons prohibited, as well as the provisions regarding criminal trespass, enforceable. I think that's important to maintain the integrity of those two areas and the ability to have private property and say you do not want individuals to come onto the private property with a handgun and be able to avail yourself without having to give an oral or written notice prior to a Class C misdemeanor being in effect.
And it applies the same to licensed carry and unlicensed carry.
Yes, sir. That's what this amendment would do.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
Well, Senator, I yield for a couple of questions.
I yield. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want a little bit of more clarification because under House Bill 1927, we have repealed the law where a property owner, a private property, which was whether it was the hospital or a business, they had to place a sign providing notice to a person who had a license to carry. Does your bill reverse that, going back to the original intent?
Senator, this marries how LTC carriers are currently treated regarding if they walk on a place, a private business, or in areas that are restricted, and allows for those provisions to be enforceable. Unfortunately, there was a clause in the bill that really made it difficult to enforce those penalties if individuals went onto these restricted regions or went inside of private businesses and did so and were not notified by oral or written form first before a penalty could be assessed.
Well, and I think we're on the same page. I guess I'm trying. Is the notice, does it allow for the notice to be provided by a sign or something?
Yeah. I have a signage one, yes. There is the ability to do a notice by signage. That will be another amendment that will allow that under the 30.5 criminal trespass provision to the notice to be given by signage.
And the reason for that, because under House Bill 1927, you sort of shifted the responsibility
to an employee to give oral or written form. This reverses that.
And we had some issues with that just in trying to get people to wear a mask and create issues and problems and challenges for a lot of the employees and property owners. So, but thank you for your explanations.
Thank you, Senator.
Any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 13 by Schwertner.
Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the signage amendment. This amendment would provide direction for private businesses and private property owners who wish to prohibit the carrying of a firearm on private property. This amendment adds a section under the 30.5 section of the Penal Code, criminal trespass section, which describes a sign that business owners and property owners can put out signaling the prohibition. The sign would look almost like the 30.6 and 30.7 signs, which only apply to licensed to carry holders. Mr. President, move adoption.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I yield.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Shortner, I was reading your amendment, and as you know, we have a very similar amendment. This amendment would probably, I hope, it would take the two current signs and take them to one sign, and then this would be the sign that says if you're not allowed to carry on premises here. Is that what this does?
Unfortunately, I think this does require the posting of a third sign. There's I believe some technical aspects of combining them all, but it might not be a bad thing to look at further.
I have an amendment coming up. Maybe we can look at it. I'd like to help you. I mean, as you know, I'm not in favor of the bill, but I would like to, if this thing does pass, make it to where it's simple and easy and quick for businesses. My worst nightmare is for a greeter at a Walmart or a young person at HEB or some store being forced to confront people and tell them, sorry, you can't bring your firearm here, and that person, whatever reason's having a bad day. I just don't want to have those interactions.
That was taken care of by the prior amendment.
Correct.
And so this allows for the display by signage.
Got it.
And so those two in combination take care of that problem.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, the motion is on the adoption of the amendment. Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. Members, the amendment that was just handed out by Senator Menendez is pulled down. There's an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 14 by Schwartner.
Members, this amendment simply is a firearm safety amendment that the Department of Public Safety shall develop and post on the department's internet website. Move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Members, the following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 15 by Miles et al.
Senator Miles, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment requires DPS to provide a free keyword, free online gun safety course in order to have open carry. The amendment grants DPS full discretion as to the content of the course. DPS must issue the electronic certificate that Texans can show to law enforcement officers. The amendment requires Texans to take the course in order to open carry and not be in violation of the Penal Code. Mr. President, members, I move adoption.
Senator Sortner.
Thank you, Senator, for the offering the amendment. I certainly believe individuals should avail themselves of courses and training and be proficient in handling and storage and marksmanship with their firearm they choose to purchase and carry without a permit. That said, the last amendment did install a DPS training course. I believe that is sufficient at this time for what the intent of the bill is. So with that, I'm going to politely decline to accept the amendment and would be voting no on amendment number 15.
Senator Sortner, can you repeat that? He couldn't hear you. Your voluntary, you already put a voluntary.
Yes, the last amendment added a training course on the DPS website for the intent of the bill. I believe that is sufficient and appropriate for where we are now with the bill, and we'll be voting no on the amendment amendment number 15, Senator.
And Senator, you said your amendment was voluntary, the training. Okay. Members, the motion is on the amendment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell,
13 ayes and 18 nays. The amendment fails. There is an amendment. The following amendment.
Floor amendment number 16 by Eckhart et al.
Senator Eckhart et al.
Thank you. This amendment merely adds to the very good portion of the bill that adds to our knowledge about this area. The portion of the bill that requires DPS to keep statistics with regard to changes in the numbers of license to carry. It would add to the statistics that need to be kept beyond just any changes in the numbers of license to carry, and adds the number of criminal and accidental shootings that occurred in the state, the number of encounters between a law enforcement officer and a person who was in unlawful possession of a firearm, and the total number of persons in the state who are prohibited from possessing a firearm under state or federal law. And it also removes the time limitation. The bill, as it currently stands, stops requiring the collecting of that data in 2028. This would simply remove that so that we would have longitudinal data.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. I believe the current provisions of the data collection parameters in the bill meet the objective of looking at how LTC and permitless carry and their interaction going forward over the next number of years. And so that's the emphasis of that data collection. And so with that, members, I would politely would be voting no on Amendment 16. Thank you, Senator.
The motion is on the adoption of the amendment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
13 ayes, 18 nays. Amendment fails. Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 17 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. If a person seeks to purchase a handgun from a licensed firearm dealer, a background check will identify whether that person has a criminal conviction, provided it be entered into the DPS Criminal Justice Information System. Local reporting can be delayed, which allows for certain dangerous criminals to continue to pass a firearm background check during this period. This amendment would codify the governor's recommendation from the 2019 Texas Safety Action Report to require counties to report criminal cases to DPS no later than 5 business days after the conviction is finalized. This amendment also codifies the Governor's Executive Order 8 from 2019 by establishing that any future grant funding to counties from the Office of the Governor is contingent on the county reporting 90% of criminal convictions within 5 business days. Move adoption.
Senator Schwertner on the amendment.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator, for offering the amendment. Although the emphasis and spirit of the amendment is well-intentioned, the emphasis on the bill, again, is the removal of a permit to carry a sidearm in self-defense. And so for that reason, I'm going to politely decline acceptance of the amendment. We'll be voting no.
Motion is on the amendment. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. Members, there's an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
For amendment number 18 by Schwertner.
Senator Schwertner on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment removes Section 4 of the bill, which provides that a person is entitled to have an arrest expunged if the statute prohibiting the conduct is repealed. This section causes some confusion because some statutes are repealed in the bill and added back under a different section. This amendment also removes Section 10 of the bill, which provides that an officer cannot profile based on carrying a firearm. This is already the law under the Fourth Amendment, as we had a pretty vigorous discussion. So with that, Mr. President, I move adoption of amendment number 18.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
With Senator yield?
I yield.
You yield?
Just a point of clarification, because you and I discussed the issue, and I know you're repealing 2 sections, I understand, of House Bill 1927, and they have to do with the carrying of long guns into private property, like HEB, for example. Are you repealing that section with this amendment?
No, sir. This is the repeal of the expungement amendment that was added on the floor, as well as the amendment added on the floor, which had to deal with prohibition of an officer profiling based on carrying of a firearm, which is already, of course, case law.
Thank you for your clarification. And I assume you'll be offering an amendment dealing with long guns coming into stores, which is the present law prohibited by TABC. So I'll wait till you see the other amendment, but thank you for the clarification.
Not for sure why that. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Move adoption.
Members, any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. The following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
For amendment number 19 by Gutierrez et al.
Senator Gutierrez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think I'll be passing any amendments today, but we're going to try, Mr. President.
Give it your best.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, members, thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce this amendment. This amendment is really quite simple. what it allows for is a local option. We already know, I wasn't at the hearing that we had the other day, but I watched a lot of it on the television, in my home on computer. And as I suggested earlier, there wasn't any law enforcement agencies that were in favor. I understand there was a group that went neutral. I understand that in my own home county, I've got 17 counties, they don't want this. Law enforcement doesn't want it, SAPOA doesn't want it, Bexar County Sheriff's doesn't want it, my county commissioner's court doesn't want it. I have 17 counties. The folks in West Texas feel a little bit differently about it. I've already urged to those folks that I won't be voting in favor of this bill, but I told them I was going to give them a chance to have some life. And so we always talk about local control in this august body, the one across the hall. We talk about local control and how important it is. And so what this amendment does is it allows county commissioners to opt out of this bill and say, we don't want it. We're good with the way things are. And before anybody suggests that, well, that's just impractical. We don't do that. We don't opt out. We do it all the time. In the alcohol world, we've got a lot of dry counties in Texas. A few still do it. One county has different laws than the adjacent county. We do it with states. Every state around us, for instance, has legal marijuana, and we don't. So when you're crossing that into Texas, you got to throw away your weed, or you're going to get yourself arrested. You talked about personal responsibility oftentimes throughout the day. Indeed, if we're going to be about personal responsibility, then we're going to be about personal respect. And we're going to be about acknowledging what our neighboring counties want and don't want. At the end of the day, what I know is principle, what is absolutely adherent in the foundation of the Republican Party, is the notion of local control. And so with that, I move adoption of an opt-out amendment. Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Swertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I believe the proper jurisdiction is at the state level as enumerated by the Heller case. And so with that, I'm going to politely decline and we'll be voting no on Amendment 19.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. Thank you, Senator Gutierrez. Your streak ended today, as you were correct. There is an amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
For Amendment 20 by Eckhart et al.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. The Texas Department of Public Safety closed this building that we're standing in on January 15th through Wednesday, January 20th, the day of the inauguration. DPS said it was aware of planned armed protests at the Capitol that week and that, quote, violent extremists who may seek to exploit constitutionally protected events to conduct criminal acts were of concern to them. This came from our DPS director. This, coupled with the insurrection that occurred in our nation's capital on January 6th of this year, show that the bedrock of our democracy, our capital, is becoming less safe. So much so that we are having to close down this building to Texans across the state. As you know, an individual does not need to walk through our metal detectors to enter the Capitol if they have a permit to carry the firearm. State leaders decided to install these metal detectors at the Capitol after a man fired a gun on the front steps in January of 2010. Minutes before, this man was reportedly acting strangely in the office of then Senator Dan Patricks. We decided at the time that individuals who are legally carrying a handgun with a concealed handgun license were deemed to have already undergone a level of scrutiny and a security background check that average citizens had not. If this law were enacted, even the most modest level of security would no longer exist for our building that we're working in here today. So my amendment is simple. It ensures the safety of all visitors and staff in our Capitol by prohibiting the carrying of firearms on Capitol grounds.
Senator Swertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Senator Schwertner. I would like to pull down this amendment.
Okay. Members, motion is pull down the amendment. Thank you, Senator Eckhart. Floor amendment number 20 has been withdrawn. Following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 21 by Miles et al.
Hold on 1 second, Senator Miles, till Senator Schwertner gets back. Senator Miles, you're recognized.
I think he likes this one.
You're recognized, Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. This amendment is very simple. This amendment would simply grant DPS the discretion to deny a license to carry if a person poses a public safety. DPS should not be made to deny their oath by allowing someone who is unsafe or who has had problems in the past with public safety to have to just rubber stamp them, that Texan, that individual, a carry license. DPS is pledged to protect the citizens of the state of Texas, and this is just another tool to allow them to help them to do that. And I hope it is acceptable to the author.
Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator. The bill again is centered upon the restoration of the ability to carry without a permit, adding further provisions regarding the current license to carry provisions is not something I'd prefer to see on this bill. So with that, members, I'm going to be voting no on amendment number 21.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Buckingham.
12 ayes, 18 no votes. Thank you, Senator. The amendment fails. Members, following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 22 by Eckhart et al.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. This amendment would simply add a section stating that someone carrying a firearm in public without a valid license to carry is strictly liable for any damages that are caused by that firearm. I am proposing this amendment to ensure that those responsible for damages are held accountable. 71 unintentional shootings have already occurred in 2021.
Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. The bill currently does not speak to any changes of the liability or changes in the Civil Practice Code. And so with that, I would like to just be shown voting no on amendment number 22.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 23 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, reporting lost or stolen firearms make it easier for law enforcement to identify firearms in the possession of people who may engage in criminal activity, to accurately perform forensic analysis and tracing of firearms recovered at crime scenes, and to reunite recovered firearms with their rightful owners. An analysis of 23,000 stolen firearms recovered by police found that a majority of the weapons were recovered in connection with crimes, including more than 1,500 violent acts, such as murder and kidnapping. This amendment will incentivize the reporting of a stolen firearm by establishing that a report to law enforcement of a lost or stolen firearm is sufficient proof of loss for certain insurance policies if it is reported on or before the 10th day the policyholder became aware. This amendment does not create a duty or a liability for not reporting, just an incentive to do so. Move adoption.
Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. With the narrow focus of the bill regarding removal of a license as the preeminent piece of the bill, I really did not want to make significant amendments that really deal with a different issue for reporting of a loss of a firearm, although it is obviously a very significant issue, and as you said, criminals tend to steal guns instead of buy them, and an issue that does need to be addressed, but not on this bill. Thank you, Senator. I will be voting no on Amendment 23.
Members, the motion is on the amendment. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 24 by Menendez et al.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, at a time when we have been emphasizing, thanks to the leadership of our chair, Jane Nelson, the need to help work on suicide prevention and mental health, it is important to make sure that the firearms don't get in the hands of people who could harm themselves or others. When we see sometimes mass shootings, there are many people asking and inquiring about the mental health of the shooter, sometimes stating it could be a factor for their actions. This amendment would require a person to undergo a mental health evaluation conducted by a physician to determine a person's mental health is at a place where they can lawfully possess a firearm. If the person is in good mental health, they'll receive a certificate showing this and allow them to purchase the said firearm. The certificate would be valid for 4 years, which mirrors the amount of time the handgun license to carry permit is valid. This is necessary because now there will be no need to have a license to carry. This amendment would prevent a person from selling or transferring a firearm to someone else in private sale unless they can show that they received that mental health evaluation. And while we still continue to work with more mental health resources, it is critical that we don't allow those who have a mental illness that could lead them to harm themselves or others to have access to a weapon. You know, we've heard earlier that the Federal Gun Control Act makes it unlawful for certain categories of people to ship, transport, receive, or possess firearms. One of the categories includes a person who's been adjudicated as a mentally defective or has been committed to any mental institution. Individuals who have been found not guilty of a crime by reason of insanity also fit in this category. And while most people with mental illnesses are not dangerous, they are at a far higher risk of suicide. 1,994 suicides were completed with firearms in 2015, a rate that is much higher than the national average. In order for us to protect our fellow Texans from having a gun fall into the wrong person's hands, I believe it's critical that we have certain safety measures in place to check a person's mental health capacity before they own a gun. So Mr. President, with that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 24.
Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. And while I appreciate your concern, the requirement of a physician to conduct on the request of just a person a mental health evaluation is, I think, a bit too far. So with that, I will politely decline Amendment 25.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergeron.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 25 by Blanco and West.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator West for working with me on this amendment. Members, under current law, Background checks are only required for transfers conducted by federal licensed firearm dealers. In the absence of comprehensive background check system, prohibited persons routinely exploit this loophole to purchase a firearm. Around 80% of all firearms acquired for criminal purposes are obtained through transfers from unlicensed dealers or sellers. This amendment would require background checks on stranger-to-stranger sales. This amendment would reduce inadvertent and unwitting private sales of guns to persons who may be prohibited from purchasing them. Move adoption.
Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. This amendment would deal with background checks for various transfers, and the bill really doesn't speak to that issue at all. So, again, for the narrowness of the bill, I'm going to politely decline it and be voting no on Amendment 25.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
I'm sorry, 13 yes votes, 18 no votes. The amendment fails. The following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 26 by Gutierrez.
Senator Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a fairly simple amendment as well, members, and thank you for your time again. It's a fun one, actually. I think we've done a fair amount of bills this session that have taken a few powers away from the governor's office. This one seeks to give them one back. And the deal here is when we have a mass shooting that we can have the governor call for a disaster, weapons-related state of disaster. And the reason for that would be, as happened with the El Paso massacre, as happened in Sutherland Springs, as happened, in the shootings that occurred near the Houston area, is that we often have a whole lot of not hysteria, but we have law enforcement looking for motives, looking for potential actors, co-conspirators in certain instances. And so in this 30-day state of disaster, we would allow law enforcement to do their work. We wouldn't allow people to open carry, if you will, or permitless carry. The only people that would be allowed to carry are those that have a license to carry. And so that's what this amendment seeks to do. I think that it's a common sense amendment. It's not at all in any way stipulated in any in any version of your bill. But I think that it's important when these disasters happen that we give law enforcement all the necessary tools and not have a whole bunch of folks running around with 6 shooters on their belts. And this will give the governor the ability to do what's right for the people, and will give law enforcement the ability to do their job. So with that, I move adoption. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. It's quite simply, I guess, it's really more expansive regarding the subject matter. And so with that, I'm going to politely decline and be voting no on Amendment 26.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 27 by West et al.
Senator West, on your more than one-page amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. When I was asking my colleague questions about an hour ago now about how does this particular bill make the job of law enforcement officers safer, we know that we have issues concerning mental health. We know that we had an incident out in El Paso where a young man who had mental problems. I think his grandmother attempted to contact law enforcement to inform them that there was a problem, but no one listened. And so, if we are able to pass this one amendment, come together as a body to make law enforcement officers' job easier, I think this would be the one. Members, this particular amendment is the Extreme Risk Protective Order. Essentially what it does, it allows someone, family members in most instances, that know that someone in their family has a problem and yes, also has a weapon. And they feel as though that person is a danger to themselves, someone in the community. There should be a mechanism, because there is no mechanism right now, for them to be able to call or go to a judge, a neutral and detached person, Senator Schwartner, to make a determination as to whether or not, on a temporary basis, on a temporary basis, whether or not that person's firearms should be taken away from them. Yeah, and some of you may say, yeah, but what about if you have someone that just doesn't like you and they're going down and lying on you? Well, first of all, if they're lying about it, then there are consequences for lying. But what if they're telling the truth? In most instances, they will, because they're going to have to do an affidavit. How does this make law enforcement's job safer? Exhibit A, El Paso. So members, take a good hard look at this. And I know every amendment has gone down based on party lines. But I know that each and every one of you understand and appreciate that there are issues with people that have mental health problems. So I'd move adoption of this amendment.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Senator, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the amendment, and while I greatly respect your expertise as an attorney, as a criminal attorney, there are laws currently in place regarding protective orders. This is fairly expansive, and for those reasons, I'm going to politely decline adoption of Amendment 27, and we'll be voting no.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays, the amendment fails.
Members, any other amendments? Senator West?
Thank you for the use of the chamber.
Always my pleasure, sir. Senator Schwartner, you're recognized on a motion to engrossment? To third reading, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the vigorous and lengthy discussion about important issues that affect our state regarding gun ownership and the right to carry a firearm for self-defense in a holster by individuals aged 21 years or older. And with that, I'm going to move passage to third reading of HB 1927.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
18 ayes, 13 nays. We will hold at that point because we have to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule. Following report from the Nominations Committee, the Secretary will read the report.
Senate Committee on the Nominations Action Report for the meeting held on May the 3rd.
Chair recognizes Senator Buckingham on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The Committee on Nominations Action Report that has a list of 61 nominees before you on your desk were considered at the Monday, May 3rd meeting of the Nominations Committee. This list was placed on your desk yesterday to meet the 24-hour layout rule. These nominees are now eligible to be confirmed by the Senate. Mr. President, I move to confirm the 61 nominees that are listed on the May 3rd, 2021 Committee Action Report that is before us.
Any motions to sever? Hearing none, Senator Buckingham moves the nominees reported favorably from the Nominations Committee be confirmed. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
31 ayes, no nays. The nominees are confirmed. Thank you, Senator. Following motion in writing, Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, the following members hereby request to suspend Senate Rule 7.07B to permit the introduction of bills and resolutions as follows. SB 2246 by Schwertner relating to the designation of portion of State Highway 164 in Limestone County as the State Trooper Chad Walker Memorial Highway. SB 2247 by Huffman relating to the removal of a fee for the issuance of original, duplicate, modified, or renewed license to carry a handgun.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committee, the Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 2247 by Huffman relating to the removal of a fee for the issuance of an original, duplicate, modified, or renewed license to carry a handgun to finance. Senate Bill 2246 by Schwertner relating to the designation of a portion of State Highway 164 in Limestone County as the State Trooper Chad Walker Memorial Highway to transportation.
Chair announces signing the following of the President of the Senate.
House Bill 17, House Bill 119, House Bill 139, House Bill 626, House Bill 1033, House Bill 1514.
The Dean is recognized for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that the Senate stand adjourn until 5:27.
Members, any objection? Hearing none, the Senate stands adjourned until 5:27. The Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Buckingham, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Miles, Nelson, Nichols, Paxton, Perry, Howell, Schwertner, Seliger, Springer, Taylor, West, Whitmire, and Zaffarini.
There's a quorum present. Members, please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Senator Perry in the gallery and on the floor.
Thank you, members. Be calm, be still, be quiet, and let's go to the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the God that you are. We thank you. You loved us enough to give us an eternity with you if we so choose to. Debates of the day remind us that we live in a world full of spiritual warfare where evil is always constant and where we try to debate those things of the day to protect the innocent. And that's the role of government, protecting good and punishing evil. And we're told that that government sits on the top of your shoulders. And we just ask that we seek your will and your wisdom, and we ask for your unconditional love and mercy, undeserved most of the time, and continue on that path that as we get to debate the things of the day, that we'll remind ourselves that it is not flesh that we deal with on this floor, it's not Democrat and Republican, but it's trying to provide safety to the public in the best way we can. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Senator Perry. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there objection? Hearing none. Motion adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there is a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House.
Thank you. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Schwertner, you're recognized to suspend on the regular order of business on House Bill 1927.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1927. Members,
I'm just waiting for the votes to be registered. There being 18 ayes, 13 no votes, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill for 1927. The secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1927 relating to provisions governing the carrying of a firearm by a person who is 21 years of age or older and not otherwise prohibited by state or federal law.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. You know, we've said it many times. And it's very true. And the President said it just recently, I think, in your speech to the national champions, you talked about how few senators have served in the state of Texas. So it is truly a privilege and an honor to serve in this body. Our constituents continue to vote for us to represent them, and we have a privilege to make these difficult decisions. Moreover, we have a responsibility to ensure that their voices are heard. Senator, this is a note that one of the people that was testifying before you, Ms. Gabriela Diaz with Moms Demand Action, she wasn't able to finish her note, to read her testimony, to finish it in full during the committee hearing because of the 2 minutes. And so I promised her that I would finish the part that she didn't get to read. She was quoting DC versus Heller, quote, "Like most rights, the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. It's not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose. For example, concealed weapon prohibitions have been upheld upheld under the amendment or state analogous. The court's opinion should not be taken to cast doubt on long-standing prohibitions on the possessions of firearms by felons and the mentally ill," just had an amendment for that, "or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings." That was signed by Justices Antonin Scalia, Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Kennedy, Clarence Thomas, and Samuel Alito. I want to thank Gabriela for taking the time to write this and to come and testify along with the other moms. Senator, in removing the license to carry, we're also going to be removing the background checks, the training requirement, the training class, the written exam, the shooting test, fingerprints, and checks on an individual's psychiatric condition or chemical dependency status. In exchange for what? All of this is extremely concerning. Mr. President and members, before we cast our votes today, I want you to ask yourselves, will passing this vote, will this protect our constituents? Will this make Texas safer? I think we can disagree on a number of items, and respectfully so. However, members, this is something so fundamental that we should not disagree on. Of course, we have a Second Amendment right. Members, I have been a gun owner my whole life. I understand. But the rights, such as the right of a woman to choose, or the right to a family, the right to marry, all continue to be chipped away at in this very building, on this very floor. And my concern here is that we continue to pick and choose which right is a fundamental right or an inalienable right. So when the Second Amendment right infringes on my family's right to pursue happiness, it's no longer acceptable. Many of you don't know this, but I have had a gun held to the back of my head. And I hope you never have to experience that. When I was a young man in a meeting working to provide for my family, there were some armed robbers who came in, and the door burst open and they had their guns. If we had had a gun, we would not have had time to pull it, or there would have been a shootout and somebody would have been dead. So, unless you've been in this situation, which I pray to God none of you are, I think it's hard to completely understand the trauma of gun violence. Members, this bill is not, in my opinion, a form of justice or liberty. Actually, it practically gives anyone an ability to carry, which in my opinion makes it irresponsible and creating a path for more gun violence. This is one of the reasons why the sheriff from Bexar County, Sheriff Javier Salazar, is against the bill. And I quote, because I quote, "More guns on the streets in the hands of untrained, unidentified, and unlicensed people is not the answer to anything." I believe this is a bad precedent to follow, and if we're looking to other states, perhaps we should join them in their move towards expanding Medicaid, covering them for insurance, or the use of medical cannabis, or like so many other states that prohibit discrimination based on this sexual orientation or gender identity. Moreover, it's been mentioned that this bill is going to help women defend themselves from their abusers. However, the ability for more men to carry a gun is actually more dangerous for women in abusive relationships. A woman living with a gun in the home is 3 times more likely to be murdered than one with no gun in that same home. Lastly, if it's too expensive to have a license to carry, if $40 is too much, then maybe we should just give them free licenses to drive. It's just too easy. It's so much easier for us and our staff to be safe in this building. We know that people come through metal detectors. We know that they get interviewed by DPS. We know that they show their license to carry. We can also lock our doors. Are all of our constituents afforded those same protections? I don't believe they do. This body has been called by many the most deliberative political body in this state. And it's in some ways because we all represent nearly 1 million people. Those million constituents that we have don't all believe the same way. As a matter of fact, I believe that overwhelmingly, they don't want to see us pass this bill. Members, I will stand today with my constituents, with the students who have come to talk to us about this bill, with the moms who want to protect their children, and with all of those who have lost a loved one to gun violence. Hearing this debate on this floor can be traumatic for people who have been victims of gun violence. And I hope to God that what we do today does not result in a mistake that will have horrible consequences. And for that, Mr. President and members, I urge you to oppose this bill, which I believe will cause more harm than good. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Eckhart to speak on the bill.
Thank you, sir. I rise in opposition to the bill. I used to prosecute domestic violence cases way back in the day. The suffering I saw and my often failed attempts to alleviate it and prevent it in the future haunt me to this day. House Bill 1927 will make it easier for criminal, violent, distraught, or mentally unstable abusers, like the ones I used to prosecute, to carry weapons with them nearly everywhere they go. One of the last cases I prosecuted is not unlike the hypothetical I discussed with Senator Schwertner. I'll just call them Bob and Mary. Bob and Mary, their marriage was falling apart, and they fought. Mary defended herself by cracking a vase over Bob's face. When the police arrived, Mary had no visible injury, but Bob did. Nevertheless, Bob admitted at the scene that they had fought and he had assaulted Mary. So Bob was arrested. During the course of the investigation, it came to light that Bob had no previous criminal history. And Mary said that she wanted to pursue a divorce and that she would be asking the family court for a protective order. Bob very much wanted to continue to be able to have visitation rights with their child. He had admitted at the scene to assaulting Mary, and so he admitted in writing to the assault, and he agreed to a deferred adjudication. 6 months later, in what Mary thought was an exchange of their child, Bob came to her place of work, to the parking garage, and attempted to kill her by shooting her. She escaped. But Bob got back in the car and shot and killed their child and then killed himself. I gave Bob a deferred adjudication. Our actions as representatives of the state, whether we're a prosecutor or we're a police officer or we are a senator, have consequences. For Bob and for Mary and for their child. And for that reason, I would ask you to vote against this bill, because adding a gun-carrying loophole to the gun-purchasing loophole makes it even more difficult for law enforcement to know the good guys from the bad guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to respectfully speak against House Bill 1927. Members, on August 3rd, we've talked about this. 23 people were gunned down at a Walmart in El Paso. They were the target of a white supremacist who grabbed a gun, drove across the state to my city. And you all have heard me speak on this floor of that day's confusion,
we need a doctor, DPS. We need emergency. Tom? Members, would you step away for DPS, please, unless you're a doctor? Leave the doctors and DPS there. Members, we're just going to stand at ease for a few minutes. Members, we will continue. Senator Blanco, you were speaking.
Thank you, Mr. President. We wish our colleague a speedy recovery. Members, on August 3rd, 23 people were gunned down in my community in El Paso, and we've heard the stories of the tragic event from this floor. I spoke of the sadness, the confusion, the fear following the shooting, and we consoled one another. We were consoled by people across the state. Then weeks later, another mass shooting happened in Odessa. And in the aftermath of the shooting, Governor Abbott created the Texas Safety Commission. And the Senate and the House formed select committees to study gun violence and propose solutions to the public health crisis that we face. The recommendations made were designed to keep our communities safe. And those were my amendments today. Now, Senator Perry just offered a prayer just now, and it hit home. And as leaders, it's our responsibility to keep our people safe. And members, both the House and the Senate had hearings on the shootings. Many of us in this body went to Odessa, you went to El Paso to hear the devastating stories from those innocent victims that were impacted by those shootings. And we listened for hours. We listened 6 hours in Odessa. We listened for 6 hours in El Paso. We heard from Carla Byrne, whose brother Joe was murdered in front of his wife, in front of his kids, as they sat in a vehicle at a red light at an intersection. His life was taken just days after celebrating his father's birthday. It'd be the last time that his family had spent time together, laughing and enjoying their time together. We heard about the 37-year-old Ted McCloskey, who could make anything with his hands, very talented. How a longtime friend of his had invited him over to a Halloween party. He went and had a good time until the shooting started. And when things took a violent turn, we heard the story about how Ted used a paper towel holder to fight the shooter and save the lives of the people in the house, and Ted was shot and killed. One of our black leaders in El Paso, Pastor Michael Grady, we heard of the story of him learning of the shooting at Walmart and him driving to see if he could get a hold of his daughter, and he found his daughter in the parking lot, riddled with holes from bullets because of this shooter. We heard of the woman who pleaded with us for reforms in Odessa. In her words, if we can prevent even one more child from being murdered, if we can prevent one more father from not being murdered in front of his children, if we can prevent one more mother and father from burying their child, if we can prevent one more daughter from rolling up to her brother's grave to see her mother on her hands and knees digging in the mud so that her dead son might have flowers for the grave. Isn't this worth all of our efforts? Now, this is the first session since the shootings at Walmart, since the shootings in Odessa, and we heard from our constituents that they want solutions. Just this year, there have been mass shootings in Palestine, in Houston, in Fort Worth, in Bryan, in Beaumont, in Allen, in San Antonio, in Dallas, in Austin, in Livingston, in Amarillo. Members, we need solutions. And this is what we come up with. Members, I'm opposed to this bill because it doesn't make us safer. Relaxing safety is not a solution. Members, we've got to advance reforms to protect our communities. Because if we don't, we can expect more. More violence, more senseless murder, more mass shootings. How many more lives? How many more lives have to be robbed? Of an individual seeing their daughter walk down the aisle or seeing their son graduate from college, celebrating somebody's birthday. And this feels personal to me because I attended 23 funerals. And all I could do is offer a flag that was flown over the Capitol. And they send us here to fix these things. And all I can do is offer a flag and a condolence. We're better than this, members. So, my message to you is that we can do this. We deserve better solutions. And I just feel that permitless carry won't make our communities safer. So, members, I respectfully will be voting no on House Bill 1927. And I want to thank you for giving me some time to say a few words. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gutierrez, speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reality always has a way of setting in this place, in this building. And we all hope our friend is okay. And for those out there watching, our friend had an accident this weekend, and he's going to be all right, and I know that. But reality always has a strange way of setting into this building. And there's not one damn word I want to tell any of you that's going to convince you to vote against this bill. So thanks for listening, I suppose. And I'm sorry for what you have to do. I know some of you are very impassioned about this bill. And I know that at least 5 of you weren't so keen on it. I know that. But, 830,000 gun owners in this state, less than 3.5% of the population of Texas. And they're pretty loud, those 830,000. Boy, I got a lot of calls this week and last week and the week before. Imagine y'all got them too. But I'll tell you, if that isn't the tail wagging the dog, then I don't know what is. 3.5% of the population of Texas own guns. That's it. That's it. Maybe 40, 50,000 folks were calling us all week long for the last 2 weeks. But here we are, voting on a bill that is of according to you, Chairman Schwertner, may not change a lot of things. I think it will. I think there's a lot of personal responsibility that we haven't seen in the past. And I think that you're expecting to see a whole heck of a lot of personal responsibility or lack thereof in the future. I was going to tell you a bunch of quotes about the Senate and what we're supposed to be in the Senate. I learned some time ago not to make personal attacks on people. I'm not going to do that. But I will suggest to you that James Madison said that the Senate was supposed to be the anchor. It was supposed to be the necessary fence. I got to read this part. Against the fickleness and passion that tended to influence the attitudes of the general public and members of the House of Representatives. You didn't know, Senator Blanco, that we were part of the fickle public last session. But we'd get impassioned over there. Boy, we'd fight. Literally, sometimes fight. And we had to break you up from one because it was impassioned. We've all done it. For some of us that have been in the House, we get it. But over here, we're supposed to think things through a little bit more. We're supposed to say, hey, that's 3.5% of the population of Texas that wants us to do something. And that's just 3.5%. Law enforcement is saying, hell no. Our local police are saying, hell no. The sheriff's saying, hell no. I get it. My rural folks want it. I'm still a no. Some folks in rural, hey, listen, when you're out in Brewster County and you got some rattlesnake out there, you want that sidearm so you can shoot them down. I get all that. But at the end of the day, we are passing a bill for 3.5% of the population of Texas. I'm not going to bother you or bore you with all of those other quotes on what the Senate is supposed to be. But I want to tell you a story. I want to tell you some statistics, and I'll try to be quick about it, Mr. President. There's a local elected official in Bexar County in San Antonio, in my city. She allows me to tell her story as a way of respect to her. I never use her name. She had a little boy, and we knew that little boy. He's the brightest, sharpest kid you could imagine, nice kid, a friend of a friend, but we knew him through all the social media stuff, His parents were divorced. The elected official and her ex-husband were divorced. That little boy was happy as can be. And Dad, unfortunately, had a gun at the house. Little boy was playing with a gun. A little 13-year-old boy took his own life. And he's no longer with us. He's gone. And so, if you think, Senator Schwertner, that there's personal responsibility in Texas, I assure you, you're wrong. Just in the last year. In the last year, in Fort Worth, we've had, just this last week in April, a child died in Fort Worth. 2 weeks ago, in Dallas, one child. In Houston, in April, one child. In Pasadena, a child died from a gun-related incident. El Paso, in February. Mission, in February. Arlington, in New Braunfels, in Forney, in Texarkana. In the last year, and you can come by and see these stats, we've had close to 30 children die. Children at the hands of a gun. That doesn't account for teenagers. Personal responsibility? I don't think so. The teenage list goes on for 4 pages just in the last year. There's 15 pages of this. I promise you this. Here's what's going to happen. More criminals are going to walk around with guns openly. I promise you. Law enforcement won't be able to ask them one damn thing because of this bill. More vigilantes are going to rise up. You're going to see some Ahmaud Arbery's like you did in Georgia. That's going to happen, I promise you. More people will be shot accidentally. It's over 100 teenagers in the last year. And more children are going to die because of this bill. Law enforcement doesn't want your help with this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucio, on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I have been silent all day, and there's a reason for that. Senator Blanco, I was in the committee hearing that took place, and I thought, quite frankly, I had said enough on how I felt about the gun, Senator Coher's gun bill. But I felt I needed to share a few thoughts with you all. And I want you new ones that are here now to understand where I've been over the last 35 years, 35 plus years in the legislature. I have had the privilege to serve with men and women from every corner of this state. Many of them came in and left, but I got to know people. I got to know how they felt about issues, and quite frankly, along the way, Senator Cohers, we have passed so many bills on this floor who have really helped create a great quality of life in this great state. We really have. Cancer research in the hundreds of millions, right? Healthcare legislation, education, everything you can think of, Senator Miles, we have addressed over the last, 35 years. And for me to get up and quite frankly not acknowledge the fact that there are men and women in this state sitting in these 31 chairs today, 30 other chairs than mine, and be critical of a position they take which they believe in their hearts is correct would not be right, because that's not who I am. I think we need to, and right now I've been praying the moment that our brother hit that ground, that floor. I want you to pray with me for him, because he means a lot to his family, to his district, and to people that have met him from other parts of the state who he has been a gentleman with and helped. I know it is so hard, Senator Blanco. I can't imagine. I've gone to hundreds of funerals. Can you imagine? Over the years, people they ask me, "Are you going because of pot?" Heck no. I will not go to a funeral unless I know the family, quite frankly. or it's a situation that somebody lost their lives. And as a member of the community that represents that community, we have to pay our respects. I have in my office a stack of letters from children from San Antonio, Wimberley, San Marcos, Austin, and in between. Some I haven't had a chance to open them, but they're scared. And for us to make statements here, with all due respect to an outstanding legislator, Senator Gutierrez, and tell the public that children are going to die and scare those children is not the thing we want to do. We want to let them know that we're going to continue to work together. We're going to continue to try to find answers and solutions to the issues that they're concerned with. All these children thank me for protecting their lives. I never thought what hit me, and I was, like I said, I wasn't going to get up today. I was just going to vote my conscience. But I have a great deal of respect with Dr. Shortner. I do. I think he's one of the best legislators I've ever served with in 35 years. He's a man of integrity. I respect him. I respect everyone here, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, because these issues aren't partisan. And we're one Texas family in this Senate. I pray, and I'll continue to pray, that nobody dies, that families indeed, might be more secure. But it is that personal responsibility that some of you have been talking about that has to set in our lives. It has to happen. We're blessed with leadership in this Senate. Thank you, Senator Patrick, for always being fair and honest with everyone. A lot of great resolutions have passed here this session. A lot of great things have happened. And I don't want to see that go by the wayside because of this issue. Senator Eckhart touched my heart because she shared with us a personal tragedy. It takes a lot of intestinal fortitude to be able to stand here and take responsibility on somebody dying because she made a decision. We all make decisions every day. That's God's greatest gift to us. Our greatest gift is the power to choose. That is the greatest gift we have. And I choose to love each and every one of you. No matter whether you support me or not. Because that's my responsibility in behalf of my Maker to you. I always try to do my best to help in any way I can and to offer help to you whenever I can. And I just got off the phone with a reporter in Washington, wanted to talk about a bill that I'm carrying that would save lives. And we all have done our best. So don't let this bill or any issue divide us. Because at the end of the day, those that are listening and viewing what is happening here, at the end of the day, we embrace each other. But make that embrace real. Because when it's real, then we can come back and God will bless us. And we will continue to help other people, Senator Powell, that are dependent on us to work together and come together. We will have our own position on this bill today. but I am not going to be judgmental. I will be judged, and each one of you will be judged by the proper dieting at the end of the day. And I just wanted to say that my vote was in response also to all those children who wrote me. And I want them to know, though, before I sit down, that every one of my colleagues here, children, students, love you. Because each one of the men and women on this floor have voted on issues that have created a better quality of life for you, so you and your families can live a better life in our great state. And we pray that we can see death stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lucio. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, and thank you, Senator Schwartner, for what has been a long, occasionally heated, but ultimately civil debate about House Bill 1927. Much of the discussion surrounding this bill, not necessarily by senators, but certainly by advocates, has been couched in constitutional terms. The Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms with, as others have established, the same sorts of reasonable limits as are placed on other constitutional rights. Like all of us, I strongly support the Second Amendment, and I kept an open mind as we took a broad view of the regulation of firearms at hearings of the Senate Select Committee on Mass Violence Prevention and Community Safety. How, after all, could a reasonable person's opinion remain rigid in light of what occurred in my district at the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs? I do not believe, however, that this bill is about rights or about public safety. Ultimately, I believe it is more about convenience. House Bill 1927 would merely make it easier to carry a firearm legally in public, including by persons who should not. It is not difficult to obtain a license to carry in Texas, and this legislature in recent sessions has enacted measures to make it easier to get one. The obstacles, such as they are minor but extremely important. A small fee, a background check, a safety course, and a demonstration of shooting proficiency. These would be rendered irrelevant by House Bill 1927. We pass laws all the time to enhance convenience for our constituents, but rarely do they have the negative consequences this bill could have. Permitless carry could complicate the work of law enforcement officials and make their jobs even more perilous. It could place victims of domestic violence at even greater risk of death at the hands of their abusers. It could place all of us at risk by allowing the public carriage of lethal weapons by persons who would not need to demonstrate the ability to possess or to use them safely. In 2020, the Texas Department of Public Safety denied 2,269 licenses to carry applications, including 926 because of past felony convictions, 136 because of family violence convictions, and 56 because of pending felony charges. Those efforts are admirable, but would be undercut by this legislation. The licensing process allows us to ask critical questions before allowing the public carriage of a lethal weapon based on what can only be described as the mildest inconvenience. Even with the penalty enhancements and other amendments, removing these requirements would inhibit us from stopping preventable tragedies. Having been at UT during the violent rampage by the sniper from the tower, I wonder how law enforcement officers will be able to differentiate the good actors from the bad. It was difficult that day on that campus. I remember it vividly. For these reasons and more, Mr. President, members, I will respectfully vote no on House Bill 1927. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Zaffarini. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll try not to be repetitive because we had a long day and a lot of questions, a lot of answers, and I think so far very on-point comments. But I'm out of focus, because I know we talked earlier about what this bill does in terms of, quite frankly, bypassing the requirements we have for a license to carry a handgun, and who's really among the public, those who are really facing real danger are our police forces. Yeah. Within the last couple of years, we had quite a few DPS officers killed in the line of duty. We had police officers from our cities and some sheriff departments killed in the line of duty. And by passing this bill, we're really taking away a filter by which we try to find those who are not eligible for the reasons listed under the statute for a license to carry. They're not eligible to carry a gun in public because they're a danger to the public. And Senator Huffman, I know we can have debates and argue in court about what is reasonable suspicion, but here's what happens to the police that are out on the streets, dealing with people at midnight who may be carrying a weapon, a gun, on their holster. So how are they supposed to know whether or not that person really has a criminal record or not? How will they know whether that person is really a danger to them? Do they go up and ask, are you a felon? Are you a drug addict? Well, this is a real challenge to our police officers who are out on the streets. And this bill makes their lives and puts them at a higher risk. Their job is already difficult enough in trying to enforce the laws. And again, I repeat, look at how many officers we have lost in the line of duty trying to protect our families, protect our communities, who give up their lives to keep us safe. And yet here we are, passing legislation taking away a lot of those safeguards that we have under the license to carry a weapon. Now we're allowing anybody, and we talked about some of the loopholes. People that can get a gun, person to person, gun shows, straw purchases. There are many ways that people can get a gun, but now with this bill, House Bill 1927, we allow them to go ahead and carry a gun without any type of criminal background check. It's a real danger, and we're taking away that filter, and the main beneficiaries of doing away with a license to carry are those who are disqualified, have no business carrying a gun. And thank you, Senator Schwartner, for your patience in explaining a lot of your amendments in your bill, but I will respectfully vote no on House Bill 1927. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Senator Whitmire on the bill.
Thank you. Mr. President, members, I rise to speak against House Bill 1922. And I'm reminded of, I think I've traced it to Mark Twain, who said, no one's life, liberty, or property is safe while the legislature's in session. Quite frankly, I think he had today on his mind. Last week, it would have been your liberty because we were trying to control how families raise their children. But today, I think our lives are being dealt with. Once again, as I stand before you on a subject of this magnitude, I'm a little amazed how far apart we can be, how people can disagree on something that is this serious and, in my mind, that clear. But then I realize we're not that far apart, because I know some of the folks that are going to vote for this, not everyone, but we are friends and we do visit. I do know that some of the supporters have reservations, and I understand how the system works. I would like to comment on a couple of things that have come up today. First of all, our Bill of Rights. We're all supporting the Second Amendment, absolutely all 31 in our leadership. But it doesn't guarantee you, Senator Schwartner, the right to carry a gun down the street. It has limitations. You can't have a silencer. You got to get a federal permit to have a machine gun. I could go right through a list of restrictions, and most of the amendments in the Bill of Rights do have, such as freedom of speech. We all know you can't shout fire in a theater, so to have a debate about our constitutional rights, that's a good message, but I don't think any of us are restoring our constitutional rights today. And you've mentioned several times that you're just restoring our rights, and I go back and trace our Texas history. I don't know how far you want to go back, but we've had restrictions. In fact, I think someone was even saying there's been some pretty effective sheriffs in this state at one time or another said, don't bring your guns to town. But I don't think, quite frankly, this is a debate about our constitutional rights. Other states, let me tell you what other states are going to do with this law. They're going to use it against us to recruit businesses. And if you don't think Dow Chemical and the others that are located in Delaware are going to use this to recruit top-notch engineers and very bright of the brightest. I used to do some recruiting for a major law firm. You'd be shocked what the kids graduating from college that can go anywhere. They ask you about equality because they have GLBT friends. They'll ask you about quality of life, whether it's traffic or now flood control in the greater Houston area. They'll actually, if they can go anywhere, they'd like to go where there's a good sports team. Well, I think you can add guns to that list. I think when major firms are doing recruiting, it's going to be mentioned that in Texas, because you see, Senator Swarner, they don't believe like some of the proponents. They're afraid of guns. Literally afraid because they read, in Houston, we have 2 or 3 murders most nights, which added together are a mass murder. And Senator Blanco, you were so impressive and so personal in your message. And we had an interim study last year, members. We traveled the state. We went to El Paso, went to Midland, Odessa. What did we learn from that testimony? I haven't seen a proposal. Many people wanted the red flag proposal, which we are not addressing. So I think the other states, Senator, to mention Delaware or Mississippi, please, how low do you want to go? In all due respect. Well, I don't think Texas looks to any other state. Most of the states on your list are very small population, certainly in the West. And now let me mention who's actually proposing this. Not the members, but I understand the base. At one time, the NRA was part of my base. I voted for the concealed weapon law in 1995. Jerry Patterson made such an argument that it should be concealed because then the bad guys would wonder which one of us had the gun. We debated open carry, constitutional carry. It was decided by this body in the legislature to keep them concealed, to keep the bad guys wondering who actually had it. But you can't please some of the proponents. They actually worked in some of my campaigns supporting me. They probably regret it now, but that's okay. You can't please them, and I don't know what will be the next step unless we start issuing guns. I was telling someone maybe there'll be an item in the budget where we fund guns for folks who can't afford them. I mean, that's how ridiculous this is getting. It's completely out of control. I understand the pressure from some members' base. I have a base, and you can't always vote 100% with your base. And if you're a good member, they understand that. Now, you can't do it on a regular basis, but there are, in good conscience, times that you'll vote against your base. The police, You know, it's amazing. Just 4 years ago, the police chiefs had a press conference and killed this issue. To my friends in law enforcement, I know you're not monolithic. I know we have small town sheriffs, we have big town sheriffs, but I am disappointed, and I will say publicly that there was not the energy opposing this by law enforcement that you have witnessed in the past or how you would expect. I do believe, members, that we haven't heard the last of this issue. I think it's going to be a national story. So if we're ready, those that are proposing this, for Texas to make headlines that now anyone can get up, take a gun to town, no questions asked. I just really don't think that's the message we want for a state that is going in the right direction in so many ways. So I close by saying, I do believe this bill will be repealed. I can't tell you how soon. It could be next session, but I don't think it'll be too far in the distant future. The word will go out, and this is a very defining vote. The sides have been very clear, and I think Senator Creighton certainly gets so much credit for having the strength and courage to come here after his circumstances. But I think every one of us has represented our district. It's been a respectful debate. We can strongly disagree. Senator Schwartner, you started out today, I had written down, I was going to ask you, do you really feel comfortable doing what you're doing? Because in the early discussions, it's a difficult subject for people that feel strongly opposed to it, for you to stand there and have to engage us. But you've certainly represented yourself, your district, in this Senate in a tough situation very well. So I will close by saying we certainly spent a valuable day on something that I personally don't think that the majority of Texans would recommend that we do. But elections matter. Many of you and the leadership campaigned on this issue, and I respect that. But the last thing I'll say is, each one of us have residents and voters and constituents that are afraid of the next mass shooting. I know my daughter's friends that have second and third graders, literally after a mass shooting, whether it be Santa Fe or one of the other locations, worry about taking their kids to school. And that's not the Texas we want to live in. And I think more guns only will perpetuate that fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitmire. Senator Campbell, speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to speak on the bill. I believe the most important reason, not the only reason, but the most important reason a law-abiding citizen owns a personal firearm is for self-defense protection. And they have a constitutional right to do so. We have a constitutional right to do so. This bill does nothing radical but protect our right to protect ourselves. It protects the rights of law-abiding citizens to defend ourselves and our families from those who would violate the law to do us harm. That is not radical. That's practical. When we know that when your life and safety is at risk, seconds count. You don't have 5, 10 minutes, or maybe longer to wait for a violent attack to be resolved. This is about safety, personal safety. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Thank you, Senator Schwartner, for bringing this bill forward.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hall on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Schwartner, this has been a long day, over 8 hours, but it's been an even longer journey to get back to what was originally given to Texas in 6 of our constitutions, basically saying the same thing of our rights to self-defense. But this step, and each one of the steps along the way, you could hear exactly the same thing that's said here today. Every time we've increased the rights of people to defend themselves, we've been told it's going to end up with blood in the streets, running wild, gunfights everywhere. Yet that has never happened, not one time. All the way up through last session, when Senator Creighton's bill, SB 506, which basically is basically constitutional carry during a disaster, passed. The same thing. Now, we all have different opinions, different views, different principles, different values. We come here and work together as a very deliberative body to blend those together, all with the same objective: to make Texas better, to serve our constituents. I feel today that we have fulfilled the not so often remembered phrase in our Constitution that simply says, with a view to prevent crime. And I think we've done that here today. I think we've made Texas safer by allowing law-abiding citizens to be able to defend themselves and their families. And we've also made the streets safer for our law enforcement by increasing penalties, which has been proven time and time again to actually reduce crime. This is a very deliberative body. We each have our principles, our values, our goals, our beliefs, and we each fight for what we believe is right. None of us always wins, and none of us always lose. But what we do respectfully for Texas. Now, the Senate has its way of doing business. The House has its way of doing business. We've seen this with similar bills. But I know that going forward, that the Senate stands ready to work with the House to get this bill to the governor's desk. And I look forward to working with you to make that happen, Senator Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner, to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. It has been a long day, very respectful day, one filled with a lot of contemplation regarding this issue, important issue, one that goes back since the founding, obviously, of Texas and our country. To the point of Senator Gutierrez, actually 45.7% of Texas households have guns in their home, 45.7%, and there are 1.6 million licensed to carry individuals in the state of Texas. It's a big issue for the people of Texas. I want to thank the 63 sheriffs that, after hearing some of the discussion on the floor regarding support by law enforcement, have gotten together and texted me to publicly voice their support of this legislation. Texans want to feel safe. I think that's something we can all agree upon. Texans should not be victims, Senator Blanco. How do we get there? What can we do to improve safety? And there is a chasm regarding this issue, but other issues too. I think Texans are tired of criminals not being prosecuted in our major cities. I think Texans want to see support and respect of law enforcement encouraged. This bill is, to me, a simple bill, a right already afforded to individuals with long guns. In fact, with long guns, you can purchase and carry in public places at the age of 18, Senator, not 21. To me, this bill is about two things: the advancement of self-defense and a belief in and trust of law-abiding citizens to avail themselves of their Second Amendment right to self-defend by carrying a sidearm that's holstered on their body in public spaces. It's not radical. We've seen advancement of gun laws in Texas and across this nation. I would have never authored this bill if I thought it would in any way put Texans in harm or diminish law enforcement's ability to enforce the law. I think this is an advancement that's going to improve safety both for the individual and society at large. With those words, Mr. President, I move final passage of HB 1927.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Buckingham, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Miles, Nelson, Nichols, Paxton, Perry, Powell, Wertner, Seliger, Springer, Taylor, West, Whitmire, and Zaffarini.
There being 18 ayes and 13 no votes, the bill finally passes. Thank you, Senator.